Chapter 1 of the Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsie, Selwyn. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 6 by Giorgio VASARI, translated by Gaston du C. de VERE. Section 1. If writers of history were to live a few years longer than the number commonly granted as the span of human life, I, for my part, have no manner of doubt that they would have something to add to the accounts of the past previously written by them, for the reason that, even as it is not possible for a single man, be he ever so diligent, to learn the exact truth in a flash, or to discover all the details of his subject in the little time at his command, so it is as clear as the light of day that Time, who is said to be the father of truth, is always revealing new things every day to the seeker after knowledge. If many years ago, when I first wrote and also published these Lives of the Painters and Other Craftsmen, I had possessed that full information which I have since received concerning Fra Giocondo of Verona, a man of rare parts and a master of all the most noble faculties, I would without a doubt have made that honorable record of him which I am now about to make for the benefit of craftsmen, or rather of the world, and not of him only but also of many other masters of Verona, who have been truly excellent. And let no one marvel that I place them all under the image of one only, because not having been able to obtain portraits of them all, I am forced to do this, but so far as in me lies, not one of them shall thereby have his excellence defrauded of its due. Now, since the order of time and merit so demands, I shall speak first of Fra Giocondo. This man, when he assumes the habit of Saint Dominique, was called not simply Fra Giocondo, but Fra Giovanni Giocondo. How the name Giovanni dropped from him I know not, but I do know that he was always called Fra Giocondo by everyone, and although his chief profession was that of letters, and he was not only a very good philosopher and theologian, but also an excellent Greek scholar, which was a rare thing at that time, when learning and letters were just beginning to revive in Italy, nevertheless he was also a very fine architect, being a man who always took supreme delight in that art, as Scaliger relates in his epistle against Cardan, and the learned Boudet in his book De Asse, and in the observations that he wrote on the Pandects. Fra Giocondo, then, who was a fine scholar, a capable architect, and an excellent master of perspective, spent many years near the person of the Emperor Maximilian, and was master in the Greek and Latin tongues to the learned Scaliger, who writes that he heard him dispute with profound learning on matters of the greatest subtlety before the same Maximilian. It is related by persons still living, who remember the facts very clearly, that at the time when Verona was under the power of that emperor, the bridge which is called the Ponte della Pietra in that city was being restored, and it was seen to be necessary to refound the central pier, which had been destroyed many times in the past, and Fra Giocondo gave the design for refounding it, and also for safeguarding it in such a manner that it might never be destroyed again. His method of safeguarding it was as follows. He gave orders that the pier should be kept always bound together with long, double piles fixed below the water on every side, to the end that these might so protect it that the river should not be able to undermine it, for the place where it is built is in the main current of the river, the bed of which is so soft that no solid ground can be found on which to lay its foundations. And excellent, in truth, as is evident from the result, was the advice of Fra Giocondo, for the reason that the pier has stood firm from that time to our own, as it still does, without ever showing a crack, and there is hope that, by the observation of the suggestions given by that good monk, it will stand forever. In his youth, Fra Giocondo spent many years in Rome, giving his attention to the study of antiquities, and not of buildings only, but also of the ancient inscriptions that are in the tombs, and the other relics of antiquity, both in Rome itself and its neighborhood, and in every part of Italy, and he collected all these inscriptions and memorials into a most beautiful book, which he sent as a present, according to the account of the citizens of Verona mentioned above, to the elder Lorenzo de' Medici, the Magnificent, to whom, by reason of the great friendliness and favor that he showed to all men of talent, both Fra Giocondo e Domizio Calderino, his companion and compatriot, were always most deeply devoted. Of this book, Poliziano makes mention in his Mugellane, in which he uses various parts of it as authorities, calling Fra Giocondo a profound master in antiquities. The same Giocondo wrote some observations, which are in print, on the commentaries of Caesar, and he was the first who made a drawing of the bridge built by Caesar over the river Rhone, and described by him in those same commentaries, but misunderstood in the time of Fra Giocondo. Him the aforesaid Bude confesses to have had as his master in the study of architecture, thanking God that he had been taught his Vitruvius by a teacher so learned and so diligent as was that monk, who corrected in that author a vast number of errors not recognized up to that time, and this he was able to do with ease because he was a master of every kind of learning, and had a good knowledge of both the Greek tongue and the Latin. This and other things declares Bude, extolling Fra Giocondo as an excellent architect, and adding that by the researches of this same monk there were discovered in an old library in Paris the greater part of the epistles of Pliny, which, after having been so long out of the hands of mankind, were printed by Aldus Mantuius, as may be read in a Latin letter written by him and printed with the same. When living in Paris in the service of King Louis XII, Fra Giocondo built 2 superb bridges over the Seine, covered with shops, works truly worthy of that magnanimous king, and of the marvelous intellect of Fra Giocondo, wherefore that master, in addition to the inscription in his praise that may still be seen on those works, won the honor of being celebrated by Sanarazo, a rare poet, in this most beautiful distich: Iocundus geminum imposuit tibi sequana pontem, hunc tu iure potes dicere pontifecum. Besides this, he executed a vast number of other works for that king throughout all his kingdom, but of these, after having made mention of those above as being the greatest, I shall say no more. Then, happening to be in Rome at the death of Bramante, he was placed in company with Raffaello da Urbino and Giuliano da Sangallo, in charge of the church of St. Pietro, to the end that the structure begun by Bramante might be carried forward. Now, from the circumstance that it had been erected in haste, and for other reasons given in another place, it was threatened to fall in many parts, and by the advice of Fra Giocondo, Raffaello, and Giuliano, the foundations were in great measure renewed, in which work persons who were present and are still living declare that those masters adopted the following method. They excavated below the foundations many large pits after the manner of wells, but square, at a proper distance one from another, which they filled with masonry, and between every 2 of these piers, or rather pits filled with masonry, they threw very strong arches across the space below, insomuch that the whole building came to be placed on new foundations, without suffering any shock, and was secured forever from the danger of showing any more cracks. But the work for which seems to me that Fra Giocondo deserves the greatest praise is one on account of which an everlasting gratitude is due to him not only from the Venetians, but from the whole world as well, for he reflected that the life of the Republic of Venice depended in great measure on the preservation of its impregnable position on the lagoons, on which that city, as it were by a miracle, is built, and that whenever those lagoons silted up with earth, the air would become infected and pestilential, and the city consequently uninhabitable, or at the least exposed to all the dangers that threaten cities on the mainland. He set himself, therefore, to think in what way it might be possible to provide for the preservation of the lagoons, and of the site on which the city had been built in the beginning. And having found a way, Fra Giocondo told the Signori that if they did not quickly come to some resolution about preventing such an evil in a few years, to judge by that which could be seen to have happened in part, they would become aware of their error, without being in time to be able to retrieve it. Roused by this warning, and hearing the powerful arguments of Fra Giocondo, the Signori summoned an assembly of the best engineers and architects that there were in Italy, at which many opinions were given and many designs made, but that of Fra Giocondo was held to be the best, and was put into execution. They made a beginning, therefore, with excavating a great canal, which was to divert 2/3 or at least 1/2 of the water brought down by the river Benthra, and to conduct that water by a long detour so as to debouch into the lagoons of Chioggia, and thus that river, no longer flowing into the lagoons at Venice, has not been able to fill them up by bringing down earth, as it has done at Chioggia, where it has filled and banked up the lagoons in such a manner that, where there was formerly water, many tracts of land and villas have sprung up, to the great benefit of the city of Venice. Wherefore it is the opinion of many persons, and in particular the magnificent Messer Luigi Cornaro, a Venetian gentleman of ripe wisdom, gained both by learning and by long experience, that if it had not been for the warning of Fra Giocondo, all the silting up that took place in the lagoons of Chioggia would have happened, and perhaps on a greater scale, in those of Venice, inflicting incredible damage and almost ruin on that city. The same Messer Luigi, who was very much the friend of Fra Giocondo, as he is, and always has been of all men of talent, declares that his native city of Venice owed an eternal debt of gratitude for this to the memory of Fra Giocondo, who on this account, he says, might reasonably be called the second founder of Venice, and that he almost deserves more praise for having preserved by that expedient the grandeur and nobility of that marvelous and puissant city than do those who built it at the beginning in such a weak and ill-considered fashion, seeing that the benefit received from him will be to all eternity, as it has been hitherto, of incalculable utility and advantage to Venice. Not many years after Fra Giocondo had executed this divine work, the Venetians suffered a great loss in the burning of the Rialto, the place in which are the magazines of their most precious merchandise, the treasure, as it were, of that city. This happened at the very time when that republic had been reduced by long-continued wars, and by the loss of the greater part, or rather almost the whole, of her dominions on the mainland to a desperate condition. And the Signori, then governing, were full of doubt and hesitation as to what they should do. However, the rebuilding of that place being a matter of the greatest importance, they resolved that it should be reconstructed at all costs, and wishing to give it all possible grandeur, in keeping with the greatness and magnificence of that republic, and having already recognized the talent of Fra Giocondo and his great ability in architecture, they gave him the commission to make a design for that structure, whereupon he drew one in the following manner. He proposed to occupy all the space that lies between the Canal delle Beccieri and the Rialto and the Rio del Fondaco delle Farine, taking as much ground between one canal and the other as would make a perfect square. That is, the length of the sides of this fabric was to be as great as the space which one covers at the present day in walking from the debouchure of one of the canals into the Grand Canal to that of the other. He intended also that the same two canals should debouch on the other side into a common canal, which was to run from the one to the other, so that the fabric might be left entirely surrounded by water, having the Grand Canal on one side, the two smaller canals on two other sides, and on the last the new canal that was to be made. Then he desired that between the water and the buildings, right round the square, there should be made, or rather should be left, a beach or quay of some breadth, which might serve as a piazza for the selling in duly appointed places of the vegetables, fruits, fish, and other things that come from many parts to the city. It was also his opinion that right round the outer side of the buildings there should be erected shops looking out upon those same quays, and that these shops should serve only for the sale of eatables of every kind. And in these four sides the design of Fra Giocondo had four principal gates, namely one to each side, placed in the center, one directly opposite to another, but before going into the central piazza, by which side one entered, one would have found both on the right hand and on the left a street which ran round the block of buildings, and had shops on either side, with handsome workshops above them, and magazines for the use of those shops, which were all to be devoted to the sale of woven fabrics, that is, fine woolen cloth and silk, which are the two chief products of that city. This street, in short, was to contain all the shops that are called the Tuscans and the silk merchants. From this double range of shops there was to be access by way of the 4 gates into the center of the whole block, that is to say, into a vast piazza surrounded on every side by spacious and beautiful loggie, for the accommodation of the merchants, and for the use of the great number of people who flocked together for the purposes of their trade and commerce to that city, which is the custom house of all Italy, or rather of Europe. Under those loggie on every side were to be the shops of the bankers, goldsmiths, and jewelers, and in the center was to be built a most beautiful temple dedicated to St. Matthew, in which the people of quality might be able to hear the divine offices in the morning. With regard to this temple, however, some persons declared that Fra Giocondo changed his mind, and wished to build 2 under the loggie, so as not to obstruct the piazza. And, in addition, this superb structure was to have so many other conveyances, embellishments, and adornments, all in their proper places, that whoever sees at the present day the beautiful design that Fra Giocondo made for the whole, declares that nothing more lovely, more magnificent, or planned with better order, could be imagined or conceived by the most excellent of craftsmen, be his genius never so happy. It was proposed also, with the advice of the same master, and as a completion to this work, to build the bridge of the Rialto of stone, covered with shops, which would have been a marvelous thing, but this enterprise was not carried into effect for 2 reasons. First, because the Republic, on account of the extraordinary expenses incurred in the last war, happened to be drained dry of money, and secondly, because a gentleman of great position and much authority at that time, of the family, so it is said, of Valerio, being a man of little judgment in such matters, and perchance influenced by some private interest, chose to favor one Maestro Zanfragnino, who, so I am informed, is still alive, and who had worked for him on buildings of his own. This Zanfragnino, a fit and proper name for a master of his caliber, made the design for that medley of marble, which was afterwards carried into execution, and which is still to be seen, and many who are still alive, and remember the circumstances very well, are even yet not done with lamenting that foolish choice. Fra Giocondo, having seen that shapeless design preferred to his beautiful one, and having perceived how much more virtue there often is in favor than in merit with nobles and great persons, felt such disdain that he departed from Venice, nor would he ever return, although he was much entreated to do it, and the design, with others by the same monk, remained in the house of the Bragadini, opposite to Saint Marina, in the possession of Frate Angelo, a member of that family and a friar of St. Dominic, who, by reason of his many merits, afterwards became Bishop of Vicenza. Fra Giocondo was very versatile, and delighted, in addition to the pursuits already mentioned, in simples and in agriculture. Thus Messer Donato Gianotti, the Florentine, who was very much his friend for many years in France, relates that once, when living in that country, the monk reared a peach tree in an earthen pot, and that this little tree, when he saw it, was so laden with fruit that it was a marvelous sight. On one occasion, by the advice of some friends, he had set it in a place where the king was to pass and would be able to see it, when certain couriers, who passed by first, plucked all the peaches off that little tree, as such like people were sure to do, and playing about with one another, scattered what they could not eat along the whole length of the street, to the great displeasure of Fra Giocondo. The matter coming to the ears of the king, he first laughed over the jest with the courtiers, and then, after thanking the monk for what he had done to please him, gave him a present of such a kind that he was consoled. Fra Giocondo was a man of saintly and most upright life, much beloved by all the great men of letters of his age, and in particular by Domizio Calderino, Matteo Bosso, and Paolo Emilio, the writer of the history of France, all 3 his compatriots. Very much his friends likewise were Sanarazo, Bude, and Aldus Mantuius, with all the Academy of Rome, and he had a disciple in Julius Caesar Scaliger, one of the most learned men of our times. Finally, being very old, he died, but precisely at what time and in what place this happened, and consequently where he was buried, is not known. End of Section 1. Recording by Elsie Selwyn. Chapter 2 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsie, Selwyn. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 6, by Giorgio Vasari, translated by Gaston de VERE. Section 2. Lives of Fra Giocondo, Liberale, and other craftsmen of Verona, Part 2. Even as it is true that the city of Verona is very similar to Florence in situation, manners, and other respects, so it is also true that in the first as well as in the second there have always flourished men of the finest genius and all the noblest and most honorable professions, saying nothing of the learned, for with them I have nothing to do here, and continuing to speak of the men of our arts, who have always had an honorable abode in that most noble city, I come to Liberale of Verona, a disciple of Vincenzo di Stefano, a native of the same city, already mentioned in another place, who executed for the church of Ognissanti, belonging to the monks of St. Benedict at Mantua, in the year 1463, a Madonna that was a very praiseworthy example of the work of those times. Liberale imitated the manner of Jacopo Bellini, for when a young man, while the said Jacopo was painting the chapel of St. Niccolò at Verona, he gave his attention under Bellini to the studies of design in such thorough fashion that, forgetting all that he had learned from Vincenzo di Stefano, he acquired the manner of Bellini and retained it ever after. The first paintings of Liberale were in the chapel of the Monte della Pietà in St. Bernardino in his native city, and there in the principal picture he painted a deposition from the cross, with certain angels, some of whom have in their hands the mysteries, for they are so called, of the Passion, and all with their weeping faces show grief at the death of the Saviour. Very natural in truth are these figures, as are other works of the same kind by this master, who strove to show in many places that he was able to paint weeping countenances. This may also be seen in St. Anastasia, a church of friars of St. Dominic, likewise in Verona, where he painted a dead Christ with the Maries mourning for him on the pediment of the chapel of Buonaveri, and he executed many pictures in the same manner of painting as the work mentioned above, which are dispersed among the houses of various gentlemen in Verona. In the same chapel he painted a God the Father surrounded by many angels, who are playing instruments and singing, with 3 figures on either side, St. Peter, St. Dominic, and St. Thomas Aquinas on one side, and St. Lucia, St. Agnes, and another female saint on the other. But the first 3 are much the finer, being executed in a better manner and with more relief. On the main wall of that chapel he painted Our Lady, with the infant Christ marrying St. Catherine, the Virgin Martyr, and in this work he made a portrait of Messer Piero Buonaveri, the owner of the chapel. Around this group are some angels presenting flowers, with some heads that are smiling, executed with such grace in their gladness, that they prove that he was able to paint a smiling face as well as he had painted tears and other figures. And the altarpiece of the same chapel he painted St. Mary Magdalene in the air, surrounded by some angels, with St. Catherine below, a work which was held to be very beautiful. On the altar of the Madonna in the church of St. Maria della Scala, belonging to the Servite friars, he executed the story of the Magi on 2 folding doors that enclosed that Madonna, which is held in vast veneration in that city. But the work did not long remain there, for it was removed because it was being spoilt by the smoke of the candles and placed in the sacristy, where it is much admired by the painters of Verona. In the tramesso of the church of St. Bernardino, above the chapel of the Company of the Magdalene, he painted in fresco the story of the Purification, wherein a figure of Simon that is much extolled, as also is that of the infant Christ, who with great affection is kissing that old man, who is holding him in his arms. And very beautiful likewise is a priest standing there on one side, who with his arms extended and his face uplifted towards heaven, appears to be thanking God for the salvation of the world. Beside this chapel is a picture of the story of the Magi by the hand of the same Liberale, and in the pediment of the picture there is the death of Madonna, executed with little figures, which are highly extolled. Great indeed was his delight in painting works with little figures, with which he always took such pains that they seemed to be the work rather of an illuminator than of a painter, as may be seen in the Duomo of the same city, where there is a picture by his hand of the story of the Magi, with a vast number of little figures, horses, dogs, and various other animals, and near them a group of rosy-colored cherubim, who serve as a support to the mother of Jesus. In this picture the heads are so finished, and everything is executed with such diligence, that, as I have said, it appears to be the work of an illuminator. He also painted stories of Our Lady on a small predella, likewise after the manner of miniatures, for the chapel of the Madonna in the Duomo, but this was afterwards removed from that chapel by order of Monsignor Messer Giovan Matteo Giberti, Bishop of Verona, and placed in the palace of the Vescovado, which is the residence of the bishops, in that chapel wherein they hear mass every morning. And there that predella stands in company with a most beautiful crucifix in relief, executed by Giovanni Battista Veronese, a sculptor who now lives in Mantua. Liberale also painted a panel picture for the chapel of the Allegini in Saint Vitale, containing a figure of Saint Mestro, the confessor, a Veronese, and a man of great sanctity whom he placed between a Saint Francis and a Saint Dominic. For the chapel of Saint Girolamo and the Vittoria, a church and convent of certain Eremite friars, he executed at the commission of the Sculptors family an altar of Saint Jerome in the habit of a cardinal, with a Saint Francis and a Saint Paul, all much extolled. And in the tramezzo of the church of Saint Giovanni in Monte he painted the Circumcision of Christ and other works, which were destroyed not long since, because it was considered that the tramezzo impaired the beauty of the church. Being then summoned to Siena by the general of the monks of Monte Oliveto, Liberale illuminated many books for that order, and in these he succeeded so well that he was commissioned in consequence to illuminate some that had been left unfinished, that is to say, only written, in the library of the Piccolomini. He also illuminated some books of plain song for the Duomo of that city, where he would have remained longer executing many works that he had in hand, but being driven away by envy and persecution, he set off to return to Verona, with 800 crowns that he had earned, which he lent afterwards to the monks of Monte Oliveto at St. Maria in Organo, from whom he drew interest to support him from day to day. Having thus returned to Verona, he gave his attention for the rest of his life more to illumination than to any other kind of work. At Bardolino, a place on the lake of Garda, he painted a panel picture which is now in the Pieve, and another for the church of St. Tommaso Apostolo. For the chapel of St. Bernardo, likewise in the church of St. Fermo, a convent of friars of St. Francis, he painted a panel picture of the first-named saint, with some scenes from his life in the predella. In the same place, also, and in others, he executed many nuptial pictures, one of which, containing the Madonna with the child in her arms marrying St. Catherine, is in the house of Messer Vincenzio de' Medici at Verona. On the corner of the house of the Cartai, on the way from Ponte Nuovo to St. Maria in Organo in Verona, he painted a Madonna and St. Joseph in fresco, a work which was much extolled. Liberale would have liked to paint the chapel of the Riva family, which had been built in order to honor the memory of Giovanni Riva, a captain of men-of-arms at the Battle of the Taro in the church of St. Euphemia, but he did not receive the commission, which was given to some strangers, and he was told that he was too old and that his sight was failing him. When this chapel was opened, a vast number of faults were perceived in it, and Liberale said that he who had given the commission had been much more blind than himself. Finally, being 84 years of age, or even more, Liberale allowed himself to be ruled by his relatives, and particularly by a married daughter who, like the rest, treated him very badly, at which, having grown angry both with her and with his other relatives, and happening to have under his charge one Francesco Turbido, called Il Moro, then a young man, who was a diligent painter and much affected towards him, he appointed him as heir to the house and garden that he had at St. Giovanni in Valle, a very pleasant part of the city, and with him he took up his quarters, saying that he would rather give the enjoyment of his property to one who loved virtue than to those who ill-treated their nearest of kin. But no long time passed before he died, which was on the day of St. Chiara, in the year 1536, at the age of 85, and he was buried in St. Giovanni in Valle. His disciples were Giovan Francesco Carotto and Giovanni Carotto, Francesco Turbido, called Il Moro, and Paolo Cavusola, of whom, since they are truly excellent masters, I shall make mention in their due order. Giovan Francesco Carotto was born in Verona in the year 1470, and after having learned the first rudiments of letters, being drawn to painting, he abandoned the studies of grammar and placed himself to learn painting under the Veronese Liberale, undertaking to recompense him for his pains. Young as he was then, Giovan Francesco devoted himself with such love and diligence to design that even in his earliest years he was a great assistance to Liberale, both in that and in coloring. No long time after, when his judgment had increased with his years, he saw the works of Andrea Mantegna in Verona, and thinking, as indeed was the truth, that these were of another manner and better than those of his master, he so wrought upon his father that he was given leave, with the gracious consent of Liberale, to apprentice himself to Mantegna. Having gone to Mantua, therefore, and having placed himself under Mantegna, in a short time he made such proficience that Andrea sent out works by Carotto as works by his own hand. In short, before many years had passed by, he became an able master. We're on the altar of the Three Magi in the church of the hospital of St. Cosimo at Verona, where he painted on the folding doors that enclosed that altar the circumcision of Christ and the flight into Egypt, with other figures. In the church of the Frati in Gesuati, called St. Girolamo, in two angles of a chapel, he painted the Madonna and the Angel of the Annunciation. And for the prior of the friars of St. Giorgio, he executed a little panel picture of the manger, in which he may be seen to have greatly improved his manner, since the heads of the shepherds and of all the other figures have expressions so sweet and so beautiful, that this work was much extolled, and that rightly, and if it were not that the priming of gesso is peeling off through having been badly prepared, so that the picture is gradually perishing, it would be enough by itself to keep him alive for ever in the memory of his fellow citizens. Next, having been commissioned by the men who governed the company of the angel Raphael to paint their chapel in the church of St. Euphemia, he executed therein 2 stories of the angel Raphael in fresco, and in the altarpiece in oils 3 large angels, Raphael in the center, and Gabriel and Michael on either side, and all with good draughtsmanship and coloring. He was reproached, indeed, for having made the legs of those angels too slender and wanting in softness, to which he made a pleasant and gracious answer, saying that even as angels were represented with wings and with bodies, so to speak, celestial and ethereal, as if they were birds, so it was only right to make their legs lean and slender, to the end that they might fly and soar upwards with greater ease. For that altar of the church of St. Giorgio, where there is a Christ bearing his cross, he painted St. Rocco and St. Sebastian, with some scenes in the predella, executed with very beautiful little figures. And by order of the company of the Madonna, he painted on the predella of the altar of that company in St. Bernardino the Nativity of the Madonna and the Massacre of the Innocents, with a great variety of attitudes in the murderers and in the groups of children, whom their mothers are defending with all their might. This work is held in great veneration and is kept covered, the better to preserve it, and it was the reason that the men of the Fraternity of St. Stefano commissioned him to paint 3 pictures with similar figures for their altar in the old Duomo of Verona, containing 3 little scenes from the life of Our Lady, her marriage, the Nativity of Christ, and the story of the Magi. After these works, thinking that he had gained enough credit in Verona, Giovan Francesco was minded to depart and make trial of other places, but his friends and relatives, pressing him much, persuaded him to take to wife a young woman of noble birth, the daughter of Messer Bragliazzarti Grandono, whom he married in 1505. In a short time, however, after he had had a son by her, she died in childbirth, and Giovan Francesco, thus left free, departed from Verona and went off to Milan, where Signor Anton Maria Visconti received him into his house and caused him to execute many works for its adornment. Meanwhile, there was brought to Milan by a Fleming a head of a young man, taken from life and painted in oils, which was admired by everyone in that city, but Giovan Francesco, seeing it, laughed and said, "I am confident that I can do better." At which the Fleming mocked him, But after many words the matter came to this, that Giovan Francesco was to try his hand, losing his own picture and 25 crowns if he lost, and winning the Fleming's head and likewise 25 crowns if he won. Setting to work, therefore, with all his powers, Giovan Francesco made a portrait of an aged gentleman with shaven face, with a falcon on his wrist, but although this was a good likeness, the head of the Fleming was judged to be better. Giovan Francesco did not make a good choice in executing his portrait, for he took a head that could not do him honor, whereas if he had chosen a handsome young man, and had made a good likeness of him as he did of the old man, he would at least have equalled his adversary's picture, even if he had not surpassed it. But for all this, the head of Giovan Francesco did not fail to win praise, and the Fleming showed him courtesy, for he contented himself with the head of the shaven old man, and being a noble and courteous person, would by no means accept the 25 crowns. This picture came after some time into the possession of Madonna Isabella d'Este, Marchioness of Mantua, who paid a very good price for it to the Fleming, and placed it as a choice work in her study, in which she had a vast number of very beautiful coins, pictures, works in marble, and castings. After completing his work for Visconti, Giovan Francesco, being invited by Guglielmo, Marquis of Montferrat, went willingly to serve him, as Visconti straitly besought him to do. On his arrival, a fine provision was assigned to him. In setting to work, he painted for that noble at Casale, and a chapel where he heard mass, as many pictures as were necessary to fill it and adorn it on every side, with subjects from the Old Testament and the New, which were executed by him with supreme diligence, as was also the chief altar-piece. He then executed many works throughout the apartments of that castle, which brought him very great fame. And in Saint Domenico, by the order of that marquis, he painted the whole of the principal chapel for the adornment of the tomb, wherein he was to be laid to rest, in which work Giovan Francesco acquitted himself so well that he was rightly rewarded with honorable gifts by the liberality of his patron, who also favored him by making him one of his own chamberlains, as may be seen from an instrument that is in the possession of his heirs at Verona. He made portraits of that lord and of his wife, with many pictures that they sent to France, and also the portrait of Guglielmo, their eldest child, who was then a boy, and likewise portraits of their daughters and of all the ladies who were in the service of the Marchioness. On the death of the Marquis Guglielmo, Giovan Francesco departed from Casale, after first selling all the property that he had in those parts, and made his way to Verona, where he so arranged his affairs and those of his son, to whom he gave a wife, that in a short time he found himself in possession of more than 7,000 ducats. But he did not therefore abandon his painting. Indeed, having a quiet mind, and not being obliged to rack his brain for a livelihood, he gave more attention to it than ever. It is true that either from envy or for some other reason he was accused of being a painter who could do nothing but little figures. Wherefore, in executing the altar-piece of the chapel of the Madonna in St. Fermo, a convent of friars of St. Francis, wishing to show that the accusation was a calumny, he painted the figures larger than life, and so well that they were the best that he had ever done. In the air is Our Lady seated in the lap of St. Anne, with some angels standing upon clouds, and beneath are St. Peter, St. John the Baptist, St. Rocco, and St. Sebastian, and not far away in the most beautiful landscape is St. Francis receiving the stigmata. This work indeed is held by craftsmen to be not otherwise than good. For the chapel of the Cross in St. Bernardino, a seat of the Frati Zoccolanti, he painted Christ kneeling on one knee and taking leave of his mother. And this work, stirred to emulation by the many notable pictures by the hands of other masters that are in that place, he strove to surpass them all, wherefore in truth he acquitted himself very well, and was praised by all who saw it, save only by the guardian of that convent, who, like the boorish and solemn fool that he was, reproved Giovan Francesco with biting words, saying that he had made Christ show such little reverence to his mother as to kneel only upon one knee, to which Giovan Francesco answered by saying, "Father, first do me the favor of kneeling down and rising up again, and I will then tell you for what reason I have painted Christ so." The guardian, after much persuasion, knelt down, placing on the ground first his right knee and then his left, and in raising up he raised first the left and then the right, which done, Giovan Francesco said, "Did you observe, Father Guardian, that you neither knelt down nor rose up with both knees together? I tell you, therefore, that this Christ of mine is right, because one might say that he is either coming to his knees before his mother, or beginning, after having knelt a while, to raise one leg in order to rise, at which the guardian had to appear a little appeased, although he went off muttering under his breath. Giovan Francesco was very sharp in his answers, and it is also related of him that once, being told by a priest that his figures were too seductive for altar priests, he replied, "A lusty fellow you must be if painted figures so move you. Think how much you are to be trusted in places where there are living people for you to touch." At Isola, a place on the lake of Garda, he painted 2 panel pictures for the church of the Zoccolanti, and at Malsasino, a township above that same lake, he painted a very beautiful Madonna over the door of a church, and some saints within the church, at the request of Fracastoro, a very famous poet, who was much his friend. For Count Giovan Francesco Giusti, executing a subject conceived by that nobleman, he painted a young man wholly naked except for the parts of shame, and in an attitude of indecision as to whether he shall rise up or not, and on one side he had a most beautiful young woman representing Minerva, who with one hand was pointing out to him a figure of fame on high, and with the other was urging him to follow her, but Sloth and Idleness, who were behind the young man, were striving to detain him. Below these was a figure with an uncouth face, rather that of a slave and a plebeian than of one of noble blood, who had 2 great snails clinging to his elbows, and was seated on a crab, and near him was another figure with the hands full of poppies. This invention, in which are other beautiful details and fancies, was executed by Giovan Francesco with supreme diligence and love, and it serves as the headboard of a bedstead at that nobleman's lovely place near Verona, which is called St. Maria in Stella. The same master painted the whole of a little chamber with various scenes and little figures, for Count Raimondo della Torre, and since he delighted in working in relief, he executed not only models for his own purposes, and for the arrangement of draperies, but also other things of his own fancy, of which there are some to be seen in the house of his heirs, and in particular a scene in half-relief, which is not otherwise than passing good. He also executed portraits on medallions, and some are still to be seen, such as that of Guglielmo, Marquis of Montferrat, which has on the reverse a Hercules slain, with a motto that runs, Montra domat. He painted portraits of Count Raimondo della Torre, Messer Giulio his brother, and Messer Girolamo Fracastoro. But when Giovan Francesco became old, he began gradually to lose his mastery over art, as may be seen from the organ doors in St. Maria della Scala, from the panel picture of the Movi family, wherein is a deposition from the cross, and from the chapel of St. Martino and St. Anastasia. Giovan Francesco had always a great opinion of himself, and not for anything in the world would he have ever copied another man's work in his own. Now Bishop Giovan Matteo Ghiberti wished him to paint some stories of the Madonna in the great chapel of the Duomo, and had the designs for these drawn in Rome by Giulio Romano, who was very much his friend, for Ghiberti was datary to Pope Clement VII. But when the bishop had returned to Verona, Giovan Francesco would never consent to execute these designs, at which the bishop in disdain caused them to be put into execution by Francesco, called Il Moro. Giovan Francesco held an opinion, in which he was not far from the truth, that varnishing pictures spoiled them, and made them become old sooner than they otherwise would, and for this reason he used varnish in the darks while painting, together with certain purified oils. He was also the first who executed landscapes well in Verona, and wherefore there are some by his hand to be seen in that city, which are very beautiful. Finally, when 76 years of age, Giovan Francesco died the death of a good Christian, leaving his grandchildren and his brother Giovanni Carotto passing well provided. This Giovanni, after first applying himself to art under his brother, and then spending some time in Venice, had just returned to Verona when Giovan Francesco passed to the other life, and thus he took a hand with the grandchildren in inspecting the things of art that had been left to them. Among these they found a portrait of an old man in armor, very beautiful both in drawing and in color, which was the best work by the hand of Giovan Francesco that was ever seen, and likewise a little picture containing a deposition from the cross, which was presented to Signor Spitek, a man of great authority with the King of Poland, who had come at that time to some baths that are in the territory of Verona. Giovan Francesco was buried in the Madonna dell'Organo and the chapel of Saint Niccolò, which he himself had adorned with his paintings. End of section 2. Section 3 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 6. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsie, Selwyn. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 6, by Giorgio VASARI, translated by Gaston de VERE. Section 3. Lives of Fra Giocondo, Liberale, and other craftsmen of Verona, Part 3. Giovanni Carotto, brother of Giovan Francesco, although he followed the manner of the latter, yet gained less reputation in the practice of painting. This master painted the altarpiece in the above-mentioned chapel of St. Niccolò, wherein is the Madonna enthroned on clouds, and below this he placed a portrait of himself, taken from life and that of his wife Placida. He also painted some little figures of female saints for the altar of the Scioppi and the church of St. Bartolomeo, together with a portrait of Madonna Laura degli Scioppi, who had caused that chapel to be built, and who was very much celebrated by the writers of those times, no less for her virtues than for her beauty. Giovanni likewise painted a Saint Martin and a little altarpiece for Saint Giovanni in Fonte, near the Duomo, and he made a portrait of Messer Marc Antonio della Torre, who afterwards became a man of learning and gave public lectures at Padua and Pavia, as a young man, and also one of Messer Giulio, which heads are in the possession of their heirs at Verona. For the prior of St. Giorgio, he painted a picture of Our Lady, which, as a good painting, has been kept ever since, as it still is, in the chamber of the priors, and he painted another picture representing the transformation of Actaeon into a stag for the organist Brunetto, who afterwards presented it to Girolamo Cicogna, an excellent embroiderer, and engineer to Bishop Ghiberti, and it now belongs to Messer Vincenzo Cicogna, his son. Giovanni took ground plans of all the ancient buildings of Verona, with the triumphal arches and the Colosseum. These were revised by the Veronese architect Falconetto, and they were meant for the adornment of the Book of the Antiquities of Verona, which had been written after his own original research by Messer Torello Saraina, who afterwards had the book printed. This book was sent to me by Giovanni Carotto when I was in Bologna, where I was executing the work of the refectory of Saint Michele in Bosco, together with the portrait of the Reverend Father Don Cipriano da Verona, who was twice general of the monks of Monte Oliveto, and the portrait which was sent to me by Giovanni to the end that I might make use of it as I did for one of those pictures, is now in my house at Florence, with other paintings by the hands of various masters. Finally, having lived without children and without ambition, but with good means, Giovanni died at about the age of 60, full of gladness, because he saw some of his disciples, particularly Anselmo Caneri and Paolo Veronese, already in good repute. Paolo is now working in Venice, and is held to be a good master, and Anselmo has executed many works both in oils and in fresco, and in particular at the Villa Soranza on the Tesino, and in the palace of the Soranzi in Castelfranco, and also in many other places, but more at Vicenza than anywhere else. But to return to Giovanni, he was buried in St. Maria dell'Organo, where he had painted a chapel with his own hand. Francesco Turbido, called Il Moro, a painter of Verona, learned the first rudiments of art, when still quite young, from Giorgione da Castelfranco, whom he imitated ever afterwards in coloring and in softness of painting. But just when Il Moro was making progress, he came to words with I know not whom, and handled him so roughly that he was forced to leave Venice and return to Verona. There, abandoning his painting, since he was somewhat ready with his hands and associated with the young nobleman, being a person of very good breeding, he lived for a time without doing any work, and associating in this way in particular with the Counts San Bonifazi and the Counts Giusti, two illustrious families of Verona, he became so intimate with them that he lived in their houses as if he had been born in them, and what is more, no long time passed before Count Zenovello Giusti gave him a natural daughter of his own from a wife, and granted him a commodious apartment in his own house for himself, his wife, and the children that were born to them. It is said that Francesco, while living in the service of these noblemen, always carried a pencil in his pouch, and wherever he went, if only he had time, he would draw a head or something else on the walls. Wherefore the same Count Zenovello, seeing him to be so much inclined to painting, relieved him of his other duties, like the generous nobleman that he was, and made him give his whole attention to art. And since Francesco had all but forgotten everything, he placed himself, through the good offices of that patron, under Liberale, a famous painter and illuminator of that time. And thus, practicing under that master without ever ceasing, he went on making such progress from one day to another, that not only did all that he had forgotten awaken in his memory, but he also acquired in a short time as much more knowledge as sufficed to make him an able craftsman. It is true, however, that although he always held to the manner of Liberale, he yet imitated the softness and well-blended coloring of Giorgio, his first instructor, believing that the works of Liberale, while good in other respects, suffered from a certain dryness. Now Liberale, having recognized the beauty of Francesco's spirit, conceived such an affection for him that he loved him ever afterwards as a son, and when death came upon him left him heir to all his possessions. And thus, after the death of Liberale, Francesco followed in his steps and executed many works, which are dispersed among various private houses. Of those in Verona, which degree to be extolled above all others, the first is the great chapel of the Duomo, on the vaulting of which are 4 large pictures painted in fresco, wherein are the Nativity of the Madonna and the Presentation in the Temple, and in the picture in the center, which appears to recede inwards, 3 angels in the air, who are seen foreshortened from below, and are holding a crown of stars wherewith to crown the Madonna, who is in the recess in the act of ascending into heaven, accompanied by many angels, while the apostles are gazing upwards in attitudes of great variety, and these apostles are figures twice the size of life. All these pictures were executed by Il Moro after the designs of Giulio Romano, according to the wish of Bishop Giovan Matteo Ghiberti, who gave the commission for the work, and who, as has been said, was very much the friend of that same Giulio. After this, Il Moro painted the façade of the house of the Manueli, which stands on the abutment of the Ponte Nuovo, and a façade for Torello Serena, the doctor, who wrote the above-mentioned book of the Antiquities of Verona. And Furelli, likewise, he painted in fresco the principal chapel of the Abbey of Rosazo, for Bishop Giovan Matteo, who held it in commendam, and being a noble and truly religious dignitary, rebuilt it, for it had been allowed to fall completely into ruin, as such buildings are generally found to be, by those who had held it in commendam before him, attending only to the drawing of the revenues and spending not a farthing in the service of God and of the Church. Il Moro afterwards painted many works in oils at Verona and in Venice. On the outer wall of a chapel in St. Maria in Organo, he executed in fresco the figures that are still there, with the exception of the angel Michael and the angel Raphael, which are by the hand of Paolo Cavassuola. For the same chapel he painted an altarpiece in oils, wherein he made a portrait of Messer Jacopo Fontani, who gave the commission for the work, in a figure of St. James, in addition to the Madonna and other very beautiful figures. And in a large semicircle above that altarpiece, occupying the whole width of the chapel, he painted the Transfiguration of our Lord, and the Apostles beneath, which were held to be among the best figures that he ever executed. For the chapel of the Bombardieri and Saint Euphemia, he painted an altarpiece with Saint Barbara in the heavens in the center, and a Saint Anthony below, with his hand on his beard, which is a most beautiful head, and on the other side a Saint Rocco, which is also held to be a very good figure, whence this work is rightly looked upon as one executed with supreme diligence and unity of coloring. And a picture on the altar of the Santificazione in the Madonna della Scala, he painted a Saint Sebastian, in competition with Paolo Cavassuola, who executed a Saint Rocco in another picture, and he afterwards painted an altarpiece that was taken to Bagolino, a place in the mountains of Brescia. Il Moro executed many portraits, and his heads are in truth beautiful to a marvel, and very good likenesses of those whom they were meant to represent. At Verona he executed a portrait of Count Francesco San Bonifacio, who, on account of the length of his body, was called the Long Count, with that of one of the Franchi, which was an amazing head. He also painted the portrait of Messer Girolamo Verita, which remained unfinished because Il Moro was inclined to be dilatory in his work, and this, still unfinished, is in the possession of the sons of that good nobleman. Among many other portraits, likewise, he executed one of the Venetian Monsignor de Martini, a knight of Rhodes, and to the same man he sold a head of marvelous beauty and excellence, which he had painted many years before as a portrait of a Venetian gentleman, the son of one who was then captain in Verona. This head, though the avarice of the Venetian, who never paid him, was left in the hands of Francesco, and he disposed of it to Monsignor de Martini, who had the Venetian dress changed into that of a shepherd or herdsman. It is as rare a portrait as ever issued from the hand of any craftsman, and it is now in that house of the heirs of the same Monsignor de Martini, where it is rightly held in vast veneration. In Venice he painted a portrait of Messer Alessandro Contarini, procurator of St. Mark and proveditore of the forces, and one of Messer Michel San Michel for one of Messer Michel's dearest friends, who took the portrait to Orvieto. And it is said that he executed another of the same architect, Messer Michel, which is now in the possession of Messer Paolo Ramusio, the son of Messer Giovanni Battista. He also painted a portrait of Fracastoro, a very famous poet, at the instance of Monsignor Ghiberti, by whom it was sent to Giovio, who placed it in his museum. Il Moro executed many other works, of which there is no need to make mention, although they are all well worthy of remembrance, because he was as diligent a colorist as any master that lived in his day, and because he bestowed much time and labor on his work. So great indeed was his diligence that it brought upon him more blame than praise, as may also be seen at times to happen to others, for the reason that he accepted any commission and took the earnest money from every patron, and trusted to the will of God to finish the work. And if he did this in his youth, everyone may imagine what he must have done in his last years, when to his natural slowness there was added to that which old age brings in its train. By this method of procedure he brought upon himself more entanglements and annoyances than he cared for, and Messer Michel San Michel, therefore, moved by compassion for him, took him into his house in Venice, and treated him like a friend and man of talent. Finally, having been invited back to Verona by his former patrons, the Counts Giusti, Il Moro died among them in their beautiful palace of St. Maria and Stella, and was buried in the church of that villa, being accompanied to his tomb by all those loving noblemen, and even laid to rest with extraordinary affection by their own hands, for they loved him as a father, since they had all been born and brought up while he was living in their house. In his youth, Il Moro was very courageous and agile in body, and handled all kinds of arms with great skill. He was most faithful to his friends and patrons, and he showed spirit in all his actions. His most intimate friends were the architect Messer Michel San Michel, Danese da Carrara, an excellent sculptor, and the very reverend and most learned Fra Marco de' Medici, who often went after his studies to sit with him, watching him at work and discoursing lovingly with him in order to refresh his mind when he was weary with labor. A disciple and son-in-law of Il Moro, who had 2 daughters, was Battista de Agnolo, who was afterwards called Battista del Moro. This master, although he had his hands full for a time with the complications of the inheritance that Il Moro bequeathed to him, has yet executed many works which are not otherwise than passing good. In Verona he has painted a Saint John the Baptist in the church of the nuns of Saint Giuseppe, and in the tramezzo of Saint Euphemia, above the altar of Saint Paolo, a scene in fresco showing the latter saint presenting himself to Ananias after being converted by Christ, which work, although he executed it when still a lad, is much extolled. For the nobles, Counts Canosi, he painted 2 apartments, and in a hall 2 friezes with battle pieces, which are very beautiful and praised by everyone. In Venice he painted the facade of a house near the Carmine, a work of no great size, but much extolled, in which he executed a figure of Venice crowned and seated upon a lion, the device of that republic. For Camillo Trevisano he painted the facade of his house at Murano, and in company with his son Marco, he decorated the inner court with very beautiful scenes in chiaroscuro, and in competition with Paolo Veronese, he painted a large chamber in the same house, which proved to be so beautiful that it brought him much honor and profit. The same master has also executed many works in miniature, of which the most recent is a very beautiful drawing of Saint Eustachio adoring Christ, who has appeared to him between the horns of a deer, with 2 dogs near him, which could not be more excellent, in a landscape full of trees, receding and fading away little by little into the distance, which is an exquisite thing. This drawing has been very highly praised by the many persons who have seen it, and particularly by Danese da Carrara, who saw it when he was in Verona, carrying out the work of the chapel of the Signori Fregosi, which is one of rare distinction among all the number that are in Italy at the present day. Danese, I say, having seen this drawing, was lost in astonishment at its beauty, and exhorted the above-mentioned Fra Marco de' Medici, his old and particular friend, not for anything in the world to let it slip through his hands, but to contrive to place it among the other choice examples of all the arts in his possession. Whereupon Battista, having heard that Fra Marco desired it, and knowing of his friendship with his father-in-law, gave it to him, almost forcing him to accept it in the presence of Danese. Nor was that good father ungrateful to him for so much courtesy. However, since that same Battista and his son Marco are alive and still at work, I shall say nothing more of them for the present. Il Moro had another disciple called Orlando Fiacco, who has become a good master and a very able painter of portraits, as may be seen from the many that he has painted, all very beautiful and most lifelike. He made a portrait of Cardinal Carafa when he was returning from Germany, which he took secretly by torchlight, while the cardinal was at supper in the Vescovado of Verona, and this was such a faithful likeness that it could not have been improved. He also painted a very lifelike portrait of the Cardinal of Lorraine, when, coming from the Council of Trent, he passed through Verona on his return to Rome, and likewise portraits of the 2 bishops Lippomani of Verona, Luigi the uncle and Agostino the nephew, which Count Giovan Battista della Torre now has in a little apartment. Other portraits that he painted were those of Messer Adamo Fumani, a canon and a very learned gentleman of Verona, of Messer Vincenzio de' Medici of Verona, and of his consort, Madonna Isotta, in the guise of St. Helen, and of their grandson, Messer Niccolo. He has likewise executed portraits of Count Antonio della Torre, of Count Girolamo Canosi, and his brothers Count Lodovico and Count Paolo of Signor Astore Baglioni, Captain General of all the light cavalry of Venice and Governor of Verona, the latter clad in white armor and most beautiful in aspect, and of his consort, Signora Ginevra Salviati. In like manner he has portrayed the eminent architect Palladio and many others, and he still continues at work, wishing to become in the art of painting as true an Orlando as once was that great paladin of France. End of section 3. Section 4 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsie, Selwyn. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 6, by Giorgio Vasari. Translated by Gaston de VERE. Section 4. Lives of Fra Giocondo, Liberale, and other craftsmen of Verona, Part 4. In Verona, where an extraordinary degree of attention has been given to design ever since the death of Fra Giocondo, there have flourished at all times men excellent in painting and architecture, as will now be seen in addition to what has been observed hitherto in the lives of Francesco Monsignori, of Domenico Morone, and his son Francesco, of Paolo Cavosola, of the architect Falconello, and lastly of the miniaturists Francesco and Girolamo. Francesco Monsignori, the son of Alberto, was born at Verona in the year 1455, and when he was well grown, he was advised by his father, who had always delighted in painting, although he had not practiced it save for his own pleasure, to give his attention to design. Having therefore gone to Mantua to seek out Mantegna, who was then working in that city, he exerted himself in such a manner, being fired by the fame of his instructor, that no long time passed before Francesco II, Marquis of Mantua, who found an extraordinary delight in painting, took him into his own service, and in the year 1487 he gave him a house for his habitation in Mantua, and assigned him an honorable provision. For these benefits Francesco was not ungrateful, for he always served that lord with supreme fidelity and lovingness, whence the Marquis came to love and favor him more and more every day, insomuch that he could not leave the city without having Francesco in his train, and was once heard to say that Francesco was as dear to him as the state itself. Francesco painted many works for that lord in his palace of St. Sebastiano at Mantua, and also in the Castello di Gonzaga, and in the beautiful palace of Marmiolo, without the city. In the latter, Francesco had finished painting in the year 1499, after a vast number of other pictures, some triumphs, and many portraits of gentlemen of the court, and on Christmas Eve, on which day he had finished those works, the Marquis presented to him an estate of 100 fields, in the territory of Mantua, at a place called La Morzotta, with a mansion, garden, meadows, and other things of great beauty and convenience. He was most excellent at taking portraits from life, and the Marquis caused him to paint many portraits of himself, of his sons, and of many other lords of the house of Gonzaga, which were sent to France and Germany as presents for the various princes. And many of these portraits are still in Mantua, such as those of the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, of Doge Barbiogo of Venice, of Francesco Sforza, Duke of Milan, of Massimiliano, also Duke of Milan, who died in France, of the Emperor Maximilian, of Signor Ercole Gonzaga, who afterwards became a cardinal, of his brother Duke Federigo, then a young man, of Signor Giovan Francesco Gonzaga, of Messer Andrea Mantegna, the painter, and of many others, of all which Francesco preserved copies drawn on paper in chiaroscuro, which are now in the possession of his heirs at Mantua. Above the pulpit of St. Francesco de Zoccolanti, in the same city, is a picture that he painted of St. Louise and St. Bernardino, holding a large circle that contains the name of Jesus, and in the refectory of those friars there is a picture on canvas as large as the whole of the head wall, of the Saviour in the midst of the 12 apostles, painted in perspective and all very beautiful, and executed with many proofs of consideration. Among them is the traitor Judas, with a face wholly different from those of the others, and in a strange attitude, and the others are all gazing intently at Jesus, who is speaking to them, being near his passion. On the right hand of this work is a Saint Francis of the Slides of Life, a very beautiful figure, the countenance of which is the very presentiment of that sanctity which was peculiar to that most saintly man, and he is presenting to Christ the Marquis Francesco, who is kneeling at his feet, portrayed from life, in a long coat, pleated and worked with a curly pattern, according to the fashion of those times, and embroidered with white crosses, perchance because he may have been at that time captain of the Venetians. And in front of the Marquis is a portrait, with hands clasped, of his eldest son, who was then a very beautiful boy, and afterwards became Duke Federigo. On the other side is painted a Saint Bernardino, equal in excellence to the figure of Saint Francis, and likewise presenting to Christ the brother of the Marquis, Cardinal Sigismondo Gonzaga, a very beautiful kneeling figure robed in the habit of a cardinal, with the roche, which is also a portrait for life, and in front of that cardinal is a portrait of Signora Leonora, the daughter of the same Marquis, who was then a girl and afterwards became Duchess of Urbino. This whole work is held by the most excellent painters to be a marvelous thing. The same master painted a picture of Saint Sebastian, which was afterwards placed in the Madonna delle Grazie, without the city of Mantua, and to this he devoted extraordinary pains, copying many things in it from the life. It is related that the Marquis, going one day while Francesco was executing this picture to see him at work, as he used often to do, said to him, "Francesco, you must take some fine figure as your model in painting this saint." To which Francesco answered, "I am using as my model a porter with a very handsome figure, whom I bind in a fashion of my own in order to make the work natural." "But the limbs of the saint of yours," rejoined the Marquis, "are not true to life, for they have not the appearance of being strained by force or by that fear which one would expect in a man bound and shot with arrows. And by your leave I will undertake to show you what you ought to do in order to make this figure perfect." "Nay, but I beg you to do it, my lord," said Francesco, and the Marquis added, "When you have your porter bound here, send for me, and I will show you what you must do." The next day, therefore, when Francesco had the porter bound in the manner that he wished, he sent a secret summons to the Marquis, but without knowing what he intended to do, and the Marquis, bursting out of a neighboring room in great fury with a loaded crossbow in his hand, rushed towards the porter, crying out at the top of his voice, "Traitor, prepare to die! At last I have caught thee as I would have thee!" and other such words, which hearing, the wretched porter, thinking himself as good as dead, struggled in a frenzy of terror with the ropes wherewith he was bound, and made frantic efforts to break them, thus truly representing one about to be shot with arrows, and revealing fear in his face and the horror of death in his strained and distorted limbs as he sought to escape from his peril. This done, the Marquis said to Francesco, "There he is in the state that he ought to be, the rest is for you to do," which the painter, having well considered, made his figure as perfect as could be imagined. Francesco painted in the Gonzaga Palace, besides many others, the election of the first lords of Mantua, with the jousts that were held on the Piazza di St. Piero, which is seen there in perspective, when the Grand Turk sent one of his men with a most beautiful dog, a bow, and a quiver as presents for the Marquis. The latter caused the dog, the Turk who had brought it, and the other things to be painted in the same Gonzaga Palace. And this done, wishing to see whether the painted dog were truly lifelike, he had one of his own dogs, of a breed very hostile to the Turkish dog, brought to the place where the other one stood on a pedestal, painted in the imitation of stone. The living dog, then, arriving there, had no sooner seen the painted one than, precisely as if it had been a living animal, and the very one for whom he had a mortal hatred, he broke loose from his keeper and rushed at it with such vehemence in order to bite it that he struck his head full against the wall and dashed it all to pieces. Another story is told by persons who were present at the scene of a little picture by the hand of Francesco, little more than 2 span in height, and belonging to his nephew Benedetto Baroni, in which is a Madonna painted in oils from the breast upwards, and almost life-size, and lower down in the corner of the picture, the child, seen from the shoulders up, with one arm uplifted, and in the act of caressing his mother. It is related, I say, that when the emperor was master of Verona, Don Alfonso of Castile and Alarcon, a very famous captain, happened to be in that city on behalf of his majesty and the Catholic king, and that these lords, being in the house of the Veronese Count Lodovico da Sesso, said that they had a great desire to see that picture, whereupon it was sent for, and one evening they were standing contemplating it in a good light, and admiring its masterly workmanship, when Signora Caterina, the wife of the Count, entered into the room where those noblemen were, together with one of her sons, who had on his wrist one of those green birds, called in Verona terrazzani, because they make their nests on the ground, which learn to perch on the wrist, like hawks. It happened then, that while she stood with the others contemplating the picture, the bird, seeing the extended arm and wrist of the painted child, flew to perch upon it, but not having been able to find a hold on the surface of the painting, and having therefore fallen to the ground, it twice returned to settle on the wrist of that painted child, precisely as if it had been one of those living children who were always holding it on their wrists, at which those noblemen, being amazed, offered to pay a great price to Benedetto for the picture, if only he would give it to them, but it was not possible by any means to wrest it from him. Not long afterwards the same persons planned to have it stolen from him on the day of the festival of St. Biagio, in St. Nazaro, but the owner was informed of this, and their design did not succeed. For St. Paolo, in Verona, Francesco painted a panel picture in gouache, which is very beautiful, and another, also most beautiful, for the chapel of the Bandian St. Bernardino. In Mantua he executed for Verona a picture with 2 most lovely nudes of the Madonna in the sky, with the child in her arms, and some angels, all marvelous figures, which is in the chapel where St. Biagio is buried in the Blackfriars Church of St. Nazaro. Francesco was a man of saintly life and the enemy of every vice, insomuch that he would never on any account paint licentious works, although he was very often entreated to do so by the Marquis, and equal to him in goodness were his brothers, as will be related in the proper place. Finally, being old and suffering in the bladder, Francesco, with the leave of the Marquis and by the advice of the physicians, went with his wife and many servants to the baths of Caldero in the territory of Verona to take the waters. There one day, after he had drunk the water, he allowed himself to be overcome by drowsiness, and slept a little, being indulged in this by his wife out of compassion. Whereupon, a violent fever having come upon him in consequence of his sleeping, which is a deadly thing for one who has just taken that water, he finished the course of his life on the 2nd day of July, 1519, which having been reported to the Marquis, he straightway sent orders by a courier that the body of Francesco should be brought to Mantua. This was done, although it gave a little pleasure to the people of Verona, and he was laid to rest with great honor in the burial place of the Compagnia Segreta and St. Francesco at Mantua. Francesco lived to the age of 64, and the portrait of him which belongs to Messer Fermo was executed when he was 50. Many compositions were written in his praise, and he was mourned by all who knew him as a virtuous and saintly man, which he was. He had for wife Madonna Francesca Gioacchini of Verona, but he had no children. The eldest of his 3 brothers was called Monsignore, and he, being a person of culture and learning, received offices with good salaries in Mantua from the Marquis, on account of that nobleman's love of Francesco. He lived to the age of 80 and left children, who keep the family of the Monsignori alive in Mantua. Another brother of Francesco had the name of Girolamo when in the world, and of Fra Cherubino among the Frati Zoccolanti di San Francesco, and he was a very beautiful calligrapher and illuminator. The third, who was a friar of Saint Dominic and Observantine, and was called Fra Girolamo, chose out of humility to become a lay brother. He was not only a man of good and holy life, but also a passing good painter, as may be seen in the Convent of Saint Domenico in Mantua, where, besides other works, he executed a most beautiful Last Supper in the refectory, with the Passion of Christ, which remained unfinished on account of his death. The same friar painted the beautiful Last Supper that is in the refectory of the very rich abbey, which the monks of Saint Benedict possess in the territory of Mantua. And Saint Domenico, he painted the altar of the Rosary, and in the convent of Saint Anastasia in Verona he painted in fresco the Madonna, Saint Remigio the bishop, and Saint Anastasia, with the Madonna, Saint Dominic, and Saint Thomas Aquinas, all executed with mastery on a little arch over the second door of entrance in the second cloister. Fra Girolamo was a person of great simplicity, wholly indifferent to the things of the world. He lived in the country at a farm belonging to his convent, in order to avoid all noise and disturbance, and the money sent to him in return for his works, which he used for buying colors and such like things, he kept in a box without a cover, hung from the ceiling in the middle of his chamber, so that all who wished could take them, and in order not to have the trouble of thinking every day what he was to eat, he used to cook a pot of beans every Monday to last him the whole work. When the plague came to Mantua and the sick were abandoned by all, as happens in such cases, Fra Girolamo, with no other motive but the purest love, would never desert the poor plague-stricken monks, and even tended them all day long with his own hands, and thus careless of his life for the love of God, he became infected with that malady and died at the age of 60, to the great grief of all who knew him. But to return to Francesco Monsignori, he painted a life-size portrait, which I forgot to mention above, of Count Ercole Giusti of Verona, in a robe of cloth of gold, such as he was wont to wear, and this is a very beautiful likeness, as may be seen in the house of his son Count Giusto. Domenico Morone, who was born at Verona about the year 1430, learned the art of painting from some masters who were disciples of Stefano, and from works by the same Stefano, by Jacopo Bellini, by Pisano, and by others, which he saw and copied. Saying nothing of the many pictures that he executed after the manner of those times, which are now in monasteries and private houses, I begin by recording that he painted in chiaroscuro with terretta verde the facade of a house belonging to the city of Verona, on the square called the Piazza dei Signori, and in this may be seen many ornamental friezes and scenes from ancient history, with a very beautiful arrangement of figures and costumes of bygone days. But the best work to be seen by the hand of this master is the leading Christ to the cross, with a multitude of figures and horses, which is in Saint Bernardino, on the wall above the chapel of the Monte di Pieta, for which Liberale painted the picture of the Deposition with the weeping angels. The same Domenico received a commission to paint the chapel that is next to that one, both within and without, at great expense and with a lavish use of gold, from the Chevalier Messer Niccolò de' Medici, who was considered to be the richest man of his day in Verona, and who spent great sums of money on other pious works, being a man who was inclined to this by nature. This gentleman, after he had built many monasteries and churches, and had left scarcely any place in that city where he had not executed some noble and costly work to the honor of God, chose as his burial place the chapel mentioned above, for the ornamentation of which he availed himself of Domenico, at that time more famous than any other painter in that city, Liberale being in Siena. Domenico then painted in the interior of this chapel the miracles of Saint Anthony of Padua, to whom it is dedicated, and portrayed the Chevalier in an old man with shaven face and white hair, without any cap, and wearing a long gown of cloth of gold, such as chevaliers used to wear in those times. All this, for a work in fresco, is very well designed and executed. Then in certain medallions in the outer vaulting, which is all overlaid with gold, he painted the 4 evangelists, and on the pilasters, both within and without, he executed figures of saints, among which are Saint Elizabeth of the 3rd Order of Saint Francis, Saint Helen, and Saint Catherine, which are very beautiful figures and much extolled for the draughtsmanship, coloring, and grace. This work then can bear witness to the talent of Domenico and to the magnificent liberality of that chevalier. Domenico died very old and was buried in St. Bernardino, wherein are the works by his hand described above, leaving his son Francesco Morone, heir to his property and his talents. This Francesco, who learned the first principles of art from his father, afterwards exerted himself in such a manner that in a short time he became a much better master than his father had been, as the works that he executed in emulation of those of his father clearly demonstrate. Below his father's work, on the altar of the Monte and the aforesaid church of St. Bernardino, Francesco painted in oils the folding doors that enclose the altarpiece of Liberale, on the inner side of which he depicted in one the Virgin, and in the other St. John the Evangelist, both life-size figures with great beauty in the faces, which are weeping in the draperies in every other part. In the same chapel, at the foot of the face of that wall which serves as head wall to the tramesso, he painted the miracle that our Lord performed with the 5 loaves and 2 fishes, which satisfied the multitude, and in this are many beautiful figures and many portraits from life, but most of all is praise given to a St. John the Evangelist, who is very slender and has his back partly turned towards the spectator. He then executed in the same place, beside the altarpiece and the vacant spaces on the wall against which it rests, a St. Louis, bishop and friar of St. Francis, and another figure with some heads in foreshortening and a sunk medallion on the vaulting. All these works are much extolled by the painters of Verona, and for the altar of the cross, on which are so many painted pictures, between that chapel and the chapel of the Medici, in the same church he executed a picture which is in the centre above all others, containing Christ on the cross, the Madonna, and St. John, and very beautiful. And another picture, which is above that of Corotto, on the left-hand side of the same altar he painted our Lord washing the feet of the apostles, who are seen in various attitudes, in which work, so men say, this painter made a portrait of himself in the figure of one who was serving Christ by bringing water. For the chapel of the Aemili, in the Duomo, Francesco executed a St. James and a St. John, one on either side of Christ, who was bearing his cross, and the beauty and excellence of these 2 figures leave nothing to be desired. The same master executed many works in Lonico, in an abbey of monks of Monte Oliveto, whither great multitudes flock together to adore a figure of the Madonna, which performs many miracles in that place. Afterwards, Francesco, being very much the friend, and as it were the brother of Girolamo dai Libri, the painter and illuminator, they undertook to paint in company the organ doors of Saint Maria in Organo, a church of monks of Monte Oliveto, and one of these, on the outer side, Francesco painted a Saint Benedict clothed in white, and Saint John the Evangelist, and on the inner side the prophets Daniel and Isaiah with 2 little angels in the air, and a ground all full of very beautiful landscapes. And then he executed the great altarpiece of the altar of the Muleta, painting therein a Saint Peter and a Saint John, which are little more than 1 braccio in height, but wrought so well and with such diligence that they have the appearance of miniatures. The carvings of this work were executed by Fra Giovanni da Verona, a master of tarsia and carving. In the same place, on the wall of the choir, Francesco painted 2 scenes in fresco, one of our Lord riding on an ass into Jerusalem, and the other of his prayer in the garden, wherein, on one side, is the armed multitude coming to take him, guided by Judas. But more beautiful than all the rest is the vaulted sacristy, which is all painted by the same master, excepting only the Saint Antony being scourged by demons, which is said to be by the hand of his father, Domenico. In this sacristy, then, besides the Christ and some little angels that are seen in foreshortening on the vaulting, he painted in the lunettes, 2 in each niche, and robed in their pontifical vestments the various popes who have been exalted to the pontificate from the order of Saint Benedict. Round the sacristy, below the lunettes of the vaulting, is drawn a frieze 4 feet high and divided into compartments, whereon are painted in the monastic habit various emperors, kings, dukes, and other princes, who have abandoned the states and principalities that they ruled and have become monks. And these figures Francesco made portraits from life of many of the monks who had their habitation or a temporary abode in that monastery, the while that he was working there, and among them are portraits of many novices and other monks of every kind, which are heads of great beauty and executed with much diligence. In truth, by reason of these ornaments, that was then the most beautiful sacristy that there was in all Italy, since, in addition to the beauty of the room, which is of considerable size and well proportioned, and the pictures described above, which are also very beautiful, there is, at the foot of the walls, a range of panelled seats adorned with fine perspective views, so well executed in tarsian carving, that there is no work to be seen of those times, and perchance even of our own, that is much better. For Fra Giovanni da Verona, who executed this work, was most excellent in that art, as was said in the life of Raffaello da Urbino, and as is demonstrated not only by his many other works in the houses of his order, but also by those that are in the Papal Palace at Rome, in Monte Oliveto di Giurusuri, in the territory of Siena, and in other places. But those of this sacristy are the best of all the works that Fra Giovanni ever executed, for the reason that it may be said that in them he surpassed himself by as much as he excelled in the rest every other master. Among other things, Fra Giovanni carved for this place a candelabrum, more than 14 feet in height to hold the paschal candle, all made of walnut wood, and wrought with such extraordinary patience that I do not believe that there is a better work of the same kind to be seen. But to return to Francesco. He painted for the same church the panel piece which is in the chapel of the Counts Giusti, in which he depicted the Madonna with St. Augustine and St. Martin in pontifical robes, and in the cloister he executed a deposition from the cross, which the Maries and other saints works in frescoes, which are much extolled in Verona. In the church of the Vittoria he painted the chapel of the Fumanelli, which is below the wall that supports the choir which was built by the Chevalier Messer Niccolo de' Medici, and a Madonna in fresco in the cloister, and afterwards he painted a portrait from life of Messer Antonio Fumanelli, a physician very famous for the works written by him in connection with his profession. He painted in fresco also on a house, which is seen on the left hand as one crosses the Ponte delle Navi on the way to St. Paolo, a Madonna with many saints, which is held to be a very beautiful work, both in design and in coloring, and on the house of the Sparvieri in the Bra, opposite to the garden of the Friars of St. Fermo, he painted another like it. Francesco painted a number of other works, of which there is no need to make mention, since the best have been described. Let it suffice to say that he gave grace, unity, and good design to his pictures, with a coloring as vivid and pleasing as that of any other painter. Francesco lived 55 years, and died on May 16, 1529. He chose to be carried to his tomb in the habit of a friar of St. Francis, and he was buried in St. Domenico beside his father. He was so good a man, so religious, and so exemplary, that there was never heard to issue from his mouth any word that was otherwise than seemly. A disciple of Francesco, and much more able than his master, was the Veronese Paolo Cavasuola, who executed many works in Verona. I say in Verona because it is not known that he ever worked in any other place. In St. Nazaro, a seat of Blackfriars at Verona, he painted many works in fresco, near those of his master Francesco, but these were all thrown to the ground when the church was rebuilt by the pious munificence of the Reverend Father Don Mauro Lonici, a nobleman of Verona and abbot of that monastery. On the old house of the Fumanelli and the Via del Paradiso, Paolo painted likewise in fresco the Sibyl showing to Augustus our Lord in the heavens, and the arms of his mother, which work is beautiful enough for one of the first that he executed. On the outer side of the chapel of the Fontani and Saint Maria in Organo, he painted also in fresco 2 angels, namely Saint Michael and Saint Raphael. In the street into which there opens the chapel of the angel Raphael and Saint Euphemia, over a window that gives light to a recess in the staircase of that chapel, he painted the angel Raphael, and with him Tobias, whom he guided on his journey, which was a very beautiful little work. And in Saint Bernardino, in a round picture over the door where there is the bell, he painted a Saint Bernardino in fresco, and in another round picture on the same wall, but lower down and above the entrance to a confessional, is Saint Francis, which is beautiful and well executed, as also the Saint Bernardino. These are all the works that Paolo is known to have painted in fresco. As for his works in oil, he painted a picture of Saint Rocco for the altar of the Santificazione in the church of the Madonna della Scala, in emulation of the Saint Sebastian which Il Moro painted for the other side of the same place, which Saint Rocco is a very beautiful figure. But the best pictures that this painter ever executed are in Saint Bernardino, where all the large pictures that are on the altar of the cross around the principal altarpiece are by his hand, excepting that with the Christ crucified, the Madonna, and Saint John, which is above all the others, and is by the hand of his master Francesco. Beside it in the upper part are 2 large pictures by the hand of Paolo, in one of which is Christ being scourged at the column, and in the other his coronation, painted with many figures somewhat more than life-size. And the principal picture, which is lower down in the first range, he painted a deposition from the cross, with the Madonna, the Magdalene, St. John, Nicodemus, and Joseph, and he made a portrait of himself so good that it has the appearance of life. And one of these figures, a young man with a red beard, who is near the tree of the cross, with a coif on his head, such as it was in the custom to wear at that time. On the right-hand side is a picture by Paolo of our Lord in the garden, with the 3 disciples near him, and on the left-hand side is another of Christ, with a cross on his shoulder, being led to Mount Calvary. The excellence of these works, which stand out strongly in comparison with those by the hand of his master, that are in the same place, will always give Paolo a place among the best craftsmen. On the base he painted some saints from the breast upwards, which are all portraits from life. The first figure, wearing the habit of St. Francis and representing a Beato, is a portrait of Fra Girolamo Recalci, a noble Veronese. The figure beside the first, painted to represent St. Bonaventura, is the portrait of Fra Bonaventura Recalci, brother of the aforesaid Fra Girolamo, and the head of St. Joseph is the portrait of a steward of the Marchesi Malspini, who had been charged at that time by the Company of the Cross to see to the execution of this work. All these heads are very beautiful. For the same church, Paolo painted the altarpiece of the chapel of St. Francesco, in which work, the last that he executed, he surpassed himself. There are in it 6 figures larger than life, one being St. Elizabeth of the 3rd order of St. Francis, who is a most beautiful figure with a smiling air and a gracious countenance, and with her lap full of roses, and she seems to be rejoicing at the sight of the bread that she, great lady as she was, had been carrying to the poor, turned by a miracle of God into roses, in token that her humble charity in thus ministering to the poor with her own hands was acceptable to God. This figure is a portrait of a widowed lady of the Sacchi family. Among the other figures are St. Bonaventura the Cardinal and St. Louis the Bishop, both friars of St. Francis. Near these are St. Louis, King of France, St. Eleazar in a grey habit, and St. Ivo in the habit of a priest. Then there is the Madonna on a cloud above them all, with St. Francis and other figures round her. But it is said that these are not by the hand of Paolo, but by that of a friend who helped him execute the picture, and it is evident, indeed, that these figures are not equal in excellence to those beneath. And in this picture is a portrait from life of Madonna Caterina de' Sacchi, who gave the commission for the work. Now Paolo, having set his heart on becoming great and famous, made to this end such immoderate exertions that he fell ill and died at the early age of 31, at the very moment that he was beginning to give proofs of what might be expected from him at a riper age. It is certain that Paolo, if fortune had not crossed him at the height of his activity, would without a doubt have attained to the highest, best, and greatest honors that could be desired by a painter. His loss, therefore, grieved not only by his friends, but all men of talent and every one who knew him, and all the more because he had been a young man of excellent character, untainted by a single vice. He was buried in St. Paolo, after making himself immortal by the beautiful works that he left behind him. End of section 4. Section 5 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 6. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsie Selwyn. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 6, by Giorgio VASARI. Translated by Gaston de VERE. Section 5. Lives of Fra Giocondo, Liberale, and other craftsmen of Verona, Part 5. Stefano Veronese, a very rare painter in his day, as has been related, had a brother German called Giovanni Antonio, who, although he learned to paint from that same Stefano, nevertheless did not become anything more than a mediocre painter, as may be seen from his works, of which there is no need to make mention. To this Giovanni Antonio was born a son called Jacopo, who likewise became a painter of commonplace works, and to Jacopo was born Giovan Maria, called Falsonetto, whose life we are about to write, and Giovanni Antonio. The latter, devoting himself to painting, executed many works at Rovereto, a very famous township in the Trentino, and many pictures at Verona, which are dispersed among the houses of private citizens. He also painted many works in the valley of the Adige above Verona, and a panel picture of St. Nicholas with many animals at Sacco, opposite to Rovereto, with many others, after which he finally died at Rovereto, where he had gone to live. This master was particularly excellent in making animals and fruits, of which many very beautiful drawings executed in miniature were taken to France by the Veronese Mondella, and many of them were given by Agnolo, the son of Giovanni Antonio, to Messer Girolamo Leoni, a Venetian gentleman of noble spirit. But to come at last to Giovan Maria, the brother of Giovanni Antonio. He learned the rudiments of painting from his father, whose manner he rendered no little better and grander, although even he was not a painter of much reputation, as is evident from the chapels of the Maffei and of the Emilii in the Duomo of Verona, from the upper part of the cupola of St. Nazaro, and from works in other places. This master, recognizing the little value of his work in painting, and delighting beyond measure in architecture, set himself with great diligence to study and draw all the antiquities in his native city of Verona. He then resolved to visit Rome and to learn architecture from its marvelous remains, which are the true masters, and he made his way to that city and stayed there 12 whole years. That time he spent, for the most part, in examining and drawing all those marvelous antiquities, searching out in every place all the ground plans that he could see and all the measurements that he could find. Nor did he leave anything in Rome, either buildings or their members, such as cornices, capitals, and columns of whatsoever order, that he did not draw with his own hand, with all the measurements. And he also drew all the sculptures which were discovered in those times, insomuch that when he returned to his own country, after those 12 years, he was rich in all the treasures of his art. And not content with the things in the city of Rome itself, he drew all that was good and beautiful in the whole of the Roman Campagna, going even as far as the kingdom of Naples, the duchy of Spoleto, and other parts. It is said that Giovan Maria, being poor and therefore having little wherewith to live or to maintain himself in Rome, used to spend 2 or 3 days every week in assisting some painter with his work, and with his earnings, since at that time masters were well paid and living was cheap, he was able to live the other days of the week pursuing the studies of architecture. Thus, then, he drew all those antiquities as if they were complete, reconstructing them in his drawings from the parts and members that he saw, from which he imagined all the other parts of the buildings, and all their perfection and integrity, and all with such true measurements and proportions that he could not make an error in a single detail. Having returned to Verona and finding no opportunity of exercising himself in architecture, since his native city was in the throes of a change of government, Giovan Maria gave his attention for the time to painting and executed many works. On the house of the Della Torre family, he painted a large escutcheon crowned by some trophies, and for 2 German noblemen, consulars of the Emperor Maximilian, he executed in fresco some scenes from the scriptures on a wall of the little church of St. Giorgio, and painted their life-size portraits of those 2 Germans, one kneeling on one side and one on the other. He executed a number of works at Mantua for Signor Luigi Gonzaga, and some others at Osimo in the March of Ancona. And while the city of Verona was under the emperor, he painted the imperial arms on all the public buildings, and received for this from the emperor a good salary and a patent of privilege, from which it may be seen that many favors and exemptions were granted to him, both on account of his good service in matters of art, and because he was a man of great spirit, brave and formidable in the use of arms, with which he might likewise be expected to give valiant and faithful service, and all the more because he drew after him, on account of the great credit that he had with his neighbors, the whole mass of the people who lived in the Borgo di San Zeno, a very populous part of the city, in which he had been born and had taken a wife from the family of the Provali. For these reasons, then, he had all the inhabitants of his district as his following, and was called throughout the city by no other name but that of the Red Head of San Zeno. Now, when the city again changed its government and returned to the rule of its ancient masters, the Venetians, Giovan Maria, being known as one who had served the party of the emperor, was forced to seek safety in flight, and he went therefore to Trento, where he passed some time painting certain pictures. Finally, however, when matters had mended, he made his way to Padua, where he was first received in audience, and then much favored by the very reverend Monsignor Bembo, who presented him not long afterwards to the illustrious Messer Luigi Cornaro, a Venetian gentleman of lofty spirit and truly regal mind, as is proved by his many magnificent enterprises. This gentleman, who in addition to his other truly noble qualities, delighted in the study of architecture, the knowledge of which is worthy of no matter how great a prince, had therefore read the works of Vitruvius, Leon Battista Alberti, and others who have written on the subject, and he wished to put what he had learned into practice. And when he saw the designs of Falconetto, and perceived with what profound knowledge he spoke of these matters, and rendered clear all the difficulties that can arise through the variety of the orders of architecture, he conceived such a love for him that he took him into his own house, and kept him there as an honored guest for 21 years, which was the whole of the rest of Giovan Maria's life. During this time, Falconetto executed many works with the help of the same Messer Luigi. The latter, desiring to see the antiquities of Rome on the spot, even as he had seen them in the drawings of Giovan Maria, went to Rome, taking him with him, and there he devoted himself to examining everything minutely, having him always in his company. After they had returned to Padua, a beginning was made with building, from the design and model of Falconetto, that most beautiful and ornate loggia, which is in the house of the Cornari, near the Santo, and the palace was to be erected next, after the model made by Messer Luigi himself. In this loggia, the name of Giovan Maria is carved on a pilaster. The same architect built a very large and magnificent Doric portal for the palace of the captain of that place, and this portal is much praised by everyone as a work of great purity. He also erected 2 very beautiful gates for the city, one of which, called the Porta di St. Giovanni, and leading to Vincenza, is very fine and commodious for the soldiers who guard it, and the other, which is very well designed, was called the Porta Savonarola. He made likewise for the friars of St. Dominic the design and model of the church of St. Maria delle Grazie, and laid the foundations. And this work, as may be seen from the model, is so beautiful and well designed that one of equal size to rival it has perhaps never been seen up to our own day in any other place. And by the same master was made the model of a most superb palace for Signor Girolamo Savognano, at his well-fortified stronghold of Usopo in Friuli, for which all the foundations were then laid, and it had begun to rise above the ground, when, by reason of the death of that nobleman, it was left in that condition without being carried further. But if this building had been finished, it would have been a marvel. About the same time, Falconetto went to Pola in Istria, for the sole purpose of seeing and drawing the theatre, amphitheatre, and arch that are in that most ancient city. He was the first who made drawings of theatres and amphitheatres, and traced their ground plans, and those that are to be seen, particularly in the case of Verona, came from him, and were printed at the instance of others after his designs. Giovan Maria was a man of exalted mind, and being one who had never done anything else but draw the great works of antiquity, he desired nothing save that there should be presented to him opportunities of executing works similar to those in greatness. He would sometimes make ground plans and designs for them with the very same pains that he would have taken if he had been commissioned to put them into execution at once, and in this he lost himself so much, so to speak, that he would not deign to make designs for the private houses of gentlemen, either in the country or in the city, although he was much besought to do so. Giovan Maria was in Rome on many occasions, besides those described above, whence that journey was so familiar to him that when he was young and vigorous he would undertake it on the slightest opportunity. Persons who are still alive relate that, falling one day into a discussion with a foreign architect who happened to be in Verona about the measurements of I know not what ancient cornice in Rome, after many words Giovanni said, "I will soon make myself certain of this matter," and then went straight to his house and set out on his way to Rome. This master made for the Cornaro family 2 very beautiful designs of tombs, which were to be erected in St. Salvatore at Venice, one for the Queen of Cyprus, a lady of that family, and the other for Cardinal Marco Cornaro, who was the first of that house to be honored with that dignity. And in order that these designs might be carried out, a great quantity of marble was quarried at Carrara, and taken to Venice, where the rough blocks still are, in the house of the same Cornari. Giovan Maria was the first who brought the true methods of building and of good architecture to Verona, Venice, and all those parts, where before him there had not been one who knew how to make even a cornice or a capital, or understood either the measurements or the proportions of a column or of any order of architecture, as is evident from the buildings that were erected before his day. This knowledge was afterwards much increased by Fra Giocondo, who lived about the same time, and it received its final perfection from Messer Michel San Michel, insomuch that those parts are therefore under an everlasting obligation to the people of Verona, in which city were born and lived at one and the same time these 3 most excellent architects. To them there then succeeded Sansovino, who, not resting content with architecture, which he found already grounded and established by the 3 masters mentioned above, also brought thither sculpture, to the end that by its means their buildings might have all the adornments that were proper to them, and for this a debt of gratitude, if one may use such a word, is due to the ruin of Rome, by reason of which the masters were dispersed over many places, and the beauties of these arts communicated throughout all Europe. Giovanni Maria caused some works in stucco to be carried out in Venice, and taught the method of executing them. Some declare that when he was a young man he had the vaulting of the chapel of the Santo at Padua decorated with stucco by Tiziano da Padova, and many others, and also had similar works executed in the house of the Cornari, which are very beautiful. He taught his work to 2 of his sons, Ottaviano, who was, like him, also a painter, and Provolo. Alessandro, his 3rd son, worked in his youth at making armor, and afterwards adopted the calling of a soldier. He was 3 times victor in the lists, and finally, when a captain of infantry, died fighting valiantly before Turin in Piedmont, having been wounded by a harquebus ball. Giovanni Maria, on his part, after being crippled by gout, finished the course of his life at Padua, in the house of the aforesaid Messer Luigi Cornaro, who always loved him like a brother, or rather like his own self, and to the end that there might be no separation in death between the bodies of those whose minds had been united together in the world by friendship and love of art, Messer Luigi had intended that Giovanni Maria should be laid to rest beside himself in the tomb that was to be erected for his own burial, together with that most humorous poet Rosante, his very familiar friend, who lived and died in his house. But I do not know whether this design of the illustrious Cornaro was ever carried into effect. Giovanni Maria was a fine talker, pleasant and agreeable in conversation, and very acute in repartee, insomuch that Cornaro used to declare that a whole book could have been made with his sayings. And since, although he was crippled by gout, he lived cheerfully, he preserved his life to the age of 76, dying in 1534. He had 6 daughters, 5 of whom he gave in marriage himself, and the 6th was married by her brothers after his death to Bartolomeo Ridolfi of Verona, who executed many works in stucco in company with them, and was a much better master than they were. This may be seen from his works in many places, and in particular at Verona in the house of Fiorio della Seta on the Ponte Nuovo, in which he decorated some apartments in a very beautiful manner. There are others in the house of the noble counts Canosi, which are amazing, and such also are those that he executed in the house of the Moratti near Saint Nazaro, and for Signor Giovan Battista della Torre, for Cosimo Moneta, the Veronese banker, at his beautiful villa, and for many others in various places, all works of great beauty. Palladio, most excellent of architects, declares that he knows no person more marvelous in intention or better able to adorn apartments with beautiful designs in stucco than this Bartolomeo Ridolfi. Not many years since, Spitek Giordan, a nobleman of great authority with the king of Poland, took Bartolomeo with him to that king, and there, enjoying an honorable salary, he has executed, as he still does, many works in stucco, large portraits, medallions, and many designs for palaces and other buildings, with the assistance of a son of his own, who is in no way inferior to his father. The elder Francesco da Libri of Verona lived some time before Liberale, although it is not known exactly at what date he was born, and he was called da Libri because he practiced the art of illuminating books, his life extending from the time when printing had not yet been invented to the very moment when it was beginning to come into use. Since, therefore, there came to him from every quarter books to illuminate, a work in which he was most excellent, he was known by no other surname than that of da Libri, and he executed great numbers of them, for the reason that whoever went to the expense of having them written, which was very great, wished also to have them adorned as much as was possible with illuminations. This master illuminated many choral books, all beautiful, which are at Verona in St. Giorgio, and St. Maria in Organo, and in St. Nazaro. But the most beautiful is a little book, or rather 2 little pictures that fold together after the manner of a book, on one side of which is St. Jerome, a figure executed with much diligence and very minute workmanship, and on the other is St. John in the Isle of Patmos, depicted in the act of beginning to write his book of the Apocalypse. This work, which was bequeathed to Count Agostino Giusti by his father, is now in St. Leonardo, a convent of canons regular, of which Don Timoteo Giusti, the son of that count, is a member. Finally, after having executed innumerable works for various noblemen, Francesco died, content and happy for the reason that, in addition to the serenity of mind that his goodness brought him, he left behind a son called Girolamo, who was so excellent in art that before his death he saw him already a much greater master than himself. This Girolamo then was born at Verona in the year 1472, and at the age of 16 he painted for the chapel of the Lisci and Saint Maria in Organo, an altarpiece which caused such marvel to everyone when it was uncovered and set in its place, that the whole city ran to embrace and congratulate his father Francesco. And this picture is a deposition from the cross, with many figures, and among them many beautiful weeping heads. The best of all are a Madonna and a Saint Benedict, which are much commended by all craftsmen, and he also made therein a landscape with a part of the city of Verona, drawn passing well from the reality. Then, encouraged by the praises that he had heard given to his work, Girolamo painted the altar of the Madonna and Saint Paolo in a masterly manner, and also the picture of the Madonna with Saint Anne, which is placed between the Saint Sebastian of Il Moro and the Saint Rocco of Cavasuola, in the church of the Scala. For the family of the Zoccoli he painted the great altarpiece of the high altar in the church of the Vittoria, and for the family of the Cipolli the picture of Saint Onofrio, which is near the other and is held to be both in design and in coloring the best work that he ever executed. For Saint Leonardo nel Monte, also near Verona, he painted at the commission of the Cartieri family the altarpiece of the high altar, which is a large work with many figures and much esteemed by everyone, above all for its very beautiful landscape. Now a thing that has happened very often in our own day has caused this work to be held to be a marvel. There is a tree painted by Girolamo in the picture, and against it seems to rest the great chair on which the Madonna is seated. This tree, which has the appearance of a laurel, projects considerably with its branches over the chair, and between the branches, which are not very thick, may be seen a sky so clear and beautiful that the tree seems to be truly a living one, graceful and most natural. Very often, therefore, birds that have entered the church by various openings have been seen to fly to this tree in order to perch upon it, and particularly swallows, which had their nests among the beams of the roof, and likewise their little ones. Many persons well worthy of credence declare that they have seen this, among them Don Giuseppe Mangiuoli of Verona, a person of saintly life, who has twice been general of his order, and would not for anything in the world assert a thing that was not absolutely true, and also Don Girolamo Volpini, likewise the Veronese, and many others. In Saint Maria in Organo, where was the first work executed by Girolamo, he also painted two saints on the outer side of one of the folding doors of the organ, the other being painted by Francesco Morone, his companion, and on the inner side a manger, and afterwards he painted the picture that is opposite to his work, containing the Nativity of our Lord, with shepherds, landscapes, and very beautiful trees. But most lifelike and natural of all are two rabbits, which are executed with such diligence that each separate hair may actually be seen in them. He painted another altarpiece for the chapel of the Buonalivi, with the Madonna seated in the center, two other figures and some angels below who are singing. Then in the ornamental work made by Fra Giovanni da Verona for the altar of the sacrament, the same Girolamo painted three little pictures after the manner of the miniatures, and the central picture is a deposition from the cross with two little angels, and in those at the sides are painted 6 martyrs, kneeling towards the sacrament, 3 in each picture, these being saints whose bodies are deposited in that very altar. The first 3 are Cantius, Cantianus, and Cantianilla, who were nephews of the Emperor Diocletian, and the others are Protus, Chrysogenus, and Anastasius, who suffered martyrdom at Aquae Gradatae, near Aquileia, and all these figures are in miniature and very beautiful, for Girolamo was more able in that field of art than any other master of his time in Lombardy and in the state of Venice. Girolamo illuminated many books for the monks of Montescaglioso in the kingdom of Naples, some for Saint Giustina at Padua, and many others for the abbey of Praia in the territory of Padua, and also some at Candiana, a very rich monastery of the canons regular of Saint Salvatore, to which place he went in person to work, although he would never go to any other place. While he was living there, Don Giulio Clovio, who was a friar in that place, learned the first rudiments of illumination, and he has since become the greatest master of that art that is now alive in Italy. Girolamo illuminated at Candiana a sheet with Cairi, which is an exquisite work, and for the same monks the first leaf of a psalter for the choir. With many things for Saint Maria in Organo and for the friars of Saint Giorgio in Verona. He executed likewise some other very beautiful illuminations for the Black Friars of Saint Nazaro at Verona. But that which surpassed all the other works of this master, which are all divine, was a sheet on which was depicted in miniature the earthly paradise, with Adam and Eve driven forth by the angel, who was behind them with a sword in his hand. One would not be able to express how great and how beautiful is the variety of the trees, fruits, flowers, animals, birds, and all the other things that are in this amazing work, which was executed at the commission of Don Giorgio VASARI of Bergamo, then prior of St. Giorgio in Verona, who, in addition to the many other courtesies that he showed to Girolamo, gave him 60 crowns of gold. This work was afterwards presented by that father to a Roman cardinal, at that time protector of his order, who showed it to many noblemen in Rome, and they all declared it to be the best example of illumination that had ever been seen up to that day. Girolamo painted flowers with such diligence, and made them so true, so beautiful, and so natural, that they appeared to all who beheld them to be real, and he counterfeited little cameos and other engraved stones and jewels in such a manner that there was nothing more faithfully imitated or more diminutive to be seen. Among his little figures there are seen some, as in his imitations of cameos and other stones, that are no larger than little ants, and yet all the limbs and all the muscles can be perceived so clearly that one who has not seen them could scarcely believe it. Girolamo used to say in his old age that he knew more in his art than that he had ever known, and saw where every stroke ought to go, but that when he came to handle the brushes they went the wrong way, because neither his eye nor his hand would serve him any longer. He died on the 2nd of July in the year 1555, at the age of 83, and was laid to rest in the burial place of the company of Saint Biagio and Saint Nazaro. He was a good and upright man, who never had a quarrel or dispute with anyone, and his life was very pure. He had, besides other children, a son called Francesco, who learned his art from him, and executed miracles of illumination when still a mere lad, so that Girolamo declared that he had not known as much at that age as his son knew. But this young man was led away from him by a brother of his mother, who, being passing rich and having no children, took him with him to Vicenza, and placed him in charge of a glass furnace that he was setting up. When Francesco had spent his best years in this, his uncle's wife dying, he fell from his high hopes and found that he had wasted his time, for the uncle took another wife and had children by her, and thus Francesco did not become his uncle's heir, as he had thought to be. Thereupon he returned to his art after an absence of 6 years, and after acquiring some knowledge set himself to work. Among other things, he made a large globe 4 feet in diameter, hollow within and covered on the outer side, which was of wood, with a glue made of bullocks' sinews, which was of a very strong admixture, so that there should be no danger of cracks or other damage in any part. This sphere, which was to serve as a terrestrial globe, was then carefully measured and divided under the personal supervision of Fra Castoro and Berondi, both eminent physicians, cosmographers, and astrologers, and it was to be painted by Francesco for Messer Andrea Navigiero, a Venetian gentleman and a most learned poet and orator, who wished to make a present of it to King Francis of France, to whom he was about to go as ambassador from his republic. But Navigiero had scarcely arrived in France after a hurried journey when he died, and this work remained unfinished. A truly rare work it would have been, thus executed by Francesco with the advice and guidance of 2 men of such distinction. But it was left unfinished, as we have said, and what was worse, in its incomplete condition it received some injury, I know not what, in the absence of Francesco. However, spoiled as it was bought by Messer Bartolomeo Lonici, who has never consented to give it up to anyone, although he has been much besought and offered vast prices. Before this, Francesco had made 2 smaller globes, one of which is in the possession of Mazzanti, archpriest of the Duomo of Verona, and the other belonged to Count Raimondo della Torre, and is now in the hands of his son, Count Giovan Battista, who holds it very dear, because this one also was made with the measurements and personal assistance of Fra Castoro, who was a very familiar friend of Count Raimondo. Finally, growing weary of the extraordinary labor that miniatures demand, Francesco devoted himself to painting and to architecture, in which he became very skillful, executing many works in Venice and in Padua. About that time, the Bishop of Tournai, a very rich and noble Fleming, had come to Italy in order to study letters, to see the country, and to learn our manners and ways of living. This man, delighting much in architecture, and happening to be in Padua, became so enamored of the Italian method of building, that he resolved to take the modes of our architecture with him to his own country, and in order to facilitate this purpose he drew Francesco, whose ability he had recognized, into his service with an honorable salary, meaning to take him to Flanders, where he intended to carry out many magnificent works. But when the time came to depart, poor Francesco, who had caused designs to be made of all the best and greatest and most famous buildings in Italy, was overtaken by death while still young and the object of the highest expectations, leaving his patron much grieved by his loss. Francesco left an only brother, in whom, being a priest, the Dei Libri family became extinct, after producing in succession 3 men most excellent in their field of art. Nor have any disciples survived them to keep this art alive, excepting the above-mentioned churchman Don Giulio, who, as we have related, learned it from Girolamo when he was working at Candiana, where the former was a friar, and this Don Giulio has since raised it to a height of excellence, which very few have reached, and no one has ever surpassed. I knew for myself some of the facts about the excellent and noble craftsmen mentioned above, but I would never have been able to learn the whole of what I have related of them, if the great goodness and diligence of the reverend and most learned Fra Marco de' Medici of Verona, a man profoundly conversant with all the most noble arts and sciences, and with him the Annese Cataneo of Carrara, a sculptor of great excellence, both being very much my friends, had not given me that complete and perfect information which I have just written down, to the best of my ability, for the convenience and advantage of all who may read these our lives, and which the courtesy of many friends who have taken pains with the investigation of these matters in order to please me and to benefit the world has been, as it still is, of great assistance to me. And let this be the end of the lives of these craftsmen of Verona, the portraits of each of whom I have not been able to obtain, because this full notice did not reach my hands until I found myself almost at the close of my work. End of Section 5.
Section 6 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors and Architects, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MorganScorpion. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors and Architects, Volume 6, by Giorgio Vasari. Translated by Gaston de VERE. Section 6. Life of Francesco Granacci, Il Granaccio, painter of Florence. Great, indeed, is the good fortune of those craftsmen who are brought into contact, either by their birth or by the associations that are formed in childhood, with those men whom heaven has chosen out to be distinguished and exalted above all others in our arts, for the reason that a good and beautiful manner can be acquired with the greatest facility by seeing the methods and works of men of excellence. Not to mention that rivalry and emulation, as we have said elsewhere, have great power over our minds. Francesco Granacci, of whom we have already spoken, was one of those who were placed by the magnificent Lorenzo de' Medici to learn in his garden, whence it happened that, recognizing, boy as he was, the great genius of Michael Agnolo, and what extraordinary fruits he was likely to produce when full grown, he could never tear himself away from his side, and even strove with incredible attention and humility to be always following that great brain, insomuch that Michael Agnolo was constrained to love him more than all his other friends, and to confide so much in him, that there was no one with whom he was more willing to confer touching his works, or to share all that he knew of art at that time, than with Granacci. Then, after they had been companions together in the workshop of Domenico Ghirlandaio, it came to pass that Granacci, because he was held to be the best of Ghirlandaio's young men, the strongest draughtsman, and the one who had most grace in painting in distemper, assisted David and Benedetto Ghirlandaio, the brothers of Domenico, to finish the altarpiece of the high altar in Santa Maria Novella, which had been left unfinished at the death of the same Domenico. By this work Granacci gained much experience, and afterwards he executed in the same manner as that altarpiece many pictures that are in the houses of citizens, and others which were sent abroad. And since he was very gracious, and made himself very useful in certain ceremonies that were performed in the city during the festivals of the Carnival, he was constantly employed by the magnificent Lorenzo de' Medici in many similar works, and in particular for the masquerade that represented the triumph of Paulus Aemilius, which was held in honour of the victory that he gained over certain foreign nationals. In this masquerade, which was full of most beautiful inventions, Granacci acquitted himself so well, although he was a mere lad, that he won the highest praise. And here I will not omit to tell that the same Lorenzo de' Medici, as I have said in another place, was the first inventor of those masquerades that represent some particular subject, and are called in Florence canti, for it is not known that any were performed in earlier times. In like manner Granacci was employed in the sumptuous and magnificent preparations that were made in the year 1513 for the entry of Pope Leo X, one of the Medici, by Jacopo Nardi, a man of great learning and most beautiful intellect, who, having been commanded by the Tribunal of Eight to prepare a splendid masquerade, executed a representation of the triumph of Camillus. This masquerade, in so far as it lay in the province of the painter, was so beautifully arranged and adorned by Granacci that no man could imagine anything better, and the words of the song, which Jacopo composed, began thus: Contempla in quanta gloria sei salita, felice alma Fiorenza, poiché dal ciel discesa, with what follows: For the same spectacle Granacci executed a great quantity of theatrical scenery, as he did both before and afterwards. And while working with Ghirlandaio, he painted standards for ships, and also banners and devices for certain knights of the Golden Spur, for their public entry into Florence, all at the expense of the captains of the Guelph party, as was the custom at that time, and as has been done in our own day not long since. In like manner he made many beautiful embellishments and decorations of his own invention for the Potenze and their tournaments. These festivals were of a kind which is peculiar to the Florentines, and very pleasing, and in them were seen men standing almost upright on horseback, with very short stirrups, and breaking a lance with the same facility as do the warriors firmly seated on their saddles. And all this was done for the above-mentioned visit of Leo to Florence. Granacci also made, besides other things, a most beautiful triumphal arch opposite to the door of the Badia, covered with scenes in chiaroscuro and very loving things of fancy. This arch was much extolled, and particularly for the invention of the architecture, and because he had made an imitation of that same door of the Badia for the entrance of the Via del Palagio, executed in perspective with the steps and every other thing, so that the painted and supposititious door was in no way different from the real and true one. To adorn the same arch he executed with his own hand some very beautiful figures of clay in relief, and on the summit of the arch he placed a great inscription with these words: Leoni decem pont, max, fidei cultori. But to come at length to some works by Granacci that are in existence, let me relate that, having studied the cartoon of Michael Agnolo Buonarroti, while the latter was executing it for the great hall of the palace, he found it so instructive and made such proficience that, when Michael Agnolo was summoned to Rome by Pope Julius II, to the end that he might paint the vaulting of the chapel in his palace, Granacci was one of the first to be sent for by Buonarroti to help him to paint that work in fresco, after the cartoons that he himself had prepared. It is true that Michael Agnolo, being dissatisfied with the manner and method of every one of his assistants, afterwards found means to make them all return to Florence without dismissing them, by closing the door on them all and not allowing himself to be seen. In Florence, Granacci painted for Pier Francesco Borgherini a scene in oils on the headboard of a couch which stood in an apartment wherein Jacopo da Pontormo, Andrea del Sarto, and Francesco Ubertini had painted many stories from the life of Joseph, in Pier Francesco's house in Borgo Sant'Apostolo, and in this scene were little figures representing a story of the same Joseph, executed with extraordinary finish and with great charm and beauty of colouring, and a building in perspective, wherein he depicted Joseph ministering to Pharaoh, which could not be more beautiful in any part. For the same man also he painted a round picture, likewise in oils, of the Trinity, or rather, God the Father supporting a Christ crucified. And in the church of San Piero Maggiore there is a picture of the Assumption by his hand, with many angels and a St. Thomas, to whom the Madonna is giving the girdle. The figure of St. Thomas is very graceful, turning to one side in a beautiful attitude worthy of the hand of Michael Agnolo, and such, also, is that of Our Lady. The drawing for these two figures by the hand of Granacci is in our book, together with others likewise by him. On either side of this picture are figures of St. Paul, St. Lawrence, St. James, and St. John, which are all so beautiful that the work is held to be the best that Francesco ever painted. And in truth, this work alone, even if he had never executed another, would ensure his being considered to be, as indeed he was, an excellent painter. For the church of San Gallo, without the gate of the same name, and formerly a seat of the Eremite friars of St. Augustine, he painted an altarpiece with the Madonna and two children, St. Zanobi, Bishop of Florence, and St. Francis. This altarpiece, which was in the chapel of the Girolami, to which family that St. Zanobi belonged, is now in San Jacopo tra Fossi at Florence. Michael Agnolo Buonarroti, having a niece who was a nun in Santa Apollonia at Florence, had therefore executed an ornament for the high altar of that church, and a design for the altarpiece. And Granacci painted there some scenes in oils with figures large and small, which gave much satisfaction to the nuns at that time, and also to the other painters. For the same place he painted another altarpiece, which stood lower down, but this was burned one night, together with some draperies of great value, through some lights being inadvertently left on the altar, which was certainly a great loss, seeing that the work was much extolled by craftsmen. And for the nuns of Santo Giorgio in Sulla Costa he executed the altarpiece of their high altar, painting in it the Madonna, Saint Catherine, San Giovanni Gualberto, San Bernardo Uberti the Cardinal, and Santo Fedele. Granacci also executed many pictures, both square and round, which are dispersed among the houses of gentlemen in the city, and he made many cartoons for glass windows, which were afterwards put into execution by the Frati Ingressuati of Florence. He delighted much in painting on cloth, either alone or in company with others, wherefore, in addition to the works mentioned above, he painted many church banners. And since he practised art more to pass the time than from necessity, he worked at his ease, always consulting his own convenience, and avoiding discomforts as much as he was able, more than any other man. And yet, without being covetous of the goods of others, he always preserved his own. Allowing but few cares to oppress him, he was a merry fellow, and took his pleasures with a glad heart. He lived 67 years, at the end of which he finished the course of his life after an ordinary malady, a kind of fever, and he was buried in the church of Sant Ambrogio at Florence, on the day of St. Andrew the Apostle, in 1544. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors and Architects, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings from the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors and Architects, Volume 6 by Giorgio Vasari. Translated by Gaston du C. de VERE. Section 7. Life of Boccaccio di Agnolo, Architect of Florence. Great is the pleasure that I take in studying, at times, the beginnings of our craftsmen, for one sees some rising from the lowest depth to the greatest height, and especially in architecture, a science which has not been practised for several years past save by carvers and cunning impostors who profess to understand perspective without knowing even its terms or its first principles. The truth indeed is that architecture can never be practised to perfection save by those who have an excellent judgment and a good mastery of design, or have laboured much in painting, sculpture, or works in wood. for the reason that in it have to be executed with true measurements the dimensions of their figures, which are columns, cornices, and bases, and all the ornaments, which are made for the adornment of the figures, and for no other reason. And thus the workers in wood, by continually handling such things, in course of time become architects, and sculptors likewise by having to find positions for their statues, and by making ornaments for tombs and other works in the round, come in time to a knowledge of architecture. And painters, on account of their perspectives, the variety of their inventions, and the buildings that they draw, are compelled to take the ground plans of edifices, saying that they cannot plant houses or flights of steps on the plains where their figures stand, without in the first place grasping the order of the architecture. Working in his youth excellently well at wood inlaying, Baccio executed the banks of the stalls in the choir of St. Maria Novella, and the principal chapel, wherein are most beautiful figures of St. John the Baptist and St. Lawrence. In carving, he executed the ornaments of the same chapel, those of the high altar in the Nunziata, the decorations of the organ in St. Maria Novella, and a vast number of other works, both public and private, in his native city of Florence. Departing from that city, he went to Rome, where he applied himself with great zeal to the study of architecture, and on his return he made triumphal arches of wood in various places for the visit of Pope Leo X. But for all this he never gave up his workshop, where there often gathered round him, in addition to many citizens, the best and most eminent masters of our arts, and that most beautiful conversations and discussions of importance took place there, particularly in winter. The first of these masters was Raffaello di Urbino, then a young man, and next Andrea Sansovino, Filippino Maiono, Cronaca, Antonio da San Gallo, and Giuliano da San Gallo, Granaccio, and sometimes, but not often, Michelangelo, with many young Florentines and strangers. Having thus given his attention to architecture in so thorough a manner, and having made some trial of his powers, Baccio began to be held in such credit in Florence that the most magnificent buildings that were erected in his time were entrusted to him and were put under his direction. When Piero Soderini was Gonfalonier, Baccio took part, with Cronaca and others, as had been related above, in the deliberations that were held with regard to the great hall of the palace, and with his own hand he executed in wood the ornament for the large panel picture which was begun by Fra Bartolomeo, after the design by Filippino. In company with the same masters he made the staircase that leads to the hall, with a very beautiful ornamentation of stone, and also the columns of variegated marble and the doors of marble in the hall that is now called the Sala di Dugento. He built a palace for Giovanni Bartolini, which is very ornate within, on the Piazza dei Trinita, and he had made many designs for the garden of the same man in Guelfonda, and since that place was the first edifice that was built with ornaments in the form of square windows with pediments, and a portal with columns supporting architrave, frieze, and cornice, these things were much censored by the Florentines with spoken words and sonnets, and festoons of boughs were hung upon them, as is done in churches for festivals, men saying that the facade was more like that of a temple than of a palace, so that Baccio was like to go out of his mind. However, knowing that he had imitated good examples, and that his work was sound, he regained his peace of mind. It is true that the cornice of the whole palace proved, as has been said in another place, to be too large, but in every other respect the work has always been much extolled. For Lanfredini, he erected a house on the banks of the Arno, between the Ponte a St. Trinata and the Ponte alla Carraja, and on the Piazza di Mozzi he began the house of the Nasi, which looks out upon the sandy shore of the Arno, but did not finish it. For Taddeo, of the Teddy family, he built a house that was held to be very beautiful and commodious. For Pier Francesco Borgherini, he made the designs of the house that he built in Borgo St. Apostolo, in which he caused ornaments for the doors and most beautiful chimney pieces to be executed at great expense, and made for the adornment of one chamber in particular, coffers of walnut wood covered with little boys carved with supreme diligence. Such a work it would now be impossible to execute with such perfection as he gave to it. He also prepared the design for the villa that Borgherini caused to be built on the hill of the Belloscurado, which was very beautiful and commodious, and erected at vast expense. For Giovan Maria Benintendi he executed an antechamber, with an ornamental frame for some scenes painted by excellent masters, which was a rare thing. The same Baccio made the model of the church of St. Giuseppe near the St. Humphrey, and directed the construction of the door, which was his last work. He also caused to be built of masonry the campanile of St. Spirito in Florence, which was left unfinished, and is now being completed by order of the Duke Cosimo, after the original design of Baccio, and he likewise erected the campanile of St. Mariotto Salmonte, which was battered by the artillery of the camp, but never destroyed, on which account it gained no less fame for the affront that it offered to the enemy than for the beauty and excellence with which Baccio had caused it to be built and carried to completion. Next, having been appointed on account of his abilities, and because he was much loved by the citizens, as architect to St. Maria del Fiore, Baccio gave the design for constructing the gallery that encircles the cupola. This part of the work Filippo Brunelleschi, being overtaken by death, had not been able to execute, and although he had made designs even for this, they had been lost or destroyed through the negligence of those in charge of the building. Baccio then, having made the design and model for this gallery, carried into execution all the part that is to be seen facing the Canto del Biceri. But Michelangelo Buonarroti, on his return from Rome, perceiving that in carrying out this work they were cutting away the two things that Filippo Brunelleschi, not without a purpose, had left projecting, made such a clamour that the work was stopped, saying that it seemed to him that Baccio had made a cage for crickets, that a pile so vast required something grander, and executed with more design, art and grace than appeared to him to be displayed by Baccio's design, that he himself would show how it should be done. Michelangelo having therefore made a model, the matter was disputed at great length before Cardinal Giulio de' Medici by many craftsmen and competent citizens, and at the end neither the one model nor the other was carried into execution. Baccio's design was censured in many respects, not that it was not a well-proportioned work of its kind, but because it was too insignificant in comparison with the size of the structure, and for these reasons that gallery has never been brought to completion. Baccio afterwards gave his attention to executing the pavement of St. Maria del Fiore, and to his other buildings, which were not a few, for he had under his particular charge all the principal monasteries and convents of Florence, and many houses of citizens, both within and without the city. Finally, when near the age of 83, but still of good and sound judgment, he passed to a better life in 1543, leaving 3 sons, Giuliano, Filippo, and Domenico, who had him buried in St. Lorenzo. Of these sons, who all gave their attention after the death of Baccio to the art of carving and working in wood, Giuliano, who was the second, was the one who applied himself with the greatest zeal to architecture both during his father's lifetime and afterwards. Wherefore, by favour of Duke Cosimo, he succeeded to his father's place as architect to Senera del Fiore, and continued not only all that Baccio had begun in that temple, but also all the other buildings that had remained unfinished at his death. At that time, Messer Baldassare Turini da Pescia was intending to place a panel picture by the hand of Raffaello da Urbino in the principal church of Pescia, of which he was provost, and to erect an ornate of stone, or rather an entire chapel around it, and also a tomb, and Giuliano executed all this after his own designs and models, and also restored with the same pattern his house at Pescia, making in it many beautiful and useful improvements. For Messer Francesco Campana, formerly first secretary to Duke Alessandro, and afterwards to Duke Cosimo de' Medici, the same Giuliano built at Montughi, without Florence, beside the church, a house which is small, but very ornate, and so well situated that it commands from its slight elevation a view of the whole city of Florence and the surrounding plain. And a most beautiful and commodious house was built at Colle, the native place of the same Campana, from the design of Giuliano, who shortly afterwards began for Messer Agolino Grifoni, lord of Alto Pascio, a palace at San Miniato al Tedesco, which was a magnificent work. For Sir Giovanni Conti, one of the secretaries of Lord Duke Cosimo, he made many useful and beautiful improvements in his house at Florence, although it is true that in the 2 ground floor windows supported by knee-shaped barracks, which opened out upon the street, Giuliano departed from his usual method, and so cut them up with projections, little brackets, and offsets, and they inclined rather to the German manner than to the true and good manner of ancient and modern times. Works of architecture, without a doubt, must first be massive, solid, and simple, and then enriched by grace of design and by variety of subject in the composition, without, however, disturbing by poverty or by excess of ornamentation the order of the architecture or the impression produced on a competent judge. Meanwhile, Baccio Bandinelli, having returned from Rome, where he had finished the tombs of Leo and Clement, persuaded the Lord Duke Cosimo, then a young man, to make at the head of the great hall of the ducal palace a facade full of columns and niches, with a range of fine marble statues, and this facade was to have windows of marble and grey stone looking out upon the piazza. The Duke having resolved to have this done, Bandinelli set his hand to making the design, but finding that the hall, as had been related in the life of Granaccio, was out of square, and having never given attention to architecture, which he considered an art of little value, marvelling and even laughing at those who gave their attention to it, he was forced, on recognizing the difficulty of his work, to confer with Giuliano with regard to his model, and to beseech him that he, as an architect, should direct the work. And so all the stone cutters and carvers of St. Maria del Fiore were set to work, and a beginning was made with the structure. Bandinelli had resolved, with the advice of Giuliano, to let the work remain out of square, following in part the course of the wall. It came to pass, therefore, that he was forced to make all the stones irregular in shape, repairing them with great labour by means of the pefferillo, which in this instrument otherwise called the bevel square, and this made the work so clumsily that, as will be related in the life of Bandinelli, it has been difficult to bring it to such a form as might be in harmony with the rest. Such a thing would not have happened if Bandinelli had possessed as much knowledge in architecture as he did in sculpture, not to mention that the great niches in the side walls at each end proved to be squat, and that the one in the centre was not without defect. As will be told in the life of that same Bandinelli, his work, having been pursued for 10 years, was abandoned, and so it remained for some time. It is true that the profile stones, as well as the columns, both of fossato stone and marble, were wrought with the greatest diligence by the stone cutters and carvers under the care of Giuliano, and were afterwards so well built in that it would not be possible to find any masonry better put together, all the stones being accurately measured. In the respect, Giuliano may be celebrated as most excellent, and the work, as will be related in the proper place, was finished in 5 months, with an addition by Giorgio VASARI of Arezzo. Giuliano, meanwhile, not neglecting his workshop, was giving his attention, together with his brothers, to the execution of many carvings and works of wood, and also to pressing on the making of the pavement of St. Maria di Fiore, and since he was superintendent and architect of that building, he was requested by the same Bandinelli to make designs and models of wood, after some fantasies of figures and other ornaments of his own, for the high altar of that same St. Maria del Fiore, which was to be constructed of marble, which Giuliano did most willingly, being a good and kindly person, and one who delighted in architecture as much as Bandinelli despised it, and being also won over by the lavish promises of profit and honour that Bandinelli made him. Setting to work, therefore, on that model, Giuliano made it much after the simple pattern formerly designed by Brunelleschi, save that he enriched it by doubling both the columns and the arch above, and when he had brought it to completion, and the model, together with many designs, had been carried by Bandinelli to Duke Cosimo, his most illustrious Excellency resolved in his regal mind to execute not only the altar, but also the ornament of marble that surrounds the choir, following its original octagonal shape. With all those rich adornments, with which it has since been carried out, in keeping with the grandeur and magnificence of that temple, Giuliano, therefore, with the assistance of Bandinelli, made a beginning with that choir, without altering anything save the principal entrance, which is opposite to the above-mentioned altar, for which reason he wished that it would be exactly similar to that altar, with the same arch and decorations. He also made 2 other similar arches, which unite with the entrance and the altar in forming a cross, and these were for 2 pulpits, which the old choir also had, serving for music and other ceremonies of the choir and of the altar. In this choir, around the 8 faces, Giuliano made an ornament of the Ionic order, and placed at every corner a pilaster bent in the middle, and one on every face, and each pilaster so narrowed that the extension lines of its side faces met at the centre of the choir. From inside looked narrow and bent in, and from outside broad and pointed. This invention was not much extolled, nor can it be commended as beautiful by any man of judgment, and for work of such cost in a place so celebrated. Bandinelli, if he despised architecture, or had no knowledge of it, should have availed himself of someone living at that time with the knowledge and ability to do better. Giuliano deserves to be excused in this manner, because he did all that he could, which was not a little, but it is very certain that one who has not strong powers of design and invention in himself will always be too poor in grace and judgment to bring to perfection great works of architecture. Giuliano made for Filippo Strozzi a couch of walnut wood, which is now at Città di Castello, in the house of the heirs of Signor Alessandro Vitelli. For an altar-piece which Giorgio Vasari painted for the high altar for the Abbey of Camaldoli in the Casentino, he made a very rich and beautiful frame, after the design of Giorgio, and he carved another ornamental frame for a large altar-piece that the same Giorgio executed for the church of St. Agostino in Monte San Salvino. The same Giuliano made another beautiful frame for another altar-piece by the hand of Vasari, which is in the Abbey of Clessi, a seat of the monks of Camaldoli, at Ravenna. He also executed the frames for the pictures by the hand of the same Giorgio of Arezzo that are the refectory of the monks and of the Abbey of San Fiore at Arezzo, and in the Vescovato in the same city, behind the high altar, he made a most beautiful choir of walnut wood, after the design of Giorgio, which provided for the bringing forward of the altar, and finally, a short time before his death, he made the rich and beautiful ciborium of the most holy sacrament for the high altar of the Nunziata, with the two angels of wood in full relief which were on either side of it. This was the last work that he executed, and he passed to a better life in the year 1555. Nor was Domenico, the brother of that Giuliano, inferior to him in judgment, seeing that besides carving much better in wood, he was also very ingenious in matters of architecture, as may be seen from the house that was built for Bastiano da Montegotto in the Via di Servi after his design, wherein there are also many works in wood by Domenico's own hand. The same master executed for Agostino del Nero in Piazza di Mozzi the buildings that form the street corner and a very beautiful terrace of the house of the Nazi formerly begun by his father Baccio. And it is the common belief that if he had not died so young, he would have surpassed by a great measure both his father and his brother Giuliano. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors and Architects, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MorganScorpion. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors and Architects, Volume 6, by Giorgio Vasari, translated by Gaston de VERE. Section 8. Lives of Valerio Vicentino, Giovanni da Castel Bolognese, Matteo del Nassaro of Verona, and other excellent engravers of cameos and gems. Since the Greeks were such divine masters in the engraving of oriental stones, and so perfect in the cutting of cameos, it seems to me certain that I should commit no slight error were I to pass over in silence those of our own age who have imitated those marvellous intellects. Although among our moderns, so it is said, there have been none who in this present and happy age have surpassed the ancients in delicacy and design, save perchance those of whom we are about to give an account. But before making a beginning, it is proper for me to discourse briefly on this art of engraving hard stones and gems, which was lost, together with the other arts of design, after the ruin of Greece and Rome. Of this work, whether engraved in intaglio or in relief, we have seen examples discovered daily among the ruins of Rome, such as cameos, cornelians, sardonyxes, and other most intelligent intagli. But for many and many a year the art remained lost, there being no one who gave attention to it, and even if any work was done, it was not in such a manner as to be worthy to be taken into account. So far as is known, it is not found that anyone began to do good work or to attain to excellence until the time of Pope Martin V and Pope Paul II, after which the art continued to grow little by little down to the time of Lorenzo de' Medici the Magnificent, who greatly delighted in the engraved cameos of the ancients. Lorenzo and his son Piero collected a great quantity of these, particularly chalcedones, cornelians, and other kinds of the choicest engraved stones, which contained various fanciful designs, and in consequence of this, wishing to establish the art in their own city, they summoned thither masters from various countries, who, besides restoring those stones, brought to them other works which were at that time rare. By these masters, at the insistence of the magnificent Lorenzo, this art of engraving in intaglio was taught to a young Florentine called Giovanni del Cornioli, who received that surname because he engraved them excellently well, of which we have testimony in the great numbers of them by his hand that are to be seen, both great and small, but particularly in a large one, which was of very choice intaglio, wherein he made the portrait of Frate Girolamo Savonarola, who was adored in Florence in his day on account of his preaching. A rival of Giovanni was Domenico di Camei, a Milanese who, living at the same time as Duke Lodovico, Il Moro, made a portrait of him in intaglio on a ballast ruby greater than a Giulio, which was an exquisite thing, and one of the best works in intaglio that has been executed by a modern master. This art afterwards rose to even greater excellence in the pontificate of Pope Leo X, through the talents and labours of Pier Maria da Pescia, who was a most faithful imitator of the works of the ancients, and he had a rival in Michelino, who was no less able than Pier Maria in works both great and small, and was held to be a graceful master. These men opened the way in this art, which is so difficult, for engraving in intaglio is truly working in the dark, since the craftsman can use nothing but impressions of wax, as spectacles as it were, wherewith to see from time to time what he is doing. And finally they brought it to such a condition that Giovanni da Castel Bolognese, Valerio Vicentino, Matteo del Nassaro, and others were able to execute the many beautiful works of which we are about to make mention. Let me begin, then, by saying that Giovanni Bernardi of Castel Bolognese, who worked in his youth in the service of Duke Alfonso of Ferrara, made for him, in the 3 years of honourable service that he gave him, many little works of which there is no need to give any description. Of his larger works, the first was an intaglio on a piece of crystal, in which he represented the whole of the action of Bastia, which was very beautiful. And then he executed the portrait of that Duke in a steel die for the purpose of making medals, with the taking of Jesus Christ by the multitude on the reverse. Afterwards, urged by Giovio, he went to Rome and obtained the favour of Cardinal Ippolito de' Medici and Cardinal Giovanni Salviati the privilege of taking a portrait of Clement VII, from which he made a die for medals, which was very beautiful, with Joseph revealing himself to his brethren on the reverse. And for this he was rewarded by His Holiness with the gift of a mazza, an office which he afterwards sold in the time of Paul III, receiving 200 crowns for it. For the same Clement he executed figures of the 4 evangelists on 4 round crystals, which were much extolled, and gained for him the favour and friendship of many prelates, and in particular the goodwill of Salviati and the above-mentioned Cardinal Ippolito de' Medici, that sole refuge for men of talent, whose portrait he made on steel medals, besides executing for him on crystal the presentation of the daughter of Darius to Alexander the Great. After this, when Charles V went to Bologna to be crowned, Giovanni made a portrait of him in steel, from which he struck a medal of gold. This he carried straightway to the Emperor, who gave him 100 pistoles of gold, and sent to inquire whether he would go with him to Spain. But Giovanni refused, saying that he could not leave the service of Clement and of Cardinal Ippolito, for whom he had begun some work that was still unfinished. Having returned to Rome, Giovanni executed for the same Cardinal de' Medici a rape of the Sabines, which was very beautiful, and the cardinal, knowing himself to be much indebted to him for all these things, rewarded him with a vast number of gifts and courtesies. But the greatest of all was this, that the cardinal, when departing for France in the midst of a company of many lords and gentlemen, turned to Giovanni, who was there among the rest, and, taking from his own neck a little chain to which was attached a cameo worth more than 600 crowns, he gave it to him, telling him that he should keep it until his return, and intending to bestow upon him afterwards such a recompense as he knew to be due to the talent of Giovanni. On the death of the cardinal, that cameo fell into the hands of Cardinal Farnese, for whom Giovanni afterwards executed many works in crystal, and in particular a Christ crucified for a cross, with a God the Father above, Our Lady and St. John at the sides, and the Magdalene at the foot, and in a triangle at the base of the cross he made 3 scenes of the Passion of Christ, one in each angle. For 2 candelabra of silver he engraved 6 round crystals. In the first is the centurion praying Christ that he should heal his son, in the second the pool of Bethesda, in the third the transfiguration on Mount Tabor, in the fourth the miracle of the 5 loaves and 2 fishes, in the fifth the scene of Christ driving the traders from the temple, and in the last the raising of Lazarus, and all were exquisite. The same Cardinal Farnese afterwards desired to have a very rich casket made of silver, and had the work executed by Manno, a Florentine goldsmith, of whom there will be an account in another place. But he entrusted all the compartments of crystal to Giovanni, who made them all full of scenes, with marble in half relief, and he made figures of silver and ornaments in the round, and all with such diligence that no other work of that kind was ever carried to such perfection. On the body of this casket are the following scenes, engraved in ovals with marvellous art by the hand of Giovanni: the chase of Meleager after the Caledonian boar, the followers of Bacchus, a naval battle, Hercules in combat with the Amazons, and other most beautiful fantasies of the cardinal, who caused finished designs of them to be executed by Perino del Vaga and other masters. Giovanni then executed on a crystal the triumph of the taking of Goletta, and the war of Tunis on another. For the same cardinal he engraved, likewise on crystal, the birth of Christ and the scenes when he prays in the garden, when he is taken by the Jews, when he is led before Annas, Herod, and Pilate, when he is scourged and then crowned with thorns, when he carries the cross, when he is nailed upon it and raised on high, and finally his divine and glorious resurrection. All these works were not only very beautiful, but also executed with such rapidity that every man was struck with astonishment. Michelagnolo had made for the above-mentioned Cardinal de' Medici a drawing, which I forgot to mention before, of a Titius whose heart was being devoured by a vulture, and Giovanni engraved this beautifully on crystal. And he did the same with another drawing by Buonarroti, in which Phaeton, not being able to manage the chariot of the sun, has fallen into the Po, and his weeping sisters are transformed into trees. Giovanni executed a portrait of Madama Margherita of Austria, daughter of the Emperor Charles V, who had been the wife of Duke Alessandro de' Medici, and was then the consort of Duke Ottavio Farnese, and this he did in competition with Valerio Vicentino. For these works executed for Cardinal Farnese, he received from that lord a reward in the form of the office of Giannizzero, from which he drew a good sum of money, and in addition he was so beloved by that cardinal that he obtained a great number of other favours from him. Nor did the cardinal ever pass through Faenza, where Giovanni had built a most commodious house, without going to take up his quarters with him. Having thus settled at Faenza, in order to rest after a life of much labour in the world, Giovanni remained there ever afterwards, and his first wife, by whom he had not had children, being dead, he took a second. By her he had 2 sons and a daughter, and with them he lived in contentment, being well provided with landed property and other revenues, which yielded him more than 400 crowns, until he came to the age of 60, when he rendered up his soul to God on the day of Pentecost in the year 1555. Matteo del Nassaro, who was born in Verona, and was the son of Jacopo del Nassaro, a shoemaker, gave much attention in his early childhood not only to design, but also to music, in which he became excellent, having had as his masters in that study Marco Carra and Il Tromboncino, both Veronese, who were then in the service of the Marquis of Mantua. In matters of intaglio he was much assisted by two Veronese of honourable family, with whom he was continually associated. One of these was Niccolò Avanzi, who, working privately in Rome, executed cameos, cornelians, and other stones which were taken to various princes, and there are persons who remember to have seen a lapis lazuli by his hand, 3 fingers in breadth, containing the Nativity of Christ, with many figures, which was sold as a choice work to the Duchess of Urbino. The other was Galeazzo Mondella, who, besides engraving gems, drew very beautifully. After Matteo had learned from these two masters all that they knew, it chanced that there fell into his hands a beautiful piece of green jasper, marked with red spots, as the good pieces are, and he engraved in it a deposition from the cross with such diligence that he made the wounds come in those parts of the jasper that were spotted with the colour of blood, which caused the work to be a very rare one, and brought him much commendation. That jasper was sold by Matteo to the Marchioness Isabella d'Este. He then went to France, taking with him many works by his own hand which might serve to introduce him to the court of King Francis I, and when he had been presented to that sovereign, who always held in estimation every manner of man of talent, the king, after taking many of the stones engraved by him, received him into his service and ordained him a good salary. And he held Matteo dear no less because he was an excellent musician and could play very well upon the lute, than for his profession of engraving stones. Of a truth, there is nothing that does more to kindle men's minds with love for the arts than to see them appreciated and rewarded by princes and noblemen, as has always been done in the past, and is done more than ever at the present day by the illustrious house of Medici, and as was also done by that truly magnanimous sovereign, King Francis. Matteo, thus employed in the service of that king, executed many rare works, not only for his Majesty, but also for almost all the most noble lords and barons of the court, of whom there was scarcely one who did not have some work by his hand, since it was much the custom at that time to wear cameos and other such-like gems on the neck and in the cap. For the king he made an altarpiece for the altar of the chapel which his Majesty always took with him on his journeys, and this was full of figures of gold, partly in the round and partly in half relief, with many engraved gems distributed over the limbs of those figures. He also engraved many pieces of crystal in intaglio, impressions of which in sulphur and gesso are to be seen in many places, and particularly in Verona, where there are marvellous representations of all the planets, and a Venus with a Cupid that has the back turned, which could not be more beautiful. In a very fine chalcedony, found in a river, Matteo engraved divinely well the head of a Deianira almost in full relief, wearing the lion's skin, the surface being tawny in colour, and he turned to such good advantage a vein of red that was in that stone, representing with it the inner side of the lion's skin at its junction with the head, that the skin had the appearance of one newly flayed. Another spot of colour he used for the hair, and the white for the face and breast, and all with admirable mastery. This head came into the possession of King Francis, together with the other things, and there is an impression of it at the present day in Verona, which belongs to the goldsmith Zoppo, who was Matteo's disciple. Matteo was a man of great spirit and generosity, insomuch that he would rather have given his works away than sold them for a paltry price. Wherefore, when a baron, for whom he had made a cameo of some value, wished to pay him a wretched sum for it, Matteo besought him straitly that he should accept it as a present. To this the other would not consent, and yet wished to have it for the same miserable price, whereupon Matteo, flying into a rage, crushed it to powder with a hammer in his presence. For the same king Matteo executed many cartoons for tapestries, and with these, to please his Majesty, he was obliged to go to Flanders, and to stay there until they had been woven in silk and gold, which being finished and taken to France, they were held to be very beautiful. Finally, Matteo returned to his own country, as almost all men do, taking with him many rare things from those foreign parts, and in particular some landscapes on canvas painted in Flanders in oils and in gouache, and executed by very able hands, which are still preserved and treasured in Verona, in memory of him, by Signor Luigi and Signor Girolamo Stoppi. Having returned to Verona, Matteo took up his abode in a cave hollowed out under a rocky cliff, above which is the garden of the Frati Ingressuati, a place which, besides being very warm in winter and very cool in summer, commands a most beautiful view. But he was not able to enjoy that habitation, thus contrived after his own fancy, as long as he would have liked. For King Francis, as soon as he had been released from his captivity, sent a special messenger to recall Matteo to France, and to pay him his salary even for all the time that he had been in Verona. And when he had arrived there, the king made him master of dyes for the mint. Taking a wife in France, therefore, Matteo settled down to live in those parts, since such was the pleasure of the king his master. By that wife he had some children, but all so unlike himself that he had little satisfaction from them. Matteo was so gentle and courteous that he welcomed with extraordinary warmth anyone who arrived in France, not only from his own city of Verona, but from every part of Lombardy. His dearest friend in those regions was Paolo Emilio of Verona, who wrote the history of France in the Latin tongue. Matteo taught many disciples, among them a fellow Veronese, the brother of Domenico Buschiasorzi, 2 of his nephews, who went to Flanders, and many other Italians and Frenchmen, of whom there is no need to make mention. And finally he died, not long after the death of King Francis of France. But to come at length to the marvellous art of Valerio Vicentino, of whom we have now to speak, this master executed so many works, both great and small, either in intaglio or in relief, and all with such a finish and such facility that it is a thing incredible. If nature had made Valerio a good master of design, even as she made him most excellent in engraving, in which he executed his works with extraordinary patience, diligence, and rapidity, he would not merely have equalled the ancients, as he did, but would have surpassed them by a great measure. And even so he had such judgment, that he always availed himself in his works of the designs of others, or of the intaglio of the ancients. Valerio fashioned for Pope Clement VII a casket entirely of crystal, wrought with admirable mastery, for which he received 2,000 crowns of gold from that pontiff in return for his labour. In those crystals Valerio engraved the whole Passion of Jesus Christ, after the designs of others, and that casket was afterwards presented by Pope Clement to King Francis at Nice, at the time when his niece went to be married to the Duke of Orleans, who afterwards became King Henry. For the same Pope, Valerio made some most beautiful paxes, and a divine cross of crystal, and likewise dies for striking medals, containing the portrait of Pope Clement with very beautiful reverses, and through him that art produced in his day many masters, both from Milan and from other parts, who had grown to such a number before the sack of Rome, that it was a marvel. He made the medals of the 12 emperors with their reverses, copying the most beautiful antiques, with a great number of Greek medals, and he engraved so many other works in crystal, that the shops of the goldsmiths, or rather the whole world, may be seen to be full of impressions taken in gesso, sulphur, and other compositions, from the intagli in which he made scenes, figures, or heads. He had indeed a skill of hand so extraordinary that there was never anyone in his profession who executed more works than Valerio. He also fashioned many vases of crystal for Pope Clement, who presented some to various princes, and others were placed in the church of San Lorenzo at Florence, together with many vases that were formerly in the palace of the Medici, and had belonged to the elder Lorenzo, the Magnificent, and to other members of that most illustrious family, that they might serve to contain the relics of many saints, which that pontiff presented to that church in memory of himself. It would not be possible to find anything more varied than the curves of those vases, some of which are of sardonyx, agate, amethyst, and lapis lazuli, and some of plasma, heliotrope, jasper, crystal, and cornelian, so that in point of value or beauty nothing more could be desired. For Pope Paul III he made a cross and 2 candelabra, likewise of crystal, engraved with scenes of the Passion of Jesus Christ in various compartments, with a vast number of stones, both great and small, of which it would take too long to make mention. And in the collection of Cardinal Farnese may be seen many things by the hand of Valerio, who left no fewer finished works than did the above-named Giovanni. At the age of 78 he performed miracles, so sure were his eye and hand, and he taught his art to a daughter of his own, who works very well. He so delighted to lay his hands on antiquities in marble, impressions in gesso of works both ancient and modern, and drawings and pictures by rare masters, that he shrank from no expense, wherefore his house at Vicenza is adorned by such an abundance of various things, that it is a marvel. It is clearly evident when a man bears love to art, it never leaves him until he is in the grave, whence he gains praise and his reward during his lifetime, and makes himself immortal after death. Valerio was well remunerated for his labours, and received offices and many benefits from those princes whom he served, and thus those who survived him are able, thanks to him, to maintain an honourable state. And in the year 1546, when, by reason of the infirmities that old age brings in its train, he could no longer attend to his art, or even live, he rendered up his soul to God. At Parma, in times past, lived Marmita, who gave his attention for a period to painting, and then turned to intaglio, in which he imitated the ancients very closely. Many most beautiful works by his hand are to be seen, and he taught the art to a son of his own called Lodovico, who lived for a long time in Rome with Cardinal Giovanni de Salviati. Lodovico executed for that cardinal 4 ovals of crystal engraved with figures of great excellence, which were placed on a very beautiful casket of silver that was afterwards presented to the most illustrious Signora Leonara of Toledo, Duchess of Florence. He made, among many other works, a cameo with a most beautiful head of Socrates, and he was a great master at counterfeiting ancient medals, from which he gained extraordinary advantage. There followed, in Florence, Domenico di Polo, a Florentine and an excellent master of intaglio, who was the disciple of Giovanni della Cornioli, of whom we have spoken. In our own day this Domenico executed a divine portrait of Duke Alessandro de' Medici, from which he made dies in steel and most beautiful medals, with a reverse containing a Florence. He also made a portrait of Duke Cosimo in the first year after his election to the government of Florence, with the sign of Capricorn on the reverse, and many other little works in intaglio, of which there is no need to make record. He died at the age of 65. Domenico, Valerio, Marmita, and Giovanni da Castel Bolognese being dead, there remained many who have surpassed them by a great measure. One in Venice, for example, being Luigi Anicini of Ferrara, who, with the delicacy of his engraving and the sharpness of his finish, has produced works that are marvellous. But far beyond all others in grace, excellence, perfection, and versatility, has soared Alessandro Cesati, surnamed Il Greco, who has executed cameos in relief and gems in intaglio in so beautiful a manner, as well as dies of steel in incavo, and has used the burin with such supreme diligence and with such mastery over the most delicate refinements of his art, that nothing better could be imagined. Whoever wishes to be amazed by his miraculous powers should study a medal that he made for Pope Paul III, with his portrait on one side, which has all the appearance of life, and on the reverse Alexander the Great, who has thrown himself at the feet of the high priest of Jerusalem and is doing him homage. Figures which are so marvellous that it would not be possible to do anything better. And Agnolo Buonarroti himself, looking at them in the presence of Giorgio Vasari, said that the hour of death had come upon the art, for nothing better could ever be seen. This Alessandro made the medal of Pope Julius III for the holy year of 1550, with a reverse showing the prisoners that were released in the days of the ancients at times of Jubilee, which was a rare and truly beautiful medal, with many other dies and portraits for the Mint of Rome, which he kept busily employed for many years. He executed portraits of Pier Luigi Farnese, Duke of Castro, and his son, Duke Ottavio, and he made a portrait of Cardinal Farnese in a medal, a very choice work, the head being of gold and the ground of silver. The same master engraved for Cardinal Farnese in intaglio, on a carnelian larger than a Giulio, a head of King Henry of France, which has been considered in point of design, grace, excellence, and perfection of finish, one of the best modern intagli that has ever been seen. There may also be seen many other stones engraved by his hand in the form of cameos. Truly perfect is a nude woman wrought with great art, and another in which is a lion, and likewise one of a boy, with many small ones, of which there is no need to speak. But that which surpassed all the others was the head of the Athenian Phocion, which is marvellous, and the most beautiful cameo that is to be seen. A master who gives his attention to cameos at the present day is Giovanni Antonio de Rossi, an excellent craftsman of Milan, who, in addition to the various beautiful works that he has engraved in relief and in intaglio, has executed for the most illustrious Duke Cosimo de' Medici a very large cameo, 1/3 of a braccio in height and the same in width, in which he has cut 2 figures from the waist upwards, namely His Excellency, and the most illustrious Duchess Leonora, his consort, who are both holding with their hands a medallion containing a Florence, and beside them are portraits from life of the Prince Don Francesco, Don Giovanni the Cardinal, Don Grazia, Don Hernando, and Don Pietro, together with Donna Isabella and Donna Lucretia, all their children. It would not be possible to find a more amazing or a larger work in cameo than this, and since it surpasses all the other cameos and smaller works that he has made, I shall make no further mention of them, for they are all to be seen. Cosimo da Trezzo, also, has executed many works worthy of praise in this profession, and has won much favour on account of his rare gifts from Philip, the great Catholic King of Spain, who retains him about his person, honouring and rewarding him in return for his ability in his vocation of engraving in intaglio and in relief. He has no equal in making portraits from life, and in other kinds of work, as well as in that, his talent is extraordinary. Of the Milanese Filippo Negoro, who worked at chasing arms of iron with foliage and figures, I shall say nothing, since copper engravings of his works, which have given him very great fame, may be seen about. By Gasparo and Girolamo Misuroni, engravers of Milan, have been seen most beautiful vases and tazze of crystal. For Duke Cosimo in particular they have executed 2 that are marvellous, besides which they have made out of a piece of heliotrope a vase extraordinary in size and admirable for its engraving, and also a large vase of lapis lazuli which deserves infinite praise. Jacopo da Trezzo practices the same profession in Milan, and these men, in truth, have brought great beauty and facility to this art. Many masters could I mention who, in executing in incavo heads and reverses for medals, have equalled and even surpassed the ancients, as, for example, Benvenuto Cellini, who, during the time when he exercised the goldsmith's art in Rome under Pope Clement, made 2 medals with a head of Pope Clement that is a living likeness, and on the reverse of one a figure of peace that has bound Fury and is burning her arms, and on the other Moses striking the rock and causing water to flow to quench the thirst of his people, beyond which it is not possible to go in that art. And the same might be said of the coins and medals that Benvenuto afterwards made for Duke Alessandro in Florence. Of the Chevalier Leone Aretino, who has done equally well in the same art, and of the works that he has made and still continues to make, there will be an account in another place. The Roman Pietro Paolo Galeotto also has executed for Duke Cosimo, as he still does, medals with portraits of that lord, dies for coins, and works in tarsia, imitating the methods of Maestro Salvestro, a most excellent master, who produced marvellous works in that profession at Rome. Pastorino da Siena, likewise, has executed so many heads from life that he may be said to have made portraits of every kind of person in the whole world. Great nobles, followers of the arts, and many people of low degree. He discovered a kind of hard stucco for making portraits, wherewith he gave them the colouring of nature, with the tints of the beard, hair, and flesh, so that they had the appearance of life itself. But he deserves much more praise for his work in steel, in which he has made excellent dies for medals. It would take too long if I were to speak of all those who execute portrait medals of wax, seeing that every goldsmith at the present day makes them, and a number of gentlemen have given their attention to this, and still do so, such as Giovan Battista Sozzini at Siena, Rosso de Giugni at Florence, and very many others, of whom I shall not now say more. And to bring this account to conclusion, I return to the steel engravers, of whom one is Girolamo Fagioli of Bologna, a master of chasing and of copper engraving, and another at Florence is Domenico Poggini, who has made, as he still does, dies for the mint with medals of Duke Cosimo, and who also executes statues of marble, imitating, in so far as he is able, the rarest and most excellent of masters who have ever produced choice works in these professions. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by PhyllisV. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 6, by Giorgio Vasari. Translated by Gaston de VERE. Section 9. Lives of Marcantonio Bolognese and of other engravers of prints. Seeing that in the treatise on the technique of painting there was little said of copperplate engraving, since it was enough at that time to describe the method of engraving silver with the burin, which is a square tool of iron cut on the slant with a sharp point, I shall use the occasion of this life to say as much on that subject as I may consider to be sufficient. The beginning of print engraving, then, came from the Florentine Maso Finiguerra, about the year of our salvation, 1460. For of all the works which that master engraved in silver with designs to be filled up with niello, he took impressions in clay, over which he poured melted sulphur, which reproduced the lines of the design, and these, when filled with smoke black mixed with oil, produced the same effect as the silver. He also did the same with damped paper, and with the same tint, going over the whole with a round and smooth roller, which not only gave the designs the appearance of prints, but they also came out as if drawn with the pen. This master was followed by Baccio Baldini, a goldsmith of Florence, who, not having much power of design, took all that he did from the invention and design of Sandro Botticelli. And this method, coming to the knowledge of Andrea Mantegna in Rome, was the reason that he made a beginning with engraving many of his works as was said in his life. This invention having afterwards passed into Flanders, a certain Martin, who was held to be an excellent painter in Antwerp at the time, executed many works, and sent to Italy a great number of printed designs, which were all signed in the following manner: M.C. The first of these were the 5 foolish virgins, with their lamps extinguished, the 5 wise virgins, with their lamps burning, and a Christ crucified, with Saint John and the Madonna at the foot of the cross, which was so good an engraving that Gherardo, the Florentine illuminator, set himself to copy it with the burin, and succeeded very well. But he went no further with this, for he did not live long. Martin then published 4 round engravings of the 4 evangelists, and Jesus Christ with the 12 apostles, in small sheets, Veronica with 6 saints of the same size, and some coats of arms of German noblemen, supported by men both naked and clothed, and also by women. He published, likewise, a Saint George slaying the dragon, a Christ standing before Pilate, who was washing his hands, and a passing of Our Lady with all the apostles, a work of some size, which was one of the best designs that this master ever engraved. In another he represented Saint Anthony beaten by devils, and carried through the air by a vast number of them in the most varied and bizarre forms that could possibly be imagined, which sheet so pleased Michelangelo, when he was a mere lad, that he set himself to color it. After this Martin, Albrecht Dürer began to give attention to prints of the same kind at Antwerp, but with more design and better judgment, and with more beautiful invention, seeking to imitate the life and to draw near to the Italian manners, which he always held in much account. And thus, while still quite young, he executed many works which were considered as beautiful as those of Martin, and he engraved them with his own hand, signing them with his name. In the year 1503 he published a little Madonna, in which he surpassed both Martin and his own self, and afterwards many other sheets with horses, 2 in each sheet, taken from nature and very beautiful. In another he depicted the prodigal son, in the guise of a peasant, kneeling with his hands clasped and gazing up to heaven, while some swine are eating from a trough. And in this work are some most beautiful huts after the manner of German cottages. He engraved a little Saint Sebastian bound, with the arms upraised, and a Madonna seated with the child in her arms, with the light from a window falling upon her, a small work, than which there is nothing better to be seen. He also made a Flemish woman on horseback, with a groom at her feet, and on a larger copper plate he engraved a nymph being carried away by a sea monster, while some other nymphs are bathing. On a plate of the same size he engraved with supreme delicacy of workmanship, attaining to the final perfection of this art, a Diana beating a nymph who has fled for protection to the bosom of a satyr, in which sheet Albrecht sought to prove that he was able to make nudes. But although those masters were extolled at that time in those countries, in ours their works are commended only for the diligent execution of the engraving. I am willing, indeed, to believe that Albrecht was perhaps not able to do better because, not having any better models, he drew, when he had to make nudes from one or other of his assistants, who must have had bad figures, as Germans generally have when naked, although one sees many from those parts who are fine men when in their clothes. In various little printed sheets he executed figures of peasant men and women in different Flemish costumes, some playing on the bagpipes and dancing, some selling fowls and such like things, and others in many other attitudes. He also drew a man sleeping in a bathroom, who has Venus near him, leading him into temptation in a dream, while Love is diverting himself by mounting on stilts, and the devil blows into his ears with a pair of bellows. And he engraved 2 different figures of St. Christopher carrying the infant Christ, both very beautiful, and executed with much diligence in the close detail of the hair and in every other respect. After these works, perceiving how much time he consumed in engraving on copper, and happening to have in his possession a great abundance of subjects drawn in various ways, he set himself to making woodcuts, a method of working in which those who have the greatest powers of design find the widest field wherein to display their ability in its perfection. And in the year 1510 he published 2 little prints in this manner, in one of which is the beheading of St. John, and in the other the scene of the head of the same St. John being presented in a charger to Herod, who was seated at table, with other sheets of St. Christopher, St. Sixtus the Pope, St. Stephen, and St. Lawrence. Then, having seen that this method of working was much easier than engraving on copper, he pursued it and executed a St. Gregory chanting the Mass, accompanied by the deacon and subdeacon. And, growing in courage, in the year 1510 he represented on a sheet of royal folio part of the Passion of Christ. That is, he executed 4 pieces, with the intention of afterwards finishing the whole, these 4 being the Last Supper, the taking of Christ by night in the garden, his descent into the limbo of hell in order to deliver the Holy Fathers, and his glorious resurrection. That second piece he also painted in a very beautiful little picture in oils, which is now at Florence, in the possession of Signor Benedetto de' Medici. As for the 8 other parts, although they were afterwards executed and printed with the signature of Albrecht, to us it does not seem probable that they are the work of his hand, seeing that they are poor stuff, and bear no resemblance to his manner either in the heads, or in the draperies, or in any other respect. Wherefore it is believed that they were executed after his death for the sake of gain by other persons who did not scruple to father them on Albrecht. That this is true is also proved by the circumstance that in the year 1511 he represented the whole life of Our Lady in 20 sheets of the same size, executing it so well that it would not be possible, whether in invention, in the composition of the perspective views, in the buildings, in the costumes, or in the heads of old and young, to do better. Of a truth, if this man, so able, so diligent, and so versatile, had had Tuscany instead of Flanders for his country, and had been able to study the treasures of Rome, as we ourselves have done, he would have been the best painter of our land, even as he was the rarest and most celebrated that has ever appeared among the Flemings. In the same year, continuing to give expression to his fantasies, Albrecht resolved to execute 15 woodcuts of the same size, representing the terrible vision that St. John the Evangelist described in his Apocalypse in the Isle of Patmos. And so, setting his hand to the work with his extravagant imagination, so well suited to such a subject, he depicted all those things, both of heaven and of earth, so beautifully that it was a marvel, and with such a variety of forms in those animals and monsters, that it was a great light to many of our craftsmen, who have since availed themselves of the vast abundance of his beautiful fantasies and inventions. By the hand of the same master, also, is a woodcut that is to be seen of a nude Christ, who has round him the mysteries of his passion, and is weeping for our sins, with his hands to his face. And this, for a small work, is not otherwise than worthy of praise. Then, having grown both in power and in courage, as he saw that his works were prized, Albrecht executed some copper plates that astonished the world. He also set himself to make an engraving for printing on a sheet of half folio of a figure of melancholy, with all the instruments that reduce those who use them, or rather all mankind, to a melancholy humor. And in this he succeeded so well that it would not be possible to do more delicate engraving with the burin. He executed 3 small plates of Our Lady, all different one from another, and most subtle in engraving. But it would take too long if I were to try to enumerate all the works that issued from Albrecht's hand. Let it be enough for the present to tell that, having drawn a Passion of Christ in 36 parts, and having engraved these, he made an agreement with Marc Antonio Bolognese that they should publish the sheets in company, and thus, arriving in Venice, this work was the reason that marvelous prints of the same kind were afterwards executed in Italy, as will be related below. While Francesco Francia was working at his painting in Bologna, there was among his many disciples a young man called Marc Antonio, who, being more gifted than the others, was much brought forward by him, and, from having been many years with Francia, and greatly beloved by him, acquired the surname of de Franchi. This Marc Antonio, who was more able in design than his master, handled the burin with facility and grace, and executed in niello girdles and many other things much in favor at that time, which were very beautiful, for the reason that he was indeed most excellent in that profession. Having then been seized, as happens to many, with a desire to go about the world and see new things, and the methods of other craftsmen, with the gracious leave of Francia, he went off to Venice, where he was well received by the craftsmen of that city. About the same time there arrived in Venice some Flemings, with many copperplate engravings and woodcuts by Albrecht Dürer, which were seen by Marc Antonio on the Piazza di San Marco, and he was so amazed at the manner and method of the work of Albrecht that he spent on those sheets almost all the money that he had brought from Bologna. Among other things, he bought the Passion of Jesus Christ, which had been engraved on 36 wood blocks and printed not long before on sheets of quarter folio by the same Albrecht. This work began with the sin of Adam and the scene of the angel expelling him from paradise, and continued down to the descent of the Holy Spirit. End of section 9. Section 10 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by PhyllisV. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 6, by Giorgio VASARI. Translated by Gaston de VERE. Section 10. Marc Antonio, having considered what honor and profit might be acquired by one who should apply himself to that art in Italy, formed the determination to give his attention to it with all possible assiduity and diligence. He thus began to copy those engravings by Albrecht Dürer, studying the manner of each stroke and every other detail of the prints that he had bought, which were held in such estimation on account of their novelty and their beauty that every one sought to have some. Having then counterfeited on copper, with engraving as strong as that of the woodcuts that Albrecht had executed, the whole of the said Life and Passion of Christ in 36 parts, he added to these the signature that Albrecht used for all his works, which was A.D. And they proved to be so similar in manner that, no one knowing that they had been executed by Marc Antonio, they were ascribed to Albrecht, and were bought and sold as works by his hand. News of this was sent in writing to Albrecht, who was in Flanders, together with one of the counterfeit Passions executed by Marc Antonio, at which he flew into such a rage that he left Flanders and went to Venice, where he appeared before the Signoria and laid a complaint against Marc Antonio. But he could obtain no other satisfaction but this, that Marc Antonio should no longer use the name or the above-mentioned signature of Albrecht on his works. After this affair, Marc Antonio went off to Rome, where he gave his whole attention to design, and Albrecht returned to Flanders, where he found that another rival had already begun to execute many most delicate engravings in competition with him. This was Lucas of Holland, who, although he was not as fine a master of design as Albrecht, was yet in many respects his equal with the Burin. Among the many large and beautiful works that Lucas executed, the first were two in 1509, round in shape, in one of which is Christ bearing the cross, and in the other his crucifixion. Afterwards he published a Samson, a David on horseback, and a Saint Peter martyr with his tormentors. And then he made a copperplate engraving of Saul seated with the young David playing in his presence. And not long after, having made a great advance, he executed a very large plate with the most delicate engraving of Virgil suspended from the window in the basket, with some heads and figures so marvelous that they were the reason that Albrecht, growing more subtle in power through this competition, produced some printed sheets of such excellence that nothing better could be done. In these, wishing to display his ability, Albrecht made an armed man on horseback, representing human strength, which is so well finished that one could see the luster of the arms and of the black horse's coat, which is a difficult thing to reproduce in design. This stalwart horseman had Death, hourglass in hand, beside him, and the devil behind. There was also a long-haired dog, executed with the most subtle delicacy that can possibly be achieved in engraving. In the year 1512 there issued from the hand of the same master 16 little scenes of the Passion of Jesus Christ, engraved so well on copper that there are no little figures to be seen that are more beautiful, sweet, and graceful, nor any that are stronger in relief. Spurred likewise by rivalry, the same Lucas of Holland executed 12 similar plates, very beautiful, and yet not so perfect in engraving and design. And in addition to these, a Saint George, who is comforting the maiden, who is weeping because she is destined to be devoured by the dragon, and also a Solomon, who is worshipping idols, the baptism of Christ, Pyramus and Thisbe, and Ahasuerus with Queen Esther kneeling before him. Albrecht, on his part, not wishing to be surpassed by Lucas either in the number or in the excellence of his works, engraved a nude figure on some clouds, and a temperance with marvelous wings, holding a cup of gold and a bridle, with a most delicate little landscape. And then a Saint Eustachio, kneeling before the stag, which has the crucifix between its horns, a sheet which is amazing, and particularly for the beauty of some dogs in various attitudes, which could not be more perfect. Among the many children of various kinds that he made for the decoration of arms and devices, he engraved some who are holding a shield, wherein is a death with a cock for crest, the feathers of which are rendered in such detail that it would be impossible to execute anything more delicate with the burin. Finally, he published the sheet with St. Jerome in the habit of a cardinal, writing, with the lion sleeping at his feet. In this work Albrecht represented a room with windows of glass, through which streams the rays of the sun, falling on the place where the saint sits writing, with an effect so natural that it is a marvel. Besides which, there are books, timepieces, writings, and so many other things that nothing more and nothing better could be done in this field of art. Not long afterwards, in the year 1523, he executed a Christ with the 12 apostles in little figures, which was almost the last of his works. There may also be seen prints of many heads taken from life by him, such as that of Erasmus of Rotterdam, that of Cardinal Albrecht of Brandenburg, Elector of the Empire, and also his own. Nor, with all the engravings that he produced, did he ever abandon painting. Nay, he was always executing panels, canvases, and other paintings, all excellent, and, what is more, he left many writings on matters connected with engraving, painting, perspective, and architecture. But to return to the subject of engraving, the works of Albrecht Dürer induced Lucas of Holland to follow in his steps to the best of his power. After the works already mentioned, Lucas engraved on copper 4 scenes from the life of Joseph, and also the 4 evangelists, the 3 angels who appeared to Abraham in the valley of Mamre, Susanna in the bath, David praying, Mordecai riding in triumph on horseback, Lot made drunk by his daughters, the creation of Adam and Eve, God commanding them that they shall not eat of the fruit from the tree that he points out to them, and Cain killing his brother Abel, all which sheets were published in the year 1529. But that which did more than anything else to bring renown and fame to Lucas was a large sheet in which he represented the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. with another wherein Pilate is showing him to the people, saying, Ecce homo. These sheets, which are large and contain a great number of figures, are held to be excellent, as are likewise one with a conversion of St. Paul, and another showing him being led blind into Damascus. And let these works suffice to prove that Lucas may be numbered among those who have handled the burin with ability. The scenes of Lucas are very happy in composition, being executed with such clearness and so free from confusion that it seems certain that the action represented could not have taken place in any other way, that they are arranged more in accordance with the rules of art than those of Albrecht. Besides this, it is evident that he used a wise discretion in the engraving of his work, for the reason that all those parts which recede little by little into the distance are less strongly defined in proportion as they are lost to view, even as natural objects become less clear to the eye when seen from afar. Indeed, he executed them with such thoughtful care, and made them so soft and well blended, that they would not be better in color, and his judicious methods have opened the eyes of many painters. The same master engraved many little plates, various figures of Our Lady, the 12 apostles with Christ, many saints, both male and female, arms and helmet crests, and other such like things. Very beautiful is a peasant who is having a tooth drawn, and is feeling such pain that he does not notice that meanwhile a woman is robbing his purse. All these works of Albrecht and Lucas have brought it about that many other Flemings and Germans after them have printed similar sheets of great beauty. But returning to Marc Antonio, having arrived in Rome, he engraved on copper a most lovely drawing by Raffaello da Urbino, wherein was the Roman Lucretia killing herself, which he executed with such diligence and in so beautiful a manner that Raffaello, to whom it was straightway carried by some friends, began to think of publishing in engravings some designs of works by his hand, and then a drawing that he had formerly made of the Judgment of Paris, wherein, to please himself, he had drawn the chariot of the sun, the nymphs of the woods, those of the fountains, and those of the rivers, with vases, the helms of ships, and other beautiful things of fancy all around. And when he had made up his mind, these were engraved by Marc Antonio in such a manner as amazed all Rome. After them was engraved the drawing of the Massacre of the Innocents, with most beautiful nudes, women and children, which was a rare work, and then the Neptune, with little stories of Aeneas around it, the beautiful Rape of Helen, also after a drawing by Raffaello, and another design, in which may be seen the death of Santa Felicita, who is being boiled in oil, while her sons are beheaded. These works acquired such fame for Marc Antonio that his engravings were held in much higher estimation on account of their good design than those of the Flemings, and the merchants made very large profits out of them. Raffaello had kept an assistant called Baviera for many years to grind his colors, and since this Baviera had a certain ability, Raffaello ordained that he should attend to the printing of the engravings executed by Marc Antonio, to the end that all his compositions might thus be finished, and then sold in gross and in detail to all who desired them. And so, having set to work, They printed a vast number, which brought very great profit to Raffaello, and all the plates were signed by Marc Antonio with the following signatures: R.S., for the name of Raffaello Sanzio of Urbino, and M.F. for that of Marc Antonio. Among these works were a Venus embraced by love, after a drawing by Raffaello, and a scene in which God the Father is blessing the seed of Abraham with the handmaiden and 2 children. Next were engraved all the round pictures that Raffaello had painted in the apartments of the papal palace, such as the Universal Knowledge, Calliope with the musical instrument in her hand, Foresight, and Justice. And then, after a small drawing, the scene which Raffaello had painted in the same apartment, of Mount Parnassus, with Apollo, the Muses, and the poets, and also that of Aeneas carrying Anchises on his back while Troy is burning, of which Raffaello had made the drawing in order to paint a little picture. After this they engraved and printed another work of Raffaello, Galatea in a car drawn over the sea by dolphins, with some Tritons who are carrying off a nymph. These works finished, Marc Antonio engraved many separate figures, likewise on copper, and after drawings by Raffaello, an Apollo with the lyre in his hand, a figure of peace to whom love is offering an olive branch, the 3 theological and the 4 moral virtues, and a Jesus Christ with the 12 apostles, of the same size. A half-folio plate of the Madonna that Raffaello had painted in the altarpiece of the Araceli, and likewise one of that which went to San Domenico in Naples, with Our Lady, Saint Jerome, the angel Raphael, and Tobias, and a little plate of Our Lady, seated on a chair and embracing the infant Christ, who is half-clothed, with many other figures of the Madonna copied from the pictures which Raffaello had painted for various persons. After these, he engraved a young St. John the Baptist, seated in the desert, and then the picture which Raffaello executed for San Giovanni in Monte, of Santa Cecilia with other saints, which was held to be a most beautiful sheet. When Raffaello had finished all the cartoons of the tapestries for the papal chapel, which were afterwards woven in silk and gold, with stories of St. Paul, St. Peter, and St. Stephen, Marc Antonio engraved the preaching of St. Paul, the stoning of St. Stephen, and the blind man receiving his sight, which plates, what with the invention of Raffaello, the grace of the design, and the diligent engraving of Marc Antonio, were so beautiful that there was nothing better to be seen. He then engraved, after the invention of the same Raffaello, a most beautiful deposition from the cross, with a Madonna in a swoon, who is marvelous, and not long afterwards a plate which is very beautiful, of that picture by Raffaello, which went to Palermo, of a Christ who is bearing the cross, and also one of a drawing that Raffaello had executed of a Christ in the air, with Our Lady, St. John the Baptist, and St. Catherine kneeling on the ground, and St. Paul the Apostle standing, which was a large and very lovely engraving. This and the others, after becoming spoiled and almost worn out through being too much used, were carried away by Germans and others in the sack of Rome. The same Marc Antonio engraved the portrait of Pope Clement VII in profile, with the face shaved, in the form of a medallion. One of the Emperor Charles V at the time when he was a young man, and another of him at a riper age, and also one of Ferdinand, King of the Romans, who afterwards succeeded Charles V as emperor. He also made in Rome a portrait from life of Messer Pietro Aretino, a very famous poet, which was the most beautiful that Marc Antonio ever executed, and, not long afterwards, portraits of the 12 ancient emperors in medallions. Of these sheets Raffaello sent some into Flanders to Albrecht Dürer, who praised Marc Antonio highly, and sent in return to Raffaello, in addition to many other sheets, his own portrait, which was held to be a miracle of beauty. Now the fame of Marc Antonio having grown very great, and the art of engraving having come into credit and repute, many disciples had placed themselves under him in order to learn it, and of their number 2 who made great proficience were Marco da Ravenna, who signed his plates with the signature of Raffaello, R.S., and Agostino Viniziano, who signed his works in the following manner, A.V. These 2 engraved and printed many designs by Raffaello, such as one of Our Lady with Christ lying dead at full length, and at his feet St. John, the Magdalene, Nicodemus, and the other Maries. And they engraved another plate of greater size, in which is a Madonna, with the arms outstretched and the eyes raised towards heaven, in an attitude of supreme pity and sorrow, with Christ, in like manner, lying dead at full length. Agostino afterwards engraved a large plate of the Nativity, with the shepherds and angels about the hut, and God the Father above, and he executed many vases, both ancient and modern, and also a censer, or rather 2 women with a vase perforated at the top. He engraved a plate with a man transformed into a wolf, who was stealing towards a bed in order to kill one who was sleeping in it. And he also executed one of Alexander with Roxana, to whom that prince is presenting a royal crown, while some loves are hovering about her and adorning her head, and others are playing with the arms of Alexander. The same masters together engraved the Last Supper of Christ with the 12 apostles, on a plate of some size, and an Annunciation, all after the designs of Raffaello, and then 2 stories of the marriage of Psyche, which had been painted by Raffaello not long before. In the end, Agostino and the above-mentioned Marco between them engraved almost all the works that Raffaello ever drew or painted, and made prints of them, and also many of the pictures painted by Giulio Romano, after copies drawn for that purpose. And to the end that there might remain scarcely a single work of Raffaello that had not been engraved by them, they finally made engravings of the scenes that Giulio had painted in the loggia after the designs of Raffaello. There may still be seen some of the first plates with the signature M.R. for Marco Ravignano, and others with the signature A.V. for Agostino Viniziano, re-engraved by others after them, such as the creation of the world, and God forming the animals, the sacrifices of Cain and Abel, and the death of Abel, Abraham sacrificing Isaac, Noah's Ark, the deluge, and the animals afterwards issuing from the ark, the passage of the Red Sea, the delivery of the laws from Mount Sinai through Moses, and the manna, David slaying Goliath, already engraved by Marc Antonio, Solomon building the temple, the judgment of the same Solomon between the two women, and the visit of the Queen of Sheba, and from the New Testament, the Nativity and the resurrection of Christ, and the descent of the Holy Spirit. All these were engraved and printed during the lifetime of Raffaello. After the death of Raffaello, Marco and Agostino separated, and Agostino was retained by Baccio Bandinelli, the Florentine sculptor, who caused him to engrave, after his design, an anatomical figure that he had formed out of lean bodies and dead men's bones, and then a Cleopatra. Both these were held to be very good plates, whereupon, growing in courage, Baccio drew and caused Agostino to engrave a large plate, one of the largest, indeed, that had ever been engraved up to that time, full of women clothed, and of naked men who were slaughtering the little innocents by command of King Herod. Marc Antonio, meanwhile, continuing to work at engraving, executed some plates with small figures of the 12 apostles in various manners, and many saints, both male and female, to the end that the poor painters who were weak in design might be able to avail themselves of these in their need. He also engraved a nude young man, who has a lion at his feet, and is seeking to furl a large banner which is swollen out by the wind in a direction contrary to his purpose. Another who is carrying a pedestal on his back, and a little Saint Jerome, who is meditating on death, placing a finger in the hollow of a skull that he has in his hand, the invention and design of which were by Raffaello. Then he executed a figure of Justice, which he copied from the tapestries of the chapel, and afterwards an Aurora, drawn by 2 horses, on which the Hours are placing bridles. He also copied the 3 Graces from the Antique, and he engraved a scene of Our Lady ascending the steps of the temple. After these things, Giulio Romano, who in his modesty would never have any of his works engraved during the lifetime of his master Raffaello, lest he should seem to wish to compete with him, caused Marc Antonio, after the death of Raffaello, to engrave 2 most beautiful battles of horsemen on plates of some size, and all the stories of Venus, Apollo, and Hyacinthus, which he had painted in the bathroom that is at the villa of Messer Baldassare Torini da Pescia. And he did the same with the 4 stories of the Magdalene, and the 4 evangelists that are in the vaulting of the chapel of the Trinità, which were executed for a courtesan, although the chapel now belongs to Messer Agnolo Massimi. By the same master, was drawn and reproduced in engraving a very beautiful ancient sarcophagus containing a lion hunt, which was formerly at Maiano, and is now in the court of San Pietro, as well as one of the ancient scenes in marble that are under the Arch of Constantine, and finally many scenes that Raffaello had designed for the corridor and loggia of the palace, which have since been engraved once more by Tommaso Barlacchi, together with those of the tapestries that Raffaello executed for the public consistory. After this, Giulio Romano caused Marc Antonio to engrave 20 plates showing all the various ways, attitudes, and positions in which licentious men have intercourse with women, and, what was worse, for each plate Messer Pietro Aretino wrote a most indecent sonnet, insomuch that I know not which was the greater, the offence to the eye from the drawings of Giulio, or the outrage to the ear from the words of Aretino. This work was much censured by Pope Clement, and if, when it was published, Giulio had not already left for Mantua, he would have been sharply punished for it by the anger of the Pope. And since some of these sheets were found in places where they were least expected, not only were they prohibited, but Marc Antonio was taken and thrown into prison, and he would have fared very badly if Cardinal de' Medici and Baccio Bandinelli, who was then at Rome in the service of the Pope, had not obtained his release. Of a truth, the gifts of God should not be employed, as they very often are, in things wholly abominable, which are an outrage to the world. Released from prison, Marc Antonio finished engraving for Baccio Bandinelli a large plate that he had previously begun, with a great number of nude figures engaged in roasting St. Lawrence on the gridiron, which was held to be truly beautiful, and was indeed engraved with incredible diligence, although Bandinelli, complaining unjustly of Marc Antonio to the Pope while that master was executing it, said that he was committing many errors. But for this sort of gratitude Bandinelli received the reward that his lack of courtesy deserved, for Marc Antonio, having heard the whole story, and having finished the plate, went, without Baccio being aware of it, to the Pope, who took infinite delight in the arts of design, and he showed him first the original drawing by Bandinelli, and then the printed engraving, from which the Pope recognized that Marc Antonio not only had committed no errors, but had even corrected with great judgment many committed by Bandinelli, which were of no small importance, and had shown more knowledge and craftsmanship in his engraving than had Baccio in his drawing. Wherefore the Pope commended him greatly, and ever afterwards received him with favour. And it is believed that he might have done much for him, but the sack of Rome supervening, Marc Antonio became little less than a beggar, seeing that, besides losing all his property, he was forced to disburse a good ransom in order to escape from the hands of the Spaniards, which done, he departed from Rome, never to return. And there are few works to be seen which were executed by him after that time. Our arts are much indebted to Marc Antonio, and that he made a beginning with engraving in Italy, to the advantage and profit of art, and to the convenience of her followers, in the consequence of which others have since executed the works that will be described hereafter. Now Agostino Viniziano, of whom we have already spoken, came to Florence, after the circumstances described above, with the intention of attaching himself to Andrea del Sarto, who was held to be about the best painter in Italy after Raffaello. And so Andrea, persuaded by this Agostino to have his works engraved, made a drawing of a dead Christ supported by 3 angels. But since the attempt did not succeed exactly according to his fancy, he would never again allow any work of his to be engraved. After his death, however, certain persons published engravings of the Visitation of Saint Elizabeth and of the Baptism of the People by Saint John, taken from the work in chiaroscuro that Andrea painted in the Scalzo at Florence. Marco da Ravenna, likewise, in addition to the works already mentioned, which he executed in company with Agostino, also engraved many others by himself, which are all good and worthy of praise, and are known by his signature, which has been described above. Many others, also, have there been after these, who have worked very well at engraving, and have brought it about that every country has been able to see and enjoy the honored labors of the most excellent masters. Nor has there been wanting one who has had the enterprise to execute with wood-blocks prints that possess the appearance of having been made with the brush after the manner of chiaroscuro, which is an ingenious and difficult thing. This was Ugo de Carpi, who, although he was a mediocre painter, was nevertheless a man of most subtle wit in strange and fanciful inventions. He it was, as has been related in the 30th chapter of the Treatise on Technique, who first attempted, and that with the happiest result, to work with 2 blocks, one of which he used for hatching the shadows in the manner of a copperplate, and with the other he made the tint of color, cutting deeply with the strokes of the engraving, and leaving the lights so bright that when the impression was pulled off they appeared to have been heightened with lead white. Ugo executed in this manner, after a design drawn by Raffaello in chiaroscuro, a woodcut in which is a Sibyl seated who is reading, with a clothed child giving her light with a torch. Having succeeded in this, Ugo took heart and attempted to make prints with wood-blocks of 3 tints. The first gave the shadow, the second, which was lighter in tone, made the middle tint, and the third, cut deeply, gave the higher lights of the ground and left the white of the paper. And the result of this also was so good that he executed a woodcut of Aeneas carrying Anchises on his back, while Troy is burning. He then made a deposition from the cross, and the story of Simon Magus, which had been used by Raffaello for the tapestries of the above-mentioned chapel, and likewise David slaying Goliath, and the flight of the Philistines, of which Raffaello had prepared the design in order to paint it in the papal loggia. And after many other works in chiaroscuro, he executed in the same manner a Venus, with many lovers playing about her. End of section 10. Section 11 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by PhyllisV. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 6, by Giorgio Vasari, translated by Gaston de VERE. Section 11. Now, since, as I have said, he was a painter, I must not omit to tell that he painted in oils, without using a brush, but with his fingers, and partly also with other bizarre instruments of his own, an altarpiece which is on the altar of the Volto Santo in Rome. Upon this altarpiece, being one morning with Michelangelo at that altar to hear Mass, I saw an inscription saying that Ugo de Carpi had painted it without a brush, and I laughed, and showed the inscription to Michelangelo, who answered, also with a laugh, that it would have been better if he had used a brush, for then he might have done it in a better manner. The method of executing these two kinds of woodcuts, in imitation of chiaroscuro, thus invented by Ugo de Carpi, was the reason that, many following in his steps, a great number of most beautiful prints were produced by others. For after him, Baldassare Peruzzi, the painter of Siena, made a similar woodcut in chiaroscuro, which was very beautiful, of Hercules driving Avarice, a figure laden with vases of gold and silver from Mount Parnassus, on which are the Muses in various lovely attitudes. And Francesco Parmigiano engraved a Diogenes for a sheet of royal folio laid open, which was a finer print than any that Ugo ever produced. The same Parmigiano, having shown the method of making prints from 3 blocks to Antonio da Trento, caused him to execute a large sheet in chiaroscuro of the beheading of St. Peter and St. Paul, and afterwards he executed another, but with 2 blocks only, of the Tiburtine Sibyl, showing the infant Christ in the lap of the Virgin to the Emperor Octavian, a nude man seated who has his back turned in a beautiful attitude, and likewise an oval print of the Madonna lying down, with many others by his hand that may be seen in various places, printed after his death by Giovannicolo Vicentino. But the most beautiful were executed later by Domenico Beccafumi of Siena, after the death of Parmigiano, as will be related at greater length in the life of Domenico. Not otherwise than worthy of praise, also, is the method that has been invented of making engravings more easily than with the burin, although they do not come out so clear, that is, with aqua fortis, first laying on the copper a coat of wax, varnish, or oil color, and then drawing the design with an iron instrument that has a sharp point to cut through the wax, varnish, or color, whichever it may be, after which one pours over it the aqua fortis, which eats into the copper in such a manner that it leaves the lines of the design hollow, and impressions can be taken from it. With this method, Francesco Parmigiano executed many little things, which are full of grace, such as the Nativity of Christ, a dead Christ with the Maries weeping over him, and one of the tapestries executed for the chapel after the designs of Raffaello, with many other works. After these masters, 50 sheets with varied and beautiful landscapes were produced by Battista, a painter of Vicenza, and Battista del Moro of Verona. In Flanders, Hieronymus Koch has executed engravings of the liberal arts, and in Rome, engravings had been done of the Visitation in the Pace, painted by Fra Sebastiano Veneziano, of that of Francesco Salviati in the Misericordia, and of the Feast of Testaccio, besides many works that have been engraved in Venice by the painter Battista Franco and by many other masters. But to return to the simple copperplate engravings. After Marc Antonio had executed the many works that have been mentioned above, Rosso arrived in Rome, and Baviera persuaded him that he should have some of his works engraved. Wherefore he commissioned Gian Jacopo Caraglio of Verona, who was one of the most skilled craftsmen of that day, and who sought with all diligence to imitate Marc Antonio, to engrave a lean anatomical figure of his own, which holds a death's head in the hand and is seated on a serpent while a swan is singing. This plate succeeded so well that the same Rosso afterwards caused engravings to be made on plates of considerable size of some of the labors of Hercules, the slaying of the Hydra, the combat with Cerberus, the killing of Cacus, the breaking of the bull's horns, the battle with the centaurs, and the centaur Nessus carrying off Deianira. And these plates proved to be so beautiful and so well engraved that the same Jacopo executed, likewise after the design of Rosso, the story of the daughters of Pierus, who, for seeking to contend with the Muses and to sing in competition with them, were transformed into crows. Baviera having then caused Rosso to draw 20 gods in niches with their attributes for a book, these were engraved by Gian Jacopo Caraglio in a very beautiful and graceful manner, and also, not long afterwards, their transformations. But of these Rosso did not make the drawings, save only of 2, for he had a difference with Baviera, and Baviera had 10 of them executed by Perino del Vaga. The 2 by Rosso were the rape of Proserpine and the transformation of Philyra into a horse, and all were engraved with such diligence by Caraglio that they have always been prized. Caraglio afterwards began for Rosso the rape of the Sabines, which would have been a very rare work, but the sack of Rome supervening, it could not be finished, for Rosso went away and the plates were all lost. And although this work has since come into the hands of the printers, it has proved a miserable failure, for the engraving has been done by one who had no knowledge of the art and thought only of making money. After this, Caraglio engraved for Francesco Parmigiano a plate of the marriage of Our Lady, and other works by the same master, and then another plate for Tiziano Vicelli, which was very beautiful, of a nativity that Tiziano had formerly painted. This Gian Jacopo Caraglio, after having executed many copper plates, being an ingenious spirit, gave his attention to engraving cameos and crystals, in which he became no less excellent than he had been in the engraving of copper plates. And since then, having entered the service of the King of Poland, he has occupied himself no longer with engraving on copper, now, in his opinion, a mean art, but with the cutting of gems, with working in incavo, and with architecture, for which, having been richly rewarded by the liberality of that king, he has spent large sums in investments in the territory of Parma, in order to be able to retire in his old age to the enjoyment of his native country, among his friends and disciples, after the labors of so many years. After these masters came another excellent copperplate engraver, Lamberto Suave, by whose hand are 13 plates of Christ and the 12 apostles, in which the execution of the engraving is perfect in its delicacy. If Lamberto had possessed a more thorough mastery of design, in addition to the industry, patience, and diligence that he showed in all other points, he would have been marvelous in every respect, as may be perceived clearly from a little sheet of St. Paul writing, and from a larger sheet with the story of the raising of Lazarus, in which there are most beautiful things to be seen. Worthy of note, in particular, are the hollow rock in the cavern, which he represented as the burial place of Lazarus, and the light that falls upon some figures, all of which is executed with beautiful and fanciful invention. No little ability, likewise, has been shown in this profession by Giovan Battista Mantovano, a disciple of Giulio Romano, among other works in a Madonna who has the child in her arms and the moon under her feet, and in some very beautiful heads with helmet crests after the antique, in 2 sheets in which are a captain of mercenaries on foot and one on horseback, and also in a sheet wherein is a Mars in armor, who is seated upon a bed, while Venus gazes on a Cupid whom she is suckling, which has in it much that is good. Very fanciful also are the 2 large sheets by the hand of the same master, in which is the burning of Troy, executed with extraordinary invention, design, and grace. These and many other sheets by the same hand are signed with the letters J.B.M. And no less excellent than any of those mentioned above has been Enea Vico of Parma, who engraved the well-known copper plate of the Rape of Helen by Rosso, and also another plate after the design of the same painter of Vulcan with some loves, who are fashioning arrows at his forge, while the Cyclops are also at work, which was truly a most beautiful engraving. He executed the Leda of Michelangelo on another, and also an Annunciation after the design of Tiziano, the story of Judith that Michelangelo painted in the chapel, the portrait of Duke Cosimo de' Medici as a young man, in full armor, after the drawing by Bandinelli, and likewise the portrait of Bandinelli himself, and then the contest of Cupid and Apollo in the presence of all the gods. And if Enea had been maintained and rewarded for his labors by Bandinelli, he would have engraved many other beautiful plates for him. Afterwards, Francesco, a protege of the Salviati, and an excellent painter, being in Florence, and assisted by the liberality of Duke Cosimo, commissioned Enea to engrave the large plate of the Conversion of St. Paul, full of horses and soldiers, which was held to be very beautiful, and gave Enea a great name. The same Enea then executed the portrait of Signor Giovanni de' Medici, father of Duke Cosimo, with an ornament full of figures. He engraved also the portrait of Emperor Charles V, with an ornament covered with appropriate victories and trophies, for which he was rewarded by His Majesty and praised by all. And on another plate, very well engraved, he represented the victory that the emperor gained on the Elbe. For Doni he executed some heads from nature in the manner of medallions, with beautiful ornaments, King Henry of France, Cardinal Bembo, Messer Lodovico Ariosto, the Florentine Gello, Messer Lodovico Domenici, Signora Laura Terracina, Messer Cipriano Morosino, and Doni himself. He also engraved for Don Giulio Clovio, a most excellent illuminator, a plate of a St. George on horseback, who was slaying the dragon, in which, although it was, one might say, one of the first works that he engraved, he acquitted himself very well. Afterwards, being a man of lofty genius, and desiring to pass on to greater and more honorable undertakings, Enea applied himself to the study of antiquities, and in particular of ancient metals, of which he has published several books in engraving, wherein are the true effigies of many emperors and their wives, with every kind of inscription and reverse that could bring all who delight in them to a clearer understanding of their stories, for which he has rightly won great praise, and he still does. And those who have found fault with him for his books of medals have been in the wrong, for whoever shall consider the labors that he has performed, and how useful and beautiful these are, must perforce excuse him, even though he may have erred in a few matters of little importance, and such errors which are not committed save from faulty information, from a too ready credulity, or from having opinions differing from others with some show of reason, are worthy to be excused, seeing that Aristotle, Pliny, and many others have been guilty of the like. Enea also designed, to the common satisfaction and benefit of all mankind, 50 costumes of different nations, such as were worn by men and women, peasants and citizens, in Italy, in France, in Spain, in Portugal, in England, in Flanders, and in other parts of the world, which was an ingenious work, both fanciful and beautiful. He executed also a genealogical tree of all the emperors, which was a thing of great beauty. And finally, after much toil and travailing, he now lives in repose under the shadow of Alfonso II, Duke of Ferrara, for whom he has made a genealogical tree of all the marquises and dukes of the house of Este. For all these works, and many others that he has executed, as he still continues to do, I have thought it right to make this honorable record of him among so many other men of the arts. Many others have occupied themselves with copperplate engraving who, although they have not attained to such perfection, have none the less benefited the world with their labors, by bringing many scenes and other works of excellent masters into the light of day, and by thus giving the means of seeing the various inventions and manners of the painters to those who are not able to go to the places where the principal works are, and conveying to the ultramontanes a knowledge of many things that they did not know. And although many plates have been badly executed through the avarice of the printers, eager more for gain than for honor, yet in certain others, besides those that have been mentioned, there may be seen something of the good, as in the large design of the Last Judgment of Michelangelo Buonarroti on the front wall of the Papal Chapel, engraved by Giorgio Mantovano, and in the engravings by Giovan Battista de Cavalieri of the Crucifixion of St. Peter and the Conversion of St. Paul, painted in the Pauline Chapel at Rome. This Giovan Battista has also executed copperplate engravings, besides other designs, of the Meditation of St. John the Baptist, of the Deposition from the Cross that Danielo Ricciarelli of Volterra painted in a chapel in the Trinità at Rome, of a Madonna with many angels, and of a vast number of other works. Moreover, many things taken from Michelangelo have been engraved by others at the commission of Antonio Lanferi, who has employed printers for the same purpose. These have published books of all the kinds of fishes, and also the Phaethon, the Titius, the Ganymede, the Archers, the Bacchanalia, the Dream, the Pietà, and the Crucifix, all done by Michelangelo for the Marchioness of Pescara. And, in addition, the four prophets of the chapel and other scenes and drawings have been engraved and published, but executed so badly that I think it well to be silent as to the names of those engravers and printers. But I must not be silent about the above-mentioned Antonio Lanferi and Tommaso Barlacchi, for they, as well as others, have employed many young men to engrave plates after original drawings by the hands of a vast number of masters, insomuch that it is better to say nothing of these works, lest it should become wearisome. And in this manner have been published, among other plates, grotesques, ancient temples, cornices, bases, capitals, and many other such like things, with all their measurements. Seeing everything reduced to a miserable manner, and moved by compassion, Sebastiano Serlio, an architect of Bologna, has engraved on wood and copper 2 books of architecture, in which, among other things, are 30 doors of the rustic order, and 20 in a more delicate style, which book is dedicated to King Henry of France. Antonio Labacco, likewise, has published plates in a beautiful manner of all the notable antiquities of Rome, with their measurements, executed with great mastery and with very subtle engraving by Perugino. Nor has less been accomplished in this field by the architect Jacopo Barozzo of Vignola, who in a book of copperplate engravings has shown with simple rules how to enlarge or to diminish in due proportion every part of the 5 orders of architecture, a work most useful in that art, for which we are much indebted to him, even as we are to Giovanni Cugini of Paris for his engravings and writings on architecture. In Rome, besides the masters named above, Niccolo Beatricio of Lorraine has given so much attention to engraving with the burin that he has executed many plates worthy of praise, such as 2 pieces of sarcophagi with battles of horsemen, engraved on copper, and other plates full of various animals very well executed, and a scene showing the widow's daughter being restored to life by Jesus Christ, engraved in a bold manner from the design of Girolamo Mosciano, a painter of Brescia. The same master has engraved an Annunciation from a drawing by the hand of Michelangelo, and has also executed prints of the Navicelli of mosaic that Giotto made in the portico of Santo Pietro. From Venice, likewise, have come many most beautiful engravings on wood and on copper. On wood, after Tiziano, many landscapes, a Nativity of Christ, a Saint Jerome, and a Saint Francis, and on copper the Tantalus, the Adonis, and many other plates, which have been engraved by Giulio Bonassone of Bologna, together with some others by Raffaello, by Giulio Romano, by Parmigiano, and by all the other masters whose drawings he has been able to obtain. And Battista Franco, a painter of Venice, has engraved, partly with the burin and partly with aquafortis, many works by the hands of various masters, such as the Nativity of Christ, the Adoration of the Magi, the Preaching of St. Peter, some plates from the Acts of the Apostles, and many stories from the Old Testament. So far, indeed, has this practice of making prints been carried, that those who make a profession of it keep draftsmen continually employed in copying every beautiful work as it appears, and put it into prints. Wherefore there came from France, after the death of Rosso, engravings of all the work by his hand that could be found, such as Clelia with the Sabine woman passing the river, some masks after the manner of the Fates, executed for King Francis, a bizarre Annunciation, a dance of 10 women, and King Francis advancing alone into the temple of Jupiter, leaving behind him Ignorance and other similar figures, which were executed during the lifetime of Rosso by the copperplate engraver Renato. And many more have been drawn and engraved since Rosso's death. Among many other works, all the stories of Ulysses, and, to say nothing of the rest, vases, chandeliers, candelabra, salt cellars, and a vast number of other such like things made in silver after designs of Rosso. Luca Penny, also, has published engravings of 2 satyrs giving drink to a Bacchus, a Leda taking the arrows from the quiver of a Cupid, Susanna in the bath, and many other plates copied from the designs of the same Rosso and of Francesco Primaticcio of Bologna, now abbot of St. Martin in France. And among these engravings are the Judgment of Paris, Abraham sacrificing Isaac, a Madonna, Christ marrying St. Catherine, Jove changing Callisto into a bear, the Council of the Gods, Penelope weaving with her women, and other things without number, engraved on wood and executed for the most part with the burin, by reason of which the wits of the craftsmen have become very subtle, insomuch that little figures have been engraved so well that it would not be possible to give them greater delicacy. And who can see without marvelling the works of Francesco Marcolini of Forli, who, besides other things, printed the book of the Garden of Thoughts from woodblocks, placing at the beginning an astrologer's sphere and a head of himself, after the design of Giuseppe Porta of Castelnuova della Garfagnana, in which books are various fanciful figures such as fate, envy, calamity, timidity, praise, and many others of the same kind, which were held to be most beautiful. Not otherwise than praiseworthy also were the figures that Gabriele Giolito, a printer of books, placed in the Orlando Furioso, for they were executed in a beautiful manner of engraving. And even such, likewise, were the 11 large anatomical plates that were done by Andrea Vesalio after the drawings of Johann of Calcar, a most excellent Flemish painter, which were afterwards copied on smaller sheets and engraved on copper by Valverde, who wrote on anatomy after Vesalio. Next, among the many plates that have issued from the hands of Flemings within the last 10 years, very beautiful are some drawn by one Michel, a painter who worked for many years in 2 chapels that are in the Church of the Germans at Rome. These plates contain the story of Moses and the serpents, and 32 stories of Psyche and love, which are held to be most beautiful. Hieronymus Koch, also a Fleming, has engraved a large plate after the invention and design of Martin Hemskirk, of Delilah cutting off the locks of Samson. And not far away is the temple of the Philistines, in which, the towers having fallen, one sees ruin and destruction in the dead, and terror in the living, who are taking to flight. The same master has executed in 3 smaller plates the creation of Adam and Eve, the eating of the fruit, and the angel driving them out of paradise. And in 4 other plates of the same size, in the first the devil imprinting avarice and ambition into the heart of man, and in the others all the passions that result from these 2. There may also be seen 27 plates of the same size by his hand, with stories from the Old Testament after the expulsion of Adam from paradise, drawn by Martin in a bold, well-practiced, and most resolute manner, which is very similar to the Italian. Hieronymus afterwards engraved 6 round plates with the history of Susanna, and 23 other stories from the Old Testament, similar to those of Abraham already mentioned, namely 6 plates with the story of David, 8 plates with that of Solomon, 4 with that of Balaam, and 5 with those of Judith and Susanna. And from the New Testament he engraved 29 plates, beginning with the Annunciation of the Virgin, and continuing down to the whole passion and death of Jesus Christ. He also engraved, after the drawings of the same Martin, the 7 works of mercy, and the story of the rich Lazarus and the poor Lazarus, and 4 plates with the parable of the Samaritan wounded by thieves, with 4 other plates of the parable of the talents, written by St. Matthew in his 18th chapter. At the time when Hans Liefrink executed in competition with him 10 plates of the life and death of St. John the Baptist, he engraved the 12 tribes on an equal number of plates, Reuben upon a hog, representing sensuality, Simeon with a sword as a symbol of homicide, and in like manner the other heads of tribes with attributes appropriate to the nature of each. He then executed 10 plates, engraved with greater delicacy, with the stories and acts of David, from the time of his being anointed by Samuel to his going before Saul, and he engraved 6 other plates with the story of how Amnon became enamored of his sister Tamar and ravished her, and the death of that same Amnon. And not long afterwards he executed 10 plates of similar size with the history of Job, and from 13 chapters of the Proverbs of Solomon he drew subjects for 5 plates of the same kind. He also engraved the story of the Magi, and then, on 6 plates, the parable that is in the 12th chapter of St. Matthew, of those who for various reasons refused to go to the king's feast, and of him who went without having a wedding garment, and 6 plates of equal size with some of the Acts of the Apostles. And in 8 similar plates he engraved figures of women of perfect excellence in various costumes, 6 from the Old Testament, Jael, Ruth, Abigail, Judith, Esther, and Susanna, and 2 from the New, Mary the Virgin, mother of Jesus Christ, and Mary Magdalene. After these works, he carried out the engraving of the triumphs of Patience in 6 plates, with various things of fancy. In the first, in a chariot, is Patience, who has in her hand a standard, on which is a rose among thorns. In the second may be seen a burning heart, beaten by 3 hammers upon an anvil. And the chariot of this second plate is drawn by 2 figures, namely, by Desire, who has wings upon the shoulders, and by Hope, who has an anchor in the hand, and behind them Fortune, with her wheel broken, is led as a prisoner. In the next plate is Christ on a chariot, with the standard of the cross and of his passion, with the evangelists at the corners in the forms of animals, and this chariot is drawn by 2 lambs, and has behind it 4 prisoners, the devil, the world, or rather the flesh, sin, and death. And another triumph is Isaac, nude upon a camel. On the banner that he holds in his hand are a pair of prisoners' irons, and behind him is drawn the altar with the ram, the knife, and the fire. In the next plate he made Joseph riding in triumph on an ox crowned with ears of corn and fruits, with a standard on which is a beehive, and the prisoners that are led behind him are anger and envy, who are devouring a heart. He engraved in another Triumph David on a lion, with a harp, and with a standard in his hand, on which is a bit, and behind him is Saul as a prisoner, and Shimei with his tongue protruding. In another plate is Tobias riding in triumph on an ass, and holding in his hand a banner on which is a fountain, and behind him poverty and blindness bound are led as prisoners. And in the last of the 6 triumphs is Saint Stephen the proto-martyr, who is riding in triumph on an elephant, and has a standard with a figure of charity, and the prisoners behind him are his persecutors. All these were inventions full of fancy and very ingenious, and they were all engraved by Hieronymus Koch, whose hand is very bold, sure, and resolute. The same master engraved a plate of fraud and avarice, fantastic and beautiful, and another very lovely plate of a feast of bacchanals, with children dancing. On another he represented Moses passing across the Red Sea, according as it had been painted by Agnolo Bronzino, a painter of Florence, in the upper chapel in the palace of the Duke of Florence. And in competition with him, also after the design of Bronzino, Giorgio Mantovano engraved a nativity of Jesus Christ, which was very beautiful. After these works, Hieronymus engraved 12 plates of the victories, battles, and deeds of arms of Charles V, for him who was the inventor of the subjects, and for Verese, a painter and a great master of perspective in those parts, 20 plates with various buildings. For Hieronymus Bosch he executed a plate of St. Martin, with a bark full of devils in the most bizarre forms. And he made another of an alchemist who loses all his possessions, distilling away his brains and consuming all that he has in various ways, insomuch that in the end he takes refuge in the hospital with his wife and children, which plate was designed for him by a painter who caused him to engrave the 7 mortal sins, with demons of various forms, which was a fantastic and laughable work. He also engraved a Last Judgment, an old man who is seeking with a lantern for peace among the wares of the world, and finds it not. Likewise, a great fish that is devouring some little fishes, a figure of Carnival enjoying the pleasures of the table with many others, and driving Lent away, and another of Lent driving away Carnival, and so many other whimsical and fantastic inventions that it would be wearisome to attempt to speak of them all. Many other Flemings have imitated the manner of Albrecht Dürer with the greatest care and subtlety, as may be seen from their engravings, and in particular from those of Albrecht Aldegraver, who has engraved in little figures 4 stories of the creation of Adam, 4 of the lives of Abraham and of Lot, and 4 others of Susanna, which are very beautiful. In like manner, George Pence has engraved the 7 works of mercy in 7 small round plates, 8 stories taken from the books of Kings, Regulus placed in the barrel filled with nails, and an artemisia, which is a plate of great beauty. Hans Beham has executed figures of the 4 evangelists, which are so small that it seems scarcely possible that he could have done them, and also 5 other very fine plates, in the first of which is a virgin drawn into the grave by death in all the freshness of her youth, and in the second is Adam, in the third a peasant, in the fourth a bishop, and in the 5th a cardinal, each, like the Virgin, called by death to his last account. And in some others are many Germans going on parties of pleasure with their wives, and some beautiful and fantastic satyrs. By are plates of the 4 evangelists, engraved with great care, and no less beautiful than are 12 stories of the prodigal son executed with much diligence by the hand of M. And finally, Franz Flores, a painter famous in those parts, has produced a great number of works and drawings which have since been engraved, for the most part by Hieronymus Koch, such as 10 plates of the labors of Hercules, a large plate with all the activities of the life of man, another with the Horatii and Curatii engaged in combat in the lists, the judgment of Solomon, and the battle between Hercules and the Pygmies. The same master also has engraved a Cain who has killed Abel, over whose body Adam and Eve are weeping, and Abraham who is about to sacrifice Isaac on the altar, and a vast number of other plates, so full of variety and invention that it is indeed marvelous to think of all that has been done in engravings on copper and wood. Lastly, it is enough to draw attention to the engravings of the portraits of the painters, sculptors, and architects in this our book, which were drawn by Giorgio Vasari and his pupils, and engraved by Maestro Cristofano Coriolano, who has executed in Venice, as he still continues to do, a vast number of works worthy of record. In conclusion, for all the assistance that the Ultramontanes have received from seeing the various Italian manners by means of engravings, and that the Italians have received from having seen those of the Ultramontanes, and foreigners, thanks should be rendered, for the most part, to Marc Antonio Bolognese, in that, besides the circumstance that he played a great part in the beginning of this profession, as has been related, there has not as yet been one who has much surpassed him, although some few have equalled him in certain points. This Marc Antonio died at Bologna, not long after his departure from Rome. In our book are some drawings of angels by his hand, done with the pen, and some other very beautiful sheets drawn from the apartments that Raffaello da Urbino painted. In one of these apartments, Marc Antonio, as a young man, was portrayed by Raffaello and one of those grooms who are carrying Pope Julius II, in that part where the high priest Onias is praying. And let this be the end of the lives of Marc Antonio Bolognese, and of all the other engravers of prints mentioned above, of whom I have thought it right to give this long but necessary account, in order to satisfy not only the students of our arts, but also all those who delight in works of that kind. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit by LibriVox.org. Recording by MorganScorpion. Check out my YouTube channel under the name of MorganScorpion. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors and Architects, Volume 6 by Giorgio Vasari, translated by Gaston de VERE, Section 12. Life of Antonio da San Gallo, the Younger, architect of Florence. How many great and illustrious princes, abounding with infinite wealth, would leave behind them a name renowned and glorious, if they possessed, together with their store of the goods of fortune, a mind filled with grandeur, and inclined to those things that not only embellish the world, but also confer vast benefit and advantage on the whole race of men. And what words can or should princes and great persons undertake more readily than noble and magnificent buildings and edifices, both on account of the many kinds of men that are employed upon them in the making, and because, when they are made, they endure almost to eternity? For of all the costly enterprises that the ancient Romans executed at the time when they were at the supreme height of their greatness, what else is there left to us save those remains of buildings? The everlasting glory of the Roman name, which we revere as sacred things and strive to imitate as the sole patterns of the highest beauty. And how much these considerations occupied the minds of certain princes who lived in the time of the Florentine architect Antonio da San Gallo will now be seen clearly in the life of him that we are about to write. Antonio, then, was the son of Bartolomeo Piccioni of Mugello, a maker of casks, and after having learned the joiner's craft in his boyhood, hearing that his uncle, Giuliano da San Gallo, was working at Rome in company with his brother Antonio, he set out from Florence for that city. And there, having devoted himself to the matters of the art of architecture with the greatest possible zeal, and pursuing that art, he gave promise of those achievements that we see in such abundance throughout all Italy, in the vast number of works executed by him at a more mature age. Now it happened that Giuliano was forced by the torment that he suffered from the stone to return to Florence, and Antonio, having become known to the architect Bramante of Casteldurante, began to give assistance to that master, who, being old and crippled in the hands by palsy, was not able to work as before in the preparation of his designs. And these Antonio executed with such accuracy and precision that Bramante, finding that they were correct and true in all their measurements, was constrained to leave to him the charge of a great number of works that he had on his hands, only giving him the order that he desired and all the inventions and compositions that were to be used in each work. In these he found himself served by Antonio with so much judgment, diligence, and expedition, that in the year 1512 he gave him the charge of the corridor that was to lead to the ditches of the Castello di Sant'Angelo, for which he began to receive a salary of 10 crowns a month. But the death of Julius II then took place, and the work was left unfinished. However, the circumstances that Antonio had already acquired a name as a person of ability in architecture, and one who had a very good manner in matters of building, was the reason that Alessandro, who was first Cardinal Farnese and afterwards Pope Paul III, conceived the idea of commissioning him to restore the old palace in the Campo di Fiore, in which he lived with his family. And for that work Antonio, desiring to grow in reputation, made several designs in different manners, among which one that was arranged with 2 apartments was that which pleased his very reverend Highness, who, having 2 sons, Signor Pierluigi and Signor Ranuccio, thought that he would leave them well accommodated by such a building. And a beginning having been made with that work, a certain portion was constructed regularly every year. At this time a church dedicated to Santa Maria di Loreto was being built at the Macello de' Corbi, near the Column of Trajan, in Rome, and it was brought to perfection by Antonio with decorations of great beauty. After this, Messer Marcione Baldassini caused a palace to be erected from the model and under the direction of Antonio near Sant'Agostino, which is arranged in such a manner that, small though it may be, it is held to be, as indeed it is, the finest and most convenient dwelling in Rome, and in it the staircases, the court, the loggia, the doors, and the chimney-pieces are all executed with consummate grace. With which Messer Marcione being very well satisfied, he determined that Perino del Vaga, the Florentine painter, should decorate one of the halls in colour with scenes and other figures, as will be related in his life, which decorations have given it infinite grace and beauty. And near the Torre di Nonna Antonio directed and finished the building of the house of the Cantelli, which is small but very convenient. No long time passed before he went to Gradoli, a place in the dominions of the very reverend Cardinal Farnese, where he caused a most beautiful and commodious palace to be erected for that cardinal. On that journey he did a work of great utility in restoring the fortress of Capodimonte, which he surrounded with low and well-shaped walls, and at the same time he made the design of the fortress of Caprarola. And the very reverend Monsignor Farnese, finding himself served by Antonio in all these works in a manner so satisfactory, was constrained to wish him well, and, coming to love him more and more, he showed him favour in his every enterprise whenever he was able. After this, Cardinal Alborense, wishing to leave a memorial of himself in the church of his nation, caused a chapel of marble, with a tomb for himself, to be erected and brought to completion by Antonio in San Jacopo degli Spagnoli, which chapel, as has been related, was all painted in the spaces between the pilasters by Pellegrino da Modena, and on the altar stood a most beautiful St. James of marble executed by Jacopo Sansovino. This is a work of architecture that is held to be truly worthy of the highest praise, since the marble ceiling is divided very beautifully into octagonal compartments. Nor was it long before Monsignor Bartolommeo Ferretino, for his own convenience and for the benefit of his friends, and also in order to leave an honourable and enduring memorial of himself, commissioned Antonio to build a palace on the Piazza de Amelia, which is a beautiful and most inspiring work, whereby Antonio acquired no little fame and profit. During this time, Antonio de Monte, Cardinal of Santa Prasedia, was in Rome, and he desired that the same architect should build for him the palace that he afterwards occupied, looking out upon the Agoni, where there is the statue of Maestro Pasquino. And in the centre, which looks over the piazza, he wished to erect a tower. This was planned and brought to completion for him by Antonio, with a most beautiful composition of pilasters and windows from the first floor to the third, a good and graceful design, and it was adorned both within and without by Francesco del Indaco with figures and scenes in terretta. And Antonio, having meanwhile become the devoted servant of the Cardinal of Arimini, that lord caused him to erect a palace at Tolentino in the March, for which, in addition to the rewards that Antonio received, the Cardinal ever afterward held himself indebted to him. While these matters were in progress, and the fame of Antonio was growing and spreading abroad, it happened that old age and various infirmities made Bramante a citizen of the other world, at which 3 architects were appointed straightway by Pope Leo for the building of St. Pietro, Raffaello da Urbino, Giuliano da San Gallo, the uncle of Antonio, and Frate Giocondo of Verona. But no long time passed before Fra Giocondo departed from Rome, and Giuliano, being old, received leave to return to Florence. Whereupon Antonio, who was in the service of the very reverend Cardinal Farnese, besought him very straitly that he should make supplication to Pope Leo, to the end that he might grant the place of his uncle Giuliano to him, which proved to be a thing very easy to obtain, first because of the abilities of Antonio, which were worthy of that place, and then by reason of the cordial relations between the Pope and the very reverend Cardinal Farnese. And thus, in company with Raffaello da Urbino, he continued that building, but coldly enough. The Pope then went to Civitavecchia in order to fortify it, and in his company were many lords, among others Giovan Paolo Baglioni and Signor Vitello, and such persons of ability as Pietro Navarra and Antonio Marchisi, the architect for fortifications at that time, who had come from Naples at the command of the Pope. Discussions arising as to the fortification of that place. Many and varied were the opinions about this, one man making one design and another a different one, but among so many Antonio displayed before them a plan which was approved by the Pope and by those lords and architects as superior to all the others in strength and beauty, and in the handsome and useful character of its arrangements. Wherefore Antonio came into very great credit with the court. After this, the genius of Antonio repaired a great mischief brought about in the following manner. Raffaello da Urbino, in executing the papal loggie and the apartments that are over the foundations, had left many empty spaces in the masonry in order to oblige some friends, to the serious damage of the whole building, by reason of the great weight that had to be supported above them, and the edifice was already beginning to show signs of falling on account of the weight being too great for the walls. And it would certainly have fallen down but for the genius of Antonio, who filled up those little chambers with the aid of props and beams, and refounded the whole fabric, thus making it as firm and solid as it had ever been in the beginning. Meanwhile the Florentine colony had begun their church in the Strada Giulia, behind the Banchi, from the design of Jacopo Sansovino. But they had chosen a site that extended too far into the river, so that, compelled by necessity, they spent 12,000 crowns on foundations in the water, which were executed in a very secure and beautiful manner by Antonio, who found the way after Jacopo had failed to discover it, and several braccia of the edifice were built over the water. Antonio made a model so excellent that, if the work had been carried to completion, it would have been something stupendous. Nevertheless, it was a great error, giving proof of little judgment, on the part of those who were at that time the heads of that colony in Rome, for they should never have allowed the architects to found so large a church in so terrible a river, for the sake of gaining 20 braccia of length, and to throw away so many thousands of crowns on foundations, only to be compelled to contend with that river for ever, particularly because, by bringing that church forward and giving it another form, they might have built it on solid ground, and, what is more, might have carried the whole to completion with almost the same expense. And if they trusted in the riches of the merchants of that colony, it was seen afterwards how fallacious such a hope was, for in all the years that the pontificate was held by Leo and Clement of the Medici family, by Julius III, and by Marcellus, who all came from Florentine territory, although the last named lived but a short time, and for all the greatness of so many cardinals and the riches of so many merchants, it remained, as it still does, in the same condition in which it was left by our San Gallo. It is clear, therefore, that architects and those who cause buildings to be erected should look well to the end and to every matter before setting their hands to works of importance. But to return to Antonio. The fortress of Montefiascone had been formerly built by Pope Urban, and he restored it at the commission of the Pope, who took him to those parts one summer in his train. And at the request of Cardinal Farnese, he built 2 little temples on the island of Vicentina in the lake of Bolsena, one of which was constructed as an octagon without and round within, and the other was square on the outer side and octagonal on the inner, with 4 niches in the walls at the corners, one to each, which 2 little temples, executed in so beautiful a manner, bore testimony to the skill with which Antonio was able to give variety to the details of architecture. While these temples were building, Antonio returned to Rome, where he made a beginning with the palace of the Bishop of Cervia, which was afterwards left unfinished, on the Canto di Santa Lucia, where the new mint stands. He built the church of Santa Maria di Monferrato, which is held to be very beautiful, near the Corte Savella, and likewise the house of one Marano, which is behind the Cibo Palace, near the houses of the Massimi. Meanwhile Leo died, and with him all the fine and noble arts, which had been restored to life by him and by his predecessor, Julius II, and his successor was Adrian VI, in whose pontificate all arts and talents were so crushed down that if the government of the apostolic seat had remained long in his hands, that fate would have come upon Rome under his rule which fell upon her on another occasion, when all the statues saved from the destruction of the Goths, both the good and the bad, were condemned to be burned. Adrian, perhaps in imitation of the pontiffs of those former times, had already begun to speak of intending to throw to the ground the chapel of the divine Michelagnolo, saying that it was a bagnio of nudes, and he despised all good pictures and statues, calling them vanities of the world, and shameful and abominable things, which circumstance was the reason that not only Antonio, but all the other beautiful intellects were kept idle, insomuch that, not to mention other works, scarcely anything was done in the time of that pontiff on the building of San Pietro, to which at least he should have been friendly, since he wished to prove himself so much the enemy of worldly things. For that reason, therefore, attending under that pontiff to works of no great importance, Antonio restored the aisles of the church of San Jacopo degli Spagnuoli, and furnished the façade with most beautiful windows. He also caused the tabernacle of travertine to be constructed for the Immagine di Ponti, which, although small, is yet very graceful, and in it Perino del Vaga afterwards executed a beautiful little work in fresco. The poor arts had already come to an evil pass through the life of Adrian, when heaven, moved to pity for them, resolved by the death of one to give new life to thousands. Wherefore it removed him from the world, and caused him to surrender his place to one who would fill that position more worthily, and would govern the affairs of the world in a different spirit. And thus a new pope was elected in Clement VII, who, being a man of generous mind, and desiring to follow in the steps of Leo and of the other members of his illustrious family who had preceded him, bethought himself that, even as he had created beautiful memorials of himself as cardinal, so as pope he should surpass all others in restoring and adorning buildings. That election, then, brought consolation to many men of talent, and infused a potent and heaven-sent breath of life in those ingenious but timid spirits who had sunk into abasement. And they, thus revived, afterwards executed the beautiful works that we see at the present day. At first, having been set to work at the commission of His Holiness, Antonio straightway reconstructed a court in front of the loggia, which had been painted previously under the direction of Raffaello in the palace, which court was a vast improvement in beauty and convenience, for it was formerly necessary to pass through certain narrow and tortuous ways, and Antonio, widening these and giving them better form, made them spacious and beautiful. But this part is not now in the condition in which Antonio left it, for Pope Julius III took away the columns of granite that were there, in order to adorn his villa with them, and altered everything. Antonio also executed the façade of the old Mint of Rome, a work of great beauty and grace, in the Banchi, making a rounded corner, which is held to be a difficult and even miraculous thing, and in that work he placed the arms of the Pope. And he refounded the unfinished part of the papal loggia, which had remained incomplete at the death of Pope Leo, and had not been continued or even touched through the negligence of Adrian. And thus, at the desire of Clement, they were carried to their final completion. His Holiness then resolving to fortify Parma and Piacenza, after many designs and models had been made by various craftsmen, Antonio was sent to those places, and with him Giuliano Lino, the supervisor of these fortifications. When they had arrived there, Antonio having with him his pupil Baccio, Pier Francesco da Viterbo, a very able engineer, and the architect Michele San Michele of Verona, all of them together carried the designs of those fortifications into execution, which done, The others remaining, Antonio returned to Rome, where Pope Clement, since the palace was poorly supplied in the matter of apartments, ordained that Antonio should begin those in which the public consistories are held, above the Ferraria, which were executed in such a manner that the pontiff was well satisfied with them, and caused other apartments to be constructed above them for the chamberlains of his holiness. Over the ceilings of those apartments likewise, Antonio made others which were very commodious, a work which was most dangerous because it necessitated so much refounding. In this kind of work Antonio was in truth very able, seeing that his buildings never showed a crack, nor was there ever among the moderns any architect more cautious and more skilful in joining walls. End of section 12. Section 13 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors and Architects, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MorganScorpion. Check out my YouTube channel under the name of MorganScorpion. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors and Architects, Volume 6 by Giorgio Vasari. Translated by Gaston de VERE. Section 13. In the time of Pope Paul II, the church of the Madonna of Loreto, which was small, and had its roof immediately over brick piers of rustic work, had been refounded and brought to that size in which it may be seen at the present day by means of the skill and genius of Giuliano da Maiano, and it had been continued from the outer string course upwards by Sixtus IV, and by others, as had been related. But finally, in the time of Clement, in the year 1526, without having previously shown the slightest sign of falling, it cracked in such a manner that not only the arches of the tribune were in danger, but the whole church in many places, for the reason that the foundations were weak and wanting in depth. Wherefore Antonio was sent by the said Pope Clement to put right so great a mischief. And when he had arrived in Loreto, propping up the arches and fortifying the whole, like the resolute and judicious architect that he was, he refounded all the building, and, making the walls and pilasters thicker both within and without, he gave it a beautiful form, both as a whole and in its well-proportioned parts, and made it strong enough to be able to support any weight, however great. He adhered to one and the same order in the transepts and in the aisles of the church, making superb mouldings on the architraves, friezes, and cornices above the arches, and he rendered beautiful and well constructed in no common way the sockles of the 4 great piers around the 8 sides of the tribune which support the 4 arches, namely 3 in the transepts, where the chapels are, and the larger one in the central nave. This work certainly deserves to be celebrated as the best that Antonio ever executed, and that not without sufficient reason, seeing that those who erect some new building, or raise one from the foundations, have the power to make it high or low, and to carry it to such perfection as they desire, or are able to achieve, without being hindered by anything, which does not fall to the lot of him who has to rectify or restore works begun by others and brought to a sorry state either by the craftsman or by the circumstances of fortune. Whence it may be said that Antonio restored a dead thing to life, and did that which was scarcely possible. Having finished all this, he arranged that the church should be covered with lead, and gave directions for the execution of all that still remained to do, and thus, by his means, that famous temple received a better form and more grace than it had possessed before, and the hope of a long enduring life. He then returned to Rome, just after that city had been given over to sack, and the Pope was at Orvieto, where the court was suffering very greatly from want of water. Thereupon, at the wish of the pontiff, Antonio built in that city a well all of stone, 25 braccia wide, with 2 spiral staircases cut in the tufa, one above the other, following the curve of the well. By these 2 spiral staircases it was possible to descend to the bottom of the well, insomuch that the animals that go there for water, entering by one door, go down by one of the 2 staircases, and when they have come to the platform where they receive their load of water, they pass, without turning around, into the other branch of the spiral staircase, which winds above that of the descent, and emerge from the well by a different door opposite to the other. This work, which was an ingenious, useful, and marvellously beautiful thing, was carried almost to completion before the death of Clement, and the mouth of the well, which alone remained to be executed, was finished by order of Pope Paul III, but not according to the directions drawn up by Clement with the advice of Antonio, who was much commended for so beautiful a work. Certain it is that the ancients never built a structure equal to this in workmanship or ingenuity, seeing, above all, that the central shaft is made in such a way that even down to the bottom it gives light by means of certain windows to the 2 staircases mentioned above. While this work was in progress, the same Antonio directed the construction of the fortress of Ancona, which in time was carried to completion. Afterwards, Pope Clement resolving, at the time when his nephew Alessandro de' Medici was Duke of Florence, to erect an impregnable fortress in that city. Signor Alessandro Vitelli, Pier Francesco da Viterbo, and Antonio laid out that castle, or rather fortress, which is between the Porta al Prato and the Porta a San Gallo, and caused it to be built with such rapidity that no similar structure, whether ancient or modern, was ever completed so quickly. In a great tower, which was the first to be founded, and was called the Toso, were placed many inscriptions and medals, with the most solemn pomp and ceremony, and this work is now celebrated all over the world, and is held to be impregnable. While this work was in progress, the same Antonio directed the construction of the fortress of Ancona, which in time was carried to completion. Afterwards, Pope Clement resolving, at the time when his nephew Alessandro de' Medici was Duke of Florence, to erect an impregnable fortress in that city, Signor Alessandro Vitelli, Pier Francesco da Viterbo, and Antonio laid out that castle, or rather fortress, which is between the Porta al Prato and the Porta a San Gallo, and caused it to be built with such rapidity that no similar structure, whether ancient or modern, was ever completed so quickly. In a great tower, which was the first to be founded, and was called the Toso, were placed many inscriptions and medals, with the most solemn pomp and ceremony, and this work is now celebrated all over the world, and is held to be impregnable. By order of Antonio were summoned to Loreto the sculptor Tribolo, Raffaello da Montelupo, Francesco da San Gallo, then a young man, and Simone Tioli, who finished the scenes of marble begun by Andrea Sansovino. To the same place Antonio summoned the Florentine Mosca, a most excellent carver of marble, who was then occupied, as will be related in his life, with a chimney-piece of stone for the heirs of Pellegrino da Fossombrone, which proved to be a divine work of carving. This master, I say, at the entreaty of Antonio, made his way to Loreto, where he executed festoons that are absolutely divine. Thus, with rapidity and diligence, the ornamentation of that chamber of Our Lady was completely finished, although Antonio had 5 works of importance on his hands at one and the same time, to all of which, notwithstanding that they were in different places, distant one from another, he gave his attention in such a manner that he never neglected any of them. For when at any time he could not conveniently be there in person, he availed himself of the assistance of his brother Battista. These 5 works were the above-mentioned fortress of Florence, that of Ancona, the work at Loreto, the Apostolic Palace, and the well at Orvieto. After the death of Clement, when Cardinal Farnese was elected Supreme Pontiff under the title of Paul III, Antonio, having been the friend of the Pope while he was a cardinal, came into even greater credit, His Holiness, having created his son Signor Pier Luigi, Duke of Castro, sent Antonio to make the designs of the fortress which that Duke caused to be founded in that place, of the palace, called the Osteria, that is on the piazza, and of the Mint, built of travertine after the manner of that in Rome, which is in the same place. Nor were these the only designs that Antonio made in that city, for he prepared many others of palaces and other buildings for various persons, both natives and strangers, who erected edifices of such cost that it would seem incredible to one who has not seen them, so ornate are they all, so commodious, and built with so little regard for expense, which was done by many, without a doubt, in order to please the Pope, seeing that even by such means do many contrive to procure favours for themselves, flattering the humour of princes. And this is a thing not otherwise than worthy of praise, for it contributes to the convenience, advantage, and pleasure of the whole world. Next, in the year in which the Emperor Charles V returned victorious from Tunis, most magnificent triumphal arches were erected to him in Messina, in Apulia, and in Naples, in honour of so great a victory. And since he was to come to Rome, Antonio, at the commission of the Pope, made a triumphal arch of wood at the Palace of San Marco, of such a shape that it might serve for 2 streets, and so beautiful that a more superb or better proportioned work in wood has never been seen. And if in such a work splendid and costly marbles have been added to the industry, art, and diligence bestowed on its design and execution, it might have been deservedly numbered, on account of its statues, painted scenes, and other ornaments, among the 7 wonders of the world. This arch, which was placed at the end of the corner turning into the principal piazza, was of the Corinthian order, with 4 round columns overlaid with silver on each side, and capitals carved in most beautiful foliage, completely overlaid with gold. There were very beautiful architraves, friezes, and cornices placed with projections over every column, and between each 2 columns were 2 painted scenes, insomuch that there were 4 scenes distributed over each side, which, with the 2 sides, made 8 scenes altogether, containing, as will be described elsewhere in speaking of those who painted them, the deeds of the Emperor. In order to enhance this splendour also, and to complete the pediment above that arch on each side, there were 2 figures in relief, each 4 braccia and a half in height, representing Rome, with 2 emperors of the House of Austria on either side, those on the front part being Albrecht and Maximilian, and those on the other side Frederick and Rudolph. And upon the corners likewise were 4 prisoners, 2 on each side, with a great number of trophies, also in relief, and the arms of his Holiness and of his Majesty, which were all executed under the direction of Antonio by excellent sculptors and by the best painters that there were in Rome at that time. And not only this arch was executed under the direction of Antonio, but also all the preparations for the festival that was held for the reception of so great and so invincible an emperor. The same Antonio then sent to work on the fortress of Nipai for the aforesaid Duke of Castro, and on the fortifications of the whole city, which is both beautiful and impregnable. He laid out many streets in the same city, and made for its citizens the designs of many houses and palaces. His Holiness then causing the bastions of Rome to be constructed, which are very strong, and the Porta di San Spirito being included among those works, the latter was built with the direction and design of Antonio, with rustic decorations of travertine, in a very solid and beautiful manner, and so magnificent that it equals the works of the ancients. After the death of Antonio, there were some who sought, moved more by envy than by any reasonable motive, and employing extraordinary means, to have this structure pulled down, but this was not allowed by those in power. Under the direction of the same architect was refounded almost the whole of the Apostolic Palace, which was in danger of ruin in many other parts besides those that have been mentioned. In particular, on one side, the Sistine Chapel, in which are the works of Michael Agnolo, and likewise the façade, which he did in such a way that not the slightest crack appeared, a work richer in danger than in honour. He enlarged the great hall of that same Sistine Chapel, making in 2 lunettes at the head of it those immense windows with their marvellous lights, and with compartments pushed up into the vaulting, and wrought in stucco, all executed at great cost, and so well that this hall may be considered the richest and the most beautiful that there had been in the world up to that time. And he added to it a staircase, by which it might be possible to go into San Pietro, so commodious and so well built that nothing better, whether ancient or modern, has yet been seen. And likewise the Pauline chapel, where the sacrament has to be placed, which is a work of extraordinary charm, so beautiful and so well proportioned and distributed, that through the grace that may be seen therein, it appears to present itself to the eye with a festive smile. Antonio built the fortress of Perugia, at the time when there was discord between the people of that city and the Pope, and that work, for which the houses of the Baglioni were thrown to the ground, was finished with marvellous rapidity, and proved to be very beautiful. He also built the fortress of Ascoli, bringing it in a few days to such a condition that it could be held by a garrison, although the people of Ascoli and others did not think that it could be carried so far in many years, wherefore it happened that, when the garrison was placed in it so quickly, those people were struck with astonishment, and could scarce believe it. He also refounded his own house in the Strada Giulia at Rome, in order to protect himself from the floods that rise when the Tiber is swollen. And he had not only begun, but in great part completed, the palace that he occupied near San Biagio, which now belongs to Cardinal Riccio of Montepulciano, who has finished it, adding most ornate apartments, and spending upon it vast sums in addition to what had been spent by Antonio, which was some thousands of crowns. But all that Antonio did to the benefit and advantage of the world is as nothing in comparison with the model of the venerable and stupendous fabric of San Pietro at Rome, which, planned in the beginning by Bramante, he enlarged and rearranged with a new plan and in an extraordinary manner, giving it dignity and a well-proportioned composition, both as a whole and in its separate parts, as may be seen from the model made of wood by the hand of his disciple, Antonio Baccio, who carried it to absolute perfection. This model, which gave Antonio a very great name, was published in engraving after the death of Antonio da San Gallo, together with the ground plan of the whole edifice, by the said Antonio Baccio, who wished to show in this way how great was the genius of San Gallo, and to make known to all men the opinion of that architect. For new plans had been proposed in opposition by Agnolo Buonarroti, and out of this change of plans many contentions afterwards arose, as will be related in the proper place. It appeared to Agnolo, and also to many others who saw the model of San Gallo, and such parts as were carried into execution by him, that Antonio's composition was too much cut up by projections and by members which are too small, as are also the columns, the arches upon arches, and the cornices upon cornices. Besides this, it seems not to be approved that the 2 bell towers in his plan, the 4 little tribunes, and the principal cupola, should have that ornament, or rather garland of columns, many and small. In like manner men did not much approve, nor do they now, of those innumerable pinnacles that are in it as a finish to the work, and it appears that in that model he imitated the style and manner of the Germans rather than the good manner of the ancients, which is now followed by the best architects. The above-mentioned model of San Pietro was finished by Baccio a short time after the death of Antonio, and it was found that, in so far as appertained merely to the woodwork and the labour of the carpenters, it had cost 4,184 crowns. In executing it, Antonio Baccio, who had charge of the work, acquitted himself very well, having a good knowledge of the matters of architecture, as is proved by the book of the buildings of Rome that he printed, which is very beautiful. This model, which is now to be found in the principal chapel of San Pietro, is 35 palme in length, 26 in breadth, and 20 palme and a half in height, wherefore, according to the model, the work would have been 1,040 palmi in length, or 140 canni, and 360 palmi in breadth, or 36 canni, for the reason that the canna which is used in Rome, according to the measure of the masons, is equal to 10 palmi. For the making of this model and of many designs there were assigned to Antonio by the wardens of the building of San Pietro 1,500 crowns, of which he received 1,000 in cash. But the rest he never drew, for in a short time after that work he passed to the other life. He strengthened the piers of the same church of San Pietro, to the end that the weight of the tribune might be supported securely, and he filled all the scattered parts of the foundations with solid material, and made them so strong that there is no reason to fear that the building may show any more cracks or threaten to fall, as it did in the time of Bramante. This masterly work, if it were above the ground instead of being hidden below, would amaze the boldest intellect. And for these reasons the name and fame of this admirable craftsman should always have a place among the rarest masters. We find that ever since the time of the ancient Romans, the men of Terni and those of Narni have been deadly enemies with one another, as they still are, for the reason that the lake of Marmora, being choked up at times, would do injury to one of those communities. And thus, when the people of the Narni wished to release the waters, those of Terni would no means consent to it. On that account there has always been a difference between them, whether the pontiffs were governing Rome, or whether it was subject to the emperors. And in the time of Cicero, that orator was sent by the Senate to compose that difference, but it remained unsettled. Whereafter, after envoys had been sent to Pope Paul III in the year 1546 for the same purpose, he dispatched Antonio to them to settle that dispute, and so, by his good judgment, it was resolved that the lake should have an outlet on the side where the wall is, and Antonio had it cut, although with the greatest difficulty. But it came to pass by reason of the heat, which was great, and other hardships, that Antonio, being now old and feeble, fell sick of a fever at Terni, and rendered up his spirit not long after, at which his friends and relatives felt infinite sorrow, and many buildings suffered, particularly the palace of the Farnese family, near the Campo di Fiore. Pope Paul III, when he was Cardinal Alessandro Farnese, had carried that palace a considerable way towards completion, and had finished part of the first range of windows in the façade and the inner hall, and had begun one side of the courtyard, but the building was yet not so far advanced that it could be seen in its perfection, when the cardinal was elected pontiff, and Antonio altered the whole of the original design, considering that he had to make a palace no longer for a cardinal, but for a pope. Having therefore pulled down some houses that were round it, and the old staircase, he rebuilt it with a more gentle ascent, and increased the courtyard on every side, and also the whole palace, making the halls greater in extent and the rooms more numerous and more magnificent, with very beautiful carved ceilings and many other ornaments. And he had already brought the façade, with the second range of windows, to completion, and had only to add the great cornice that was to go right round the whole, when the Pope, who was a man of exalted mind and excellent judgment, desiring to have a cornice richer and more beautiful than any that there had ever been in any other palace whatsoever, resolved that, in addition to the designs that Antonio had made, all the best architects of Rome should each make one, after which he would choose the finest, but would nevertheless have it carried into execution by Antonio. And so one morning, while he was at table at the Belvedere, all those designs were brought before him in the presence of Antonio, the masters who had made them being Perino del Vaga, Frate Sebastiano del Piombo, Michelagnolo Buonarroti, and Giorgio Vasari, who was then a young man and in the service of Cardinal Farnese, at the commission of whom and of the Pope he had prepared for that cornice not one only, but two different designs. It is true that Buonarroti did not bring his own himself, but sent it by the same Giorgio Vasari, who had gone to show him his designs, to the end that he might express his opinion on them as a friend, whereupon Michelagnolo gave him his own design, asking that he should take it to the Pope and make his excuses for not going in person on the ground that he was indisposed. And when all the designs had been presented to the Pope, His Holiness examined them for a long time, and praised them all as ingenious and very beautiful, but that of the divine Michelagnolo above all. Now all this did not happen without causing vexation to Antonio, who was not much pleased with this method of procedure on the part of the Pope, and who would have liked to do everything by himself. But even more was he displeased to see that the Pope held in great account one Giacomo Meligino of Ferrara, and made use of him as architect in the building of San Pietro, although he showed neither power of design nor much judgment in his works, giving him the same salary as he paid to Antonio, on whom fell all the labour. And this happened because this Meligino had been the faithful servant of the Pope for many years without any reward, and it pleased His Holiness to recompense him in that way, not to mention that he had charge of the Belvedere and of some other buildings belonging to the Pope. After the Pope, therefore, had seen all the designs mentioned above, he said, perchance to try Antonio, "These are all beautiful, but it would not be amiss for us to see another that our Meligino has made." At which Antonio, feeling some resentment, and believing that the Pope was making fun of him, replied, "Holy Father, Meligino is but an architect in jest." Which hearing, the Pope, who was seated, turned towards Antonio, and, bowing his head almost to the ground, answered, "Antonio, it is our wish that Meligino should be an architect in earnest, as you may see from his salary." Having said this, he dismissed the company and went away, and by these words he meant to show that it is very often by princes rather than by their own merits that men are brought to the greatness that they desire. The cornice was afterwards executed by Michelagnolo, who reconstructed the whole of that palace almost in another form, as will be related in his life. After the death of Antonio there remained alive his brother Battista Gobbo, a person of ability, who spent all his time on the buildings of Antonio, although the latter did not behave very well towards him. This Battista did not live many years after Antonio, and at his death he left all his possessions to the Florentine Company of the Misericordia in Rome, on the condition that the men of that company should cause to be printed a book of observations on Vitruvius that he had written. That book has never come into the light of day, but it is believed to be a good work, for he had a very fine knowledge of the matters of his art, and was a man of excellent judgment, and he was also upright and true. But returning to Antonio, having died at Terni, he was taken to Rome and carried to the grave with the greatest pomp, followed by all the craftsmen of design and by many others, and then, at the insistence of the wardens of San Pietro, his body was placed in a tomb near the chapel of Pope Sixtus in San Pietro, with the following epitaph: Antonio Sancti Galli, Florentino, urbe munienda ac pub. Operibus, Praecipuenque D. Petri templo ornan, architectorum facile principi, dum Bellini lacus emissionem parat, Paolo Pont Max. Auctore, interamne intempestive extincto, Isabella data uxa moestis, posuit 1546, 3 calend Octobris. And in truth, Antonio, who was a most excellent architect, deserves to be celebrated and extolled, as his works clearly demonstrate, no less than any other architect, whether ancient or modern. End of section 13. Section 14 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MorganScorpion. My YouTube channel is also under the name of MorganScorpion. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors and Architects, Volume 6, by Giorgio Vasari. Translated by Gaston de VERE. Section 14. Life of Giulio Romano, painter. Among his many, or rather innumerable, disciples, the greater number of whom became able masters, Raffaello da Urbino had not one who imitated him more closely in manner, invention, design, and colouring than did Giulio Romano, nor one who was better grounded, more bold, resolute, prolific, and versatile, or more fanciful and varied than Giulio, not to mention for the present that he was very pleasant in his conversation, gay, amiable, gracious, and supremely excellent in character. These qualities were the reason that he was so beloved by Raffaello that, if he had been his son, he could not have loved him more. Wherefore it came to pass that Raffaello always made use of him in his most important works, and in particular in executing the papal loggia for Leo X. For after Raffaello had made the designs for the architecture, the decorations, and the scenes, he caused Giulio to paint many of the pictures there, among which are the creation of Adam and Eve, that of the animals, the building of Noah's Ark, his sacrifice, and many other works, which are known by the manner, such as the one in which the daughter of Pharaoh, with her ladies, finds Moses in the little ark, who had been cast adrift on the river by the Hebrews, a work that is marvellous on account of a very well executed landscape. Giulio also assisted Raffaello in painting many things in that apartment of the Borgia Tower which contains the burning of the Borgo, more particularly the base, which is painted in the colour of bronze, with the Countess Matilda, King Pepin, Charlemagne, Godfrey de Bouillon, King of Jerusalem, and other benefactors of the church, all excellent figures, and prints of a part of this scene, taken from a drawing by the hand of Giulio, were published not long since. The same Giulio also executed the greater part of the scenes in fresco that are in the loggia of Agostino Chigi, and he worked in oils on a very beautiful picture of Saint Elizabeth, which was painted by Raffaello and sent to King Francis of France, together with another picture of Saint Margaret, painted almost entirely by Giulio after the design of Raffaello, who sent to the same king the portrait of the Vice Queen of Naples, wherein Raffaello did nothing but the likeness of the head from life, and the rest was finished by Giulio. These works, which were very dear to that king, are still in the king's chapel at Fontainebleau in France. Working in this manner in the service of his master Raffaello, and learning the most difficult secrets of art, which were taught to him by Raffaello himself with an extraordinary lovingness. Before a long time had passed, Giulio knew very well how to draw in perspective, take the measurements of buildings, and execute ground plans. And Raffaello, designing and sketching at times inventions after his own fancy, would afterwards have them drawn on a larger scale, with the proper measurements, by Giulio, in order to make use of them in his works of architecture. And Giulio, beginning to delight in that art, gave his attention to it in such a manner that he afterwards practised it and became a most excellent master. At his death, Raffaello left as his heirs Giulio and Giovan Francesco, called Il Fattore, on the condition that they should finish the works begun by him, and they carried the greater part of these to completion with honour. Now Cardinal Giulio de' Medici, who afterwards became Pope Clement VII, took a site under Monte Mario at Rome, in which, besides a beautiful view, there were running waters, with some woods on the banks, and a lovely plain which, running along the Tiber as far as the Ponte Molle, formed on either side a wide expense of meadowland that extended almost to the Porta di San Pietro. And on the highest point of the bank, where there was a level space, he proposed to build a palace with all the best and most beautiful conveniences and adornments that could be desired in the form of apartments, loggie, gardens, fountains, groves, and other things. Of all this he gave the charge to Giulio, who, undertaking it willingly and setting his hand to the work, brought that palace, which was then called the Vigna de' Medici, and is now known as the Villa Madama, to that condition which will be described below. Accommodating himself, then, to the nature of the site and the wishes of the cardinal, he made the façade in the form of a semicircle, after the manner of a theatre, with a design of niches and windows of the Ionic order, which was so excellent that many believe that Raffaello made the first sketch for it, and that the work was afterwards pursued and carried to completion by Giulio. The same Giulio painted many pictures in the chambers and elsewhere, in particular in a very beautiful loggia beyond the first entrance vestibule, which is adorned all around with niches large and small, wherein are great numbers of ancient statues, and among these was a Jupiter, a rare work which was afterwards sent by the Farnese family to King Francis of France, with many other beautiful statues. In addition to those niches, the said loggia is all wrought in stucco, and has the walls and ceilings all painted with grotesques by the hand of Giovanni da Udine. At the head of this loggia Giulio painted in fresco an immense Polyphemus with a vast number of children and little satyrs playing about him, for which he gained much praise, even as he did for all the designs and works that he executed for that place, which he adorned with fish ponds, pavements, rustic fountains, groves, and other such-like things, all most beautiful, and carried out with fine order and judgment. It is true that, the death of Leo supervening, for a time this work was carried no further, for when a new pontiff had been elected in Adrian, and Cardinal de' Medici had returned to Florence, it was abandoned, together with all the public works begun by Adrian's predecessor. During this time, Giulio and Giovan Francesco brought to completion many things that had been left unfinished by Raffaello, and they were preparing to carry into execution some of the cartoons that he had made for the pictures of the great hall of the palace, in which he had begun to paint 4 stories from the life of the Emperor Constantine, and had, when he died, covered one wall with the proper mixture for painting in oils. When they saw that Adrian, being a man who took no delight in pictures, sculptures, or in any other good thing, had no wish that the whole should be finished. Driven to despair, therefore, Giulio and Giovan Francesco, and with them Perino del Vaga, Giovanni da Udine, Sebastiano Viniziano, and all the other excellent craftsmen, were almost like to die of hunger during the lifetime of Adrian. But by the will of God, while the court, accustomed to the magnificence of Leo, was all in dismay, and all the best craftsmen, perceiving that no art was prized any longer, were beginning to consider where they might take refuge, Adrian died, and Cardinal Giulio de' Medici was elected Supreme Pontiff under the name of Clement VII, and with him all the arts of design, together with the other arts, were restored to life in one day. Giulio and Giovan Francesco, full of joy, set themselves straightway by order of the Pope to finish the above-mentioned Hall of Constantine, and threw to the ground the preparation that had been laid on one wall for painting in oils. But they left untouched 2 figures that they had painted previously in oils, which serve as adornments to certain popes, and these were a Justice and another similar figure. The distribution of this hall, which is low, had been designed with much judgment by Raffaello, who had placed at the corners, over all the doors, large niches with ornaments in the form of little boys holding various devices of Leo, such as lilies, diamonds, plumes, and other emblems of the house of Medici. In the niches were seated some popes in pontificals, each with a canopy in his niche, and round these popes were some little boys in the form of little angels, holding books and other appropriate things in their hands. and each pope had on either side of him a virtue, chosen according to his merits. Thus the Apostle Peter had religion on one side and charity, or rather piety, on the other. And so all the others had similar virtues, and the said popes were Damascus I, Alexander I, Leo III, Gregory, Sylvester, and some others. All these figures were so well placed in position and executed by Giulio, who painted all the best parts of this work in fresco, that it is clear that he endured much labour and took great pains with them, as may also be seen from a drawing of Saint Sylvester, which was designed very well by his own hand, and is perhaps a much more graceful work than the painted figure. It may be affirmed, indeed, that Giulio always expressed his conceptions better in drawings than in finished work or in paintings. For in the former may be seen more vivacity, boldness, and feeling, and this may have happened because he made a drawing in an hour, in all the heat and glow of working, whereas on paintings he spent months and even years, so that, growing weary of them, and losing that keen and ardent love that one has at the beginning of a work, it is no marvel that he did not give them that absolute perfection that is to be seen in his drawings. But to return to the stories. Giulio painted on one of the walls Constantine making an address to his soldiers, while in the air, in a splendour of light, appears the sign of the cross, with some little boys, and letters that run thus: In hoc signo vinces. And there is a dwarf at the feet of Constantine, placing a helmet on his head, who is executed with great art. Next, on the largest wall, there is the battle of horsemen which took place at the Ponte Mole, in which Constantine routed Maxentius. This work is worthy of the highest praise, on account of the dead and wounded that may be seen in it, and the various extravagant attitude of the foot soldiers and horsemen who are fighting in groups, all painted with great spirit, not to mention that there are many portraits for life. And if this scene were not too much darkened and loaded with blacks, which Giulio always delighted to use in colouring, it would be altogether perfect. But this takes away much of its grace and beauty. In the same scene he painted the whole landscape of Monte Mario and the river Tiber, in which Maxentius, who is on horseback, proud and terrible, is drowning. In short, Giulio acquitted himself in such a manner in this work, that it has been a great light to all who have painted battle-pieces of that kind since his day. He himself learned so much from the ancient columns of Trajan and Antoninus that are in Rome, that he made much use of this knowledge for the costumes of soldiers, armour, ensigns, bastions, palisades, battering rams, and all the other instruments of war that are painted throughout the whole of that hall. And beneath these scenes, right round, he painted many things in the colour of bronze, which are all beautiful and worthy of praise. On another wall he painted Saint Sylvester the Pope baptizing Constantine, representing there the very bath made by Constantine himself, which is at San Giovanni Laterano at the present day. And he made a portrait from life of Pope Clement in the Saint Sylvester who is baptizing, with some assistants in their vestments, and a crowd of people. Among the many attendants of the Pope of whom he painted portraits there, also from life, was the Cavalierino, who was very influential with his Holiness at that time, and Messer Niccolo Vespucci, a Knight of Rhodes. And below this, on the base, he painted a scene with figures in imitation of bronze, of Constantine causing the church of San Pietro to be built at Rome, in allusion to Pope Clement. There he made portraits of the architect Bramante and of Giuliano Lemmi, holding the design of the ground plan of the said church, and this scene is very beautiful. On the fourth wall, above the chimney-piece of that hall, he depicted in perspective the church of San Pietro at Rome, with the Pope's throne exactly as it appears when His Holiness chants the pontifical Mass, the body of cardinals and all the other prelates of the court, the chapel of singers and musicians, and the Pope seated, represented as Saint Sylvester, with Constantine kneeling at his feet and presenting to him a figure of Rome made of gold, in the manner of those that are on the ancient medals, by which Giulio intended to signify the dowry which that Constantine gave to the Roman Church. In this scene Giulio painted many women kneeling there to see that ceremony, who are very beautiful, a beggar asking for alms, a little boy amusing himself by riding on a dog, and the lancers of the papal guard, who are making the people give way and stand back, as is the custom. And among many portraits that are in this work may be seen portraits from life of Giulio himself, the painter, of Count Baldassare Castiglione, the author of the Cortigiano, and very much his friend, of Pontano and Marullo, and of many other men of letters and courtiers. Right round the hall and between the windows Giulio painted many devices and poetical compositions, which were pleasing and fanciful, and everything was much to the satisfaction of the Pope, who rewarded him liberally for his labours. While this hall was being painted, Giulio and Giovan Francesco, although they could not meet the demands of their friends even in part, executed an altarpiece with the Assumption of Our Lady, a very beautiful work, which was sent to Perugia and placed in the convent of the nuns of Montelucci. Then, having withdrawn to work by himself, Giulio painted a picture of Our Lady, with a cat that was so natural that it appeared to be truly alive, whence that picture was called the Picture of the Cat. In another picture, of great size, he painted a Christ being scourged at the column, which was placed on the altar of the church of San Prasedia at Rome. And not long after this, Monsignor Giovan Matteo Ghiberti, who was then Datary to Pope Clement, and afterwards became Bishop of Verona, commissioned Giulio, who was his very familiar friend, to make the design for some rooms that were built of brick near the gate of the Papal Palace, looking out upon the Piazza of San Pietro, and serving for the accommodation of the trumpeters who blow their trumpets when the cardinals go to the consistory, with a most commodious flight of steps, which can be ascended on horseback as well as on foot. For the same Monsignor Giovan Matteo, he painted an altarpiece of the stoning of Saint Stephen, which Monsieur Giovan Matteo sent to a benefice of his own, called San Stefano, in Genoa. In this altarpiece, which is most beautiful in invention, grace, and composition, the young Saul may be seen seated on the garments of St. Stephen while the Jews are stoning him. And, in a word, Giulio never painted a more beautiful work than this, so fierce are the attitudes of the persecutors, and so well expressed the patience of Stephen, who appears to be truly seeing Jesus Christ on the right hand of the Father in the heaven, which is painted divinely well. This work, together with the benefice, Monsignor Giovan Matteo gave to the monks of Monte Oliveto, who have turned the place into a monastery. The same Giulio executed at the commission of the German Jacob Fugger for a chapel that is Santa Maria de Anima at Rome, a most lovely altarpiece in oils, in which are the Madonna, St. Anne, St. Joseph, St. James, St. John as a little boy kneeling, and St. Mark the Evangelist with a lion at his feet, which is lying down with a book, its hair curving in accordance with its position, which was a beautiful consideration, and difficult to execute. Not to mention that the same lion has short wings on his shoulders, with feathers so soft and plumy that it seems almost incredible that the hand of a craftsman could have been able to imitate nature so closely. Besides this, he painted there a building that curves in a circular form after the manner of a theatre, with some statues so beautiful and so well placed that there is nothing better to be seen. Among other figures there is a woman who is spinning and gazing at a hen with some chickens, than which nothing could be more natural. And above Our Lady are some little boys, very graceful and well painted, who are upholding a canopy. And if this picture also had not been so heavily loaded with black, by reason of which it has become very dark, it would certainly have been much better. but this blackness has brought it about that the greater part of the work that is in it is lost or destroyed, and because black, even when fortified with varnish, is the ruin of all that is good, always having in it a certain desiccative quality, whether it be made from charcoal, burnt ivory, smoke black, or burnt paper. Among the many disciples that Giulio had while he was executing these works, such as Bartolomeo da Castiglione, Tommaso Papacello of Cortona, and Benedetto Pagni of Pescia, those of whom he made the most particular use were Giovanni da Lione and Raffaello dal Colle of Borgo a San Sepolcro, both of whom assisted with him in the execution of many things in the Hall of Constantine, and in the other works of which we have spoken. Wherefore I do not think it right to refrain from mentioning that these two, who were very dexterous in painting, and followed the manner of Giulio closely in carrying into execution the works that he designed for them, painted in colours after his design, near the old mint in the Banshee, the escutcheon of Pope Clement VII, each of them doing one half, with two terminal figures, one on either side of that escutcheon. And the same Raffaello, not long after, painted in fresco from a cartoon drawn by Giulio, in a lunette within the door of the palace of Cardinal della Valle, a Madonna who is covering the child, who is sleeping, with a piece of drapery, with St. Andrew the Apostle on one side and St. Nicholas on the other, which was held with justice to be an excellent picture. Giulio, meanwhile, being very intimate with Messer Baldassare Turini da Pescia, built for him on Mount Janiculum, where there are some villas that have a most beautiful view, after making the design and model, a palace so graceful and so well appointed, from its having all the conveniences that could be desired in such a place, that it defies description. Moreover, the apartments were adorned not only with stucco, but also with paintings, for he himself painted there some stories of Numa Pompilius, who was buried on that spot, and in the bathroom of this palace, with the help of his young men, Giulio painted some stories of Venus, Love, Apollo, and Hyacinthus, which are all to be seen in engraving. After having separated himself completely from Giovan Francesco, he executed various architectural works in Rome, such as the design of the house of the Alberini in the Banshee, although some believed that the plan of this work came from Raffaello, and likewise a palace that may be seen at the present day on the Piazza della Dogana in Rome, which, being beautiful in design, has been reproduced in engraving. And for himself, on a corner of the Macello de' Corbi, where stood his own house, in which he was born, he made a beginning with a beautiful range of windows, which is a small thing, but very graceful. By reason of all these excellent qualities, Giulio, after the death of Raffaello, was celebrated as the best craftsman in Italy, and Count Baldassare Castiglione, who was then in Rome as ambassador from Federigo Gonzaga, Marquis of Mantua, and was much the friend, as has been related, of Giulio, having been commanded by his master the Marquis to send him an architect of whom he might avail himself for the necessities of his palace and of the city, the Marquis adding that he would particularly like to have Giulio, the Count, I say, so wrought upon him with entreaties and promises that Giulio said that he would go, provided that he could do this with the leave of Pope Clement, which leave having been obtained, the Count setting out for Mantua, from which he was then to go on behalf of the Pope to the Emperor, took Giulio with him, and having arrived there, he presented him to the Marquis, who, after welcoming him warmly, caused an honourably appointed house to be given to him, together with a salary, and also a good table for himself, for his disciple Benedetto Pagni, and for another young man who was in his service, and, what is more, the Marquis sent him several cannae of velvet, satin, and other kinds of silken cloth wherewith to clothe himself. Then, hearing that he had no horse to ride, he sent for a favourite horse of his own, called Ruggieri, and presented it to him, and when Giulio had mounted upon it, they rode to a spot a bow shot beyond the Porta di San Bastiano, where his Excellency had a place with some stables, called the Te, standing in the middle of a meadow, in which he kept his stud of horses and mares. Arriving there, the Marquis said that he would like, without destroying the old walls, to have some sort of place arranged to which he might resort at times for dinner or supper, as a recreation. Giulio, having heard the will of the Marquis, and having examined the whole place, took a ground plan of that site and set his hand to the work. Availing himself of the old walls, he made in the principal part the first hall that is to be seen at the present day as one enters, with the suite of rooms that are about it. And since the place has no living rock, and no quarries from which to excavate material for hewn and carved stone, such as are used in building by those who can obtain them, he made use of brick and baked stone, which he afterwards worked over with stucco, and with this material he made columns, bases, capitals, cornices, doors, windows, and other things, all with most beautiful proportions. And he executed the decorations of the vaults in a new and fantastic manner, with very handsome compartments, and with richly adorned recesses, which was the reason that the Marquis, after a beginning so humble, then resolved to have the whole of that building reconstructed in the form of a great palace. End of section 14. Section 15 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors and Architects, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors and Architects, Volume 6, by Giorgio Vasari, translated by Gaston de VERE. Section 15. Life of Giulio Romano, Painter, Part 2. Thereupon Giulio made a very beautiful model, all of rustic work both without and within the courtyard, which pleased that lord so much that he assigned a good sum of money for the building. And after Giulio had engaged many masters, the work was quickly carried to completion. The form of the palace is as follows. The building is quadrangular, and has in the centre an open courtyard after the manner of a meadow, or rather of a piazza, into which open 4 entrances in the form of a cross. The first of these traverses straightway, or rather passes into a very large loggia, which opens by another into the garden, and 2 others lead into various apartments, and these are all adorned with stucco work and paintings. In the hall to which the first entrance gives access, the vaulting is wrought in various compartments and painted in frescoes, and on the walls are portraits from life of all the favourite and most beautiful horses from the stud of the Marquis, together with the dogs of the same coat or marking as the horses, with their names, which were all designed by Giulio, and painted in fresco on the plaster by the painters Benedetto Pagni and Rinaldo Mantovano, his disciples, and so well, in truth, that they seem to be alive. From this hall one passes into a room which is at one corner of the palace, and has the vaulting most beautifully wrought with compartments in stucco work and varied mouldings, touched in certain places with gold. These mouldings divide the surface into 4 octagons, which enclose a picture in the highest part of the vaulting, in which is Cupid marrying Psyche in the sight of Jove, who is on high, illumined by a dazzling celestial light, and in the presence of all the gods. It would not be possible to find anything executed with more grace or better draughtsmanship than this scene, for Giulio foreshortened the figures so well, with a view to their being seen from below, that some of them, although they are scarcely 1 braccio in length, appear when seen from the ground to be 3 braccia high, and in truth they are wrought with marvellous art and ingenuity, Giulio having succeeded in so contriving them that, besides seeming to be alive, so strong is the relief, they deceive the human eye with a most pleasing illusion. In the octagons are all the earlier stories of Psyche, showing the adversities that came upon her through the wrath of Venus, and all executed with the same beauty and perfection. In other angles are many loves, as likewise in the windows, producing various effects in accordance with the spaces where they are, and the whole of the vaulting is painted in oils by the hands of the above-mentioned Benedetto and Rinaldo. The rest of the stories of Psyche are on the walls below, and these are the largest. In one fresco is Psyche in the bath, and the loves are bathing her, and then wiping her dry with most beautiful gestures. In another part is Mercury preparing the banquet, while Psyche is bathing, with the bacchantes sounding instruments. And there are the Graces adorning the table with flowers in a beautiful manner. There is also Silenus supported by satyrs, with his ass and a goat lying down, which has 2 children sucking at its udder. And in that company is Bacchus, who has 2 tigers at his feet, and stands leaning with one arm on the credence, on one side of which is a camel, and on the other an elephant. This credence, which is barrel-shaped, is adorned with festoons of verdure and flowers, and all covered with vines laden with bunches of grapes and leaves, under which are 3 rows of bizarre vases, basins, and drinking cups, tazze, goblets, and other things of that kind in various forms and fantastic shapes, and so lustrous that they seem to be of real silver and gold, being counterfeited with a simple yellow and other colours, and that so well that they bear witness to the extraordinary genius and art of Giulio, who proved in this part of the work that he was rich, versatile, and abundant in invention and craftsmanship. Not far away may be seen Psyche, who, surrounded by many women who are serving and attiring her, sees Phoebus appearing in the distance among the hills in the chariot of the sun, which is drawn by 4 horses, while Zephyr is lying nude upon some clouds, and is blowing gentle breezes through a horn that he has in his mouth, which makes the air round Psyche balmy and soft. These stories were engraved not many years since after the designs of Battista Franco of Venice, who copied them exactly as they were painted from the great cartoons of Giulio by Benedetto of Pescia and Rinaldo Mantovano, who carried into execution all the stories except the Bacchus, the Silenus, and the 2 children suckled by the goat, although it is true that the work was afterwards retouched almost all over by Giulio, so that it is very much as if it had been all painted by him. This method, which he learned from Raffaello, his instructor, is very useful to young men, who in this way obtain practice and thereby generally become excellent masters. And although some persuade themselves that they are greater than those who keep them at work, such fellows, if their guide fails them before they are at the end, or if they are deprived of the design and directions for the work, learn that through having lost or abandoned that guidance too early, they are wandering like blind men in an infinite sea of errors. But to return to the apartments of the Te. From that room of Psyche one passes into another full of double friezes with figures in low relief, executed in stucco after the designs of Giulio by Francesco Primaticcio of Bologna, then a young man, and by Giovan Battista Mantovano, in which friezes are all the soldiers that are on Trajan's column at Rome, wrought in a beautiful manner, and on the ceiling, or rather soffit, of an antechamber is painted in oils the scene when Icarus, having been taught by his father Daedalus, seeks to rise too high in his flight, and, after seeing the sign of Cancer and the chariot of the sun, which is drawn by 4 horses in foreshortening, near the sign of Leo, is left without his wings, the wax being consumed by the heat of the sun. And near this the same Icarus may be seen hurtling through the air, and almost falling upon those who gaze at him, his face dark with the shadow of death. This invention was so well conceived and imagined by Giulio, that it seems to be real and true, for in it one sees the fierce heat of the sun burning the wretched youth's wings. The flaming fire gives out smoke, and one almost hears the crackling of the burning plumes, while death may be seen carved in the face of Icarus, and in that of Daedalus the most bitter sorrow and agony. In our book of drawings by various painters is the original design of this very beautiful scene, by the hand of Giulio himself, who executed in the same place the stories of the 12 months of the year, showing all that is done in each of them in the arts most practised by mankind. Paintings which are notable no less for their fantastic and delightful character and their beauty of invention than for the judgment and diligence with which they were executed. After passing the great loggia, which is adorned with stucco work and with many arms and various other bizarre ornaments, one comes to some rooms filled with such a variety of fantasies that the brain reels at the thought of them. For Giulio, who was very fanciful and ingenious, wishing to demonstrate his worth, resolved to make, at an angle of the palace which formed a corner similar to that of the room of Psyche described above, an apartment the masonry of which should be in keeping with the painting, in order to deceive as much as possible all who might see it. He therefore had double foundations of great depth sunk at that corner, which was in a marshy place, and over that angle he constructed a large round room with very thick walls, to the end that the 4 external angles of the masonry might be strong enough to be able to support a double vault, round after the manner of an oven. This done, he caused to be built at the corners right round the room, in the proper places, the doors, windows, and fireplace, all of rustic stones rough-hewn as if by chance, and, as it were, disjointed and awry, insomuch that they appeared to be really hanging over to one side and falling down. Having built this room in such strange fashion, he set himself to paint in it the most fantastic composition that he was able to invent, namely, Jove hurling his thunderbolts against the giants. And so, depicting heaven on the highest part of the vaulting, he placed there the throne of Jove, representing it as seen in foreshortening from below, and from the front, within a round temple, supported by open columns of the Ionic order, with his canopy over the centre of the throne, and with his eagle, and all was poised upon the clouds. Lower down he painted Jove in anger, slaying the proud giants with his thunderbolts, and below him is Juno assisting him, and around them are the winds, with strange countenances, blowing towards the earth, while the goddess Ops turns with her lions at the terrible noise of the thunder, as also do the other gods and goddesses, and Venus in particular, who is at the side of Mars, and Momus, with his arms outstretched, appears to fear that heaven may be falling headlong down, and yet he stands motionless. The Graces likewise are standing filled with dread, and beside them, in like manner, the Hours. All the deities, in short, are taking to flight with their chariots. The Moon, Saturn, and Janus are going towards the lightest of the clouds, in order to withdraw from that terrible uproar and turmoil. And the same does Neptune, who, with his dolphins, appears to be seeking to support himself on his trident. Pallas, with the 9 Muses, stands wondering what horrible thing this may be, and Pan, embracing a nymph who is trembling with fear, seems to wish to save her from the glowing fires and the lightning flashes with which the heavens are filled. Apollo stands in the chariot of the sun, and some of the Hours seem to be seeking to restrain the course of his horses. Bacchus and Silenus, with satyrs and nymphs, betray the greatest terror, and Vulcan, with his ponderous hammer on one shoulder, gazes towards Hercules, who is speaking of this event with Mercury, beside whom is Pomona all in disarray, as are also Vertumnus and all the other gods dispersed throughout that heaven, in which the effects of fear are so well expressed, both in those who are standing and in those who are flying, that it is not possible, I do not say to see, but even to imagine a more beautiful fantasy in painting than this one, in which the effects of fear are so well expressed, both in those who are standing and in those who are flying, that it is not possible, I do not say, to see, but even imagine a more beautiful fantasy in painting than this one. In the parts below, that is, on the walls that stand upright, underneath the end of the curve of the vaulting, are the giants, some of whom, those below Jove, have upon their backs mountains and immense rocks which they support with their stout shoulders, in order to pile them up and thus ascend to heaven, while their ruin is preparing. For Jove is thundering, and the whole heaven burning with anger against them. And it appears not only that the gods are dismayed by the presumptuous boldness of the giants, upon whom they are hurling mountains, but that the whole world is upside down and, as it were, come to its last day. In this part Giulio painted Briareus in a dark cavern, almost covered with vast fragments of mountains, and the other giants all crushed, and some dead beneath the ruins of the mountains. Besides this, through an opening in the darkness of a grotto, which reveals a distant landscape painted with beautiful judgment, may be seen many giants flying, all smitten by the thunderbolts of Jove, and, as it were, on the point of being overwhelmed at that moment by the fragments of the mountains like the others. In another part Giulio depicted other giants, upon whom are falling temples, columns, and other pieces of buildings, making a vast slaughter and havoc of those proud beings. And in this part, among those falling fragments of buildings, stands the fireplace of the room, which, when there is a fire in it, makes it appear as if the giants are burning. For Pluto is painted there, flying towards the centre with his chariot drawn by lean horses, and accompanied by the furies of hell. And thus Giulio, not departing from the subject of the story with this invention of the fire, made a most beautiful adornment for the fireplace. In this work, moreover, in order to render it the more fearsome and terrible, Giulio represented the giants, huge and fantastic in aspect, falling to the earth, smitten in various ways by the lightnings and thunderbolts, some in the foreground and others in the background, some dead, others wounded, and others again covered by mountains and the ruins of buildings. Wherefore let no one ever think to see any work of the brush more horrible and terrifying, or more natural than this one. And whoever enters that room and sees the windows, doors, and other such-like things all awry, and, as it were, on the point of falling, and the mountains and buildings hurtling down, cannot but fear that everything will fall upon him, and, above all, as he sees the gods in the heaven rushing, some here, some there, and all in flight. And what is most marvellous in the work is to see that the whole of the painting has neither beginning nor end, but is so well joined and connected together, without any divisions or ornamental partitions, that the things which are near the buildings appear very large, and those in the distance, where the landscapes are, go on receding into infinity. Whence that room, which is not more than 15 braccia in length, has the appearance of open country. Moreover, the pavement being of small round stones set on edge, and the lower part of the upright walls being painted with similar stones, there is no sharp angle to be seen, and that level surface has the effect of a vast expanse, which was executed with much judgment and beautiful art by Giulio, to whom our craftsmen are much indebted for such inventions. In this work the above-mentioned Rinaldo Mantovano became a perfect colourist, for he carried the whole of it into execution after the cartoons of Giulio, as well as the other rooms. And if this painter had not been snatched from the world so young, even as he did honour to Giulio during his lifetime, so he would have done honour to himself after Giulio's death. In addition to this palace, in which Giulio executed many other works worthy to be praised, of which, in order to avoid prolixity, I shall say nothing, he reconstructed with masonry many rooms in the castle where the Duke lives at Mantua, and made 2 very large spiral staircases, with very rich apartments adorned all over with stucco. In one hall he caused the whole of the story of Troy and the Trojan War to be painted, and likewise 12 scenes in oils in an antechamber, below the heads of the 12 emperors previously painted there by Tiziano Vercelli, which are all held to be excellent. In like manner, at Marmirolo, a place 5 miles distant from Mantua, a most commodious building was erected after the design of Giulio, and under his direction, with large paintings no less beautiful than those of the castle and of the palace of the Te. The same master painted an altarpiece in oils for the chapel of Signora Isabella Buscetta at Santa Andrea at Mantua, of Our Lady in the act of adoring the infant Jesus, who is lying on the ground, with Saint Joseph, the ass and the ox near a manger, and on one side Saint John the Evangelist and Saint Longinus on the other, figures of the size of life. Next, on the walls of the same chapel, he caused Rinaldo to paint 2 very beautiful scenes after his own designs. On one, the crucifixion of Jesus Christ, with the thieves, some angels in the air, and on the ground the ministers of the crucifixion and the Marys, with many horses, in which he always delighted, making them beautiful to a marvel, and many soldiers in various attitudes, and, on the other, the scene when the blood of Christ was discovered in the time of the Countess Matilda, which was a most beautiful work. Giulio then painted with his own hand for Duke Federigo a picture of Our Lady washing the little Jesus Christ, who is standing in a basin, while a little St. John is pouring out the water from a vase. Both of these figures, which are of the size of life, are very beautiful, and in the distance are small figures, from the waist upward, of some ladies who are coming to visit the Madonna. This picture was afterwards presented by the Duke to Signora Isabella Buscetta, of which lady Giulio subsequently made a most beautiful portrait in a little picture of the Nativity of Christ, 1 braccio in height, which is now in the possession of Signor Vespasiano Gonzaga, together with another picture presented to him by Duke Federigo, and likewise by the hand of Giulio, in which are a young man and a young woman embracing each other on a bed, in the act of caressing one another, while an old woman peeps at them secretly from behind a door, figures which are a little less than life-size and very graceful. In the house of the same person is another very excellent picture of a most beautiful Saint Jerome, also by the hand of Giulio. And in the possession of Count Nicola Maffei is a picture of Alexander the Great, of the size of life, with a victory in his hand, copied from an ancient medal, which is a work of great beauty. After these works, Giulio painted in fresco over a chimney-piece, for Monsignor Girolamo, the organist of the Duomo at Mantua, who was very much his friend, a Vulcan who is working his bellows with one hand and holding with the other, with a pair of tongues, the iron head of an arrow that he is forging, while Venus is tempering in a vase some already made, and placing them in Cupid's quiver. This is one of the most beautiful works that Giulio ever executed, and there is little else in fresco by his hand to be seen. For Saint Domenico, at the commission of Monsignor Lodovico da Fermo, he painted an altarpiece of the dead Christ, whom Joseph and Nicodemus are preparing to lay in the sepulchre, and near them are his mother, the other Marys, and Saint John the Evangelist. And a little picture, in which he also painted a dead Christ, is in the house of the Florentine Tommaso da Empoli at Venice. At the same time, when he was executing these and other pictures, it happened that Signor Giovanni de' Medici, having been wounded by a musket ball, was carried to Mantua, where he died. Whereupon Messer Pietro Aretino, who was the devoted servant of that lord, and very much the friend of Giulio, desired that Giulio should mould a likeness of him with his own hand, as he lay dead, and he, therefore, having taken a cast from the face of the dead man, executed a portrait from it, which remained for many years afterwards in the possession of the same Aretino. For the entry of the Emperor Charles V into Mantua, Giulio, by order of the Duke, made many most beautiful festive preparations in the form of arches, scenery for dramas, and a number of other things, in which inventions Giulio had no equal, nor was there ever any man more fanciful in preparing masquerades and in designing extravagant costumes for jousts, festivals, and tournaments, as was seen at that time with amazement and marvel by the Emperor Charles and by all who were present. Besides this, at different times he gave so many designs for chapels, houses, gardens, and facades throughout the whole of Mantua, and he so delighted to embellish and adorn the city, that, whereas it was formerly buried in mud and at times full of stinking water and almost uninhabitable, he brought it to such a condition that at the present day, thanks to his industry, it is dry, healthy, and altogether pleasing and delightful. While Giulio was in the service of that duke, one year the Po, bursting its banks, inundated Mantua in such a manner that in certain low-lying parts of the city the water rose to the height of nearly 4 braccia, insomuch that for a long time frogs lived in them almost all the year round. Giulio, therefore, after pondering in what way he might put this right, so went to work that for the time being the city was restored to its former condition, and to the end that the same might not happen another time, he contrived to have the streets on that side raised so much, by command of the Duke, that they came above the level of the water, and the buildings stood in safety. In that part of the city the houses were small, slightly built, and of no great importance, and he gave orders that they should be pulled down, in order to raise the streets and bring that quarter to a better state, and that new houses, larger and more beautiful, should be built there, to the advantage and improvement of the city. To this measure many opposed themselves, saying to the Duke that Giulio was doing too much havoc, but he would not hear any of them. Nay, he made Giulio superintendent of the streets at that very time, and decreed that no one should build in that city save under Giulio's direction. On which account, many complaining and some even threatening Giulio, this came to the ears of the Duke, who used such words in his favour as made it known that if they did anything to the despite or injury of Giulio, he would count it as done to himself, and would make an example of them. The Duke was so enamoured of the excellence of Giulio that he could not live without him, and Giulio, on his part, bore to that lord the greatest reverence that it is possible to imagine. Wherefore he never asked a favour for himself or for others without obtaining it, and when he died it was found that with all he had received from the Duke he had an income of more than 1,000 ducats. Giulio built a house for himself in Mantua, opposite to St. Barnaba, on the outer side of which he made a fantastic façade, all wrought with coloured stucco, and the interior he caused to be all painted and wrought likewise with stucco. And he found place in it for many antiquities brought from Rome and others received from the Duke, to whom he gave many of his own. He made so many designs both for Mantua and for places in its neighbourhood that it was a thing incredible, for, as has been told, no palaces or other buildings of importance could be erected, particularly in the city, save after his design. He rebuilt upon the old walls of the church of San Benedetto a rich and vast seat of black friars at Mantua near the Po, and the whole church was embellished with most beautiful paintings and altarpieces from designs by his hand. And since his works were very highly prized throughout Lombardy, it pleased Gian Matteo Ghiberti, Bishop of Verona, to have the tribune of the Duomo of that city all painted, as has been related in another place, by Il Moro the Veronese, after designs by Giulio. For the Duke of Ferrara also he executed many designs for tapestries, which were afterwards woven in silk and gold by Maestro Niccolo and Giovan Battista Rosso, both Flemings, and of these there are engravings to be seen, executed by Giovan Battista Mantovano, who engraved a vast number of things drawn by Giulio, and in particular, besides 3 drawings of battles engraved by others, a physician who is applying cupping glasses to the shoulders of a woman, and the flight of Our Lady into Egypt, with Joseph holding the ass by the halter, and some angels bending down a date palm in order that Christ may pluck the fruit. The same master engraved, also after the designs of Giulio, the wolf on the Tiber suckling Romulus and Remus, and 4 stories of Pluto, Jove, and Neptune, who are dividing the heavens, the earth, and the sea among them by lot, and likewise the goat Amalthea, which, held by Melissa, is giving suck to Jove, and a large plate of many men in a prison, tortured in various ways. There were also printed, after the inventions of Julio, Scipio, and Hannibal holding a parley with their armies on the banks of the river, the Nativity of St. John the Baptist, which was engraved by Sebastiano da Reggio, and many other works engraved and printed in Italy. In Flanders and in France, likewise, have been printed innumerable sheets from designs by Giulio, of which, although they are very beautiful, there is no need to make mention, nor of all his drawings, seeing that he made them, so to speak, in loads. Let it be enough to say that he was so facile in every field of art, and particularly in drawing, that we have no record of anyone who has produced more than he did. Giulio, who was very versatile, was able to discourse on every subject, but above all on medals, upon which he spent large sums of money and much time in order to gain knowledge of them. And although he was employed almost always in great works, this does not mean that he would not set his hand at times to the most trifling of matters in order to oblige his patron and his friends, and no sooner had one opened his mouth to explain to him his conception than he had understood it and drawn it. Among the many rare things that he had in his house was the portrait from life of Albrecht Dürer, on a piece of fine Rheims cloth, by the hand of Albrecht himself, who sent it, as has been related in another place, as a present to Raffaello da Urbino. This portrait was an exquisite thing, for it had been coloured in gouache with much diligence with water-colours, and Albrecht had executed it without using lead white, availing himself in its stead of the white of the cloth, with the delicate threads of which he had so well rendered the hairs of the beard, that it was a thing scarcely possible to imagine, much less to do, and when held up to the light it showed through on either side. This portrait, which was very dear to Giulio, he showed to me himself as a miracle, when I went during his lifetime to Mantua on some affairs of my own. At the death of Duke Federigo, by whom Giulio had been beloved beyond belief, he was so overcome with sorrow that he would have left Mantua, if the Cardinal, the brother of the Duke, on whom the government of the state had descended because the sons of Federigo were very young, had not detained him in that city, where he had a wife and children, houses, villas, and all the other possessions that are proper to a gentleman of means. And this the Cardinal did, aided by those reasons, from a wish to avail himself of the advice and assistance of Giulio in renovating, or rather building almost entirely anew, the Duomo of that city, to which work Giulio set his hand and carried it well on in a very beautiful form. At this time, Giorgio Vasari, who was much the friend of Giulio, although they did not know one another save only by reputation and by letters, in going to Venice, took the road by Mantua in order to see Giulio and his works. And so, having arrived in that city, and going to find his friend, when they met, although they had never seen each other, they knew one another no less surely than if they had been together in person 1,000 times. At which Giulio was so filled with joy and contentment, that for 4 days he never left him, showing him all his works, and in particular all the ground plans of the ancient edifices in Rome, Naples, Pozzuolo, and Campania, and of all the other fine antiquities of which anything is known, drawn partly by him and partly by others. Then, opening a very large press, he showed to Giorgio the ground plans of all the buildings that had been erected after his designs and under his direction, not only in Mantua and in Rome, but throughout all Lombardy, which were so beautiful that I, for my part, do not believe that there are to be seen any architectural inventions more original, more lovely, or better composed. After this, the Cardinal asking Giorgio what he thought of the works of Giulio, Giorgio answered in the presence of Giulio that they were such that he deserved to have a statue of himself placed at every corner of the city, and that since he had given the city a new life, the half of the state would not be a sufficient reward for the labours and abilities of Giulio. to which the cardinal answered that Giulio was more the master of that state than he was himself. And since Giulio was very loving, especially towards his friends, there was no mark of love and affection that Giorgio did not receive from him. The same Vasari, having left Mantua and gone to Venice, returned to Rome at the very time when Agnolo had just uncovered his last judgment in the chapel, and he sent to Giulio by Monsignor Nino Nini of Cortonia, the secretary of the aforesaid Cardinal of Mantua, 3 sheets containing the 7 mortal sins, copied from that last judgment of Agnolo, which were welcome in no ordinary manner to Giulio, both as being what they were, and because he had at that time to paint a chapel in the palace of the cardinal, and they served to inspire him to greater things than those that he had in mind. Putting forward all possible effort, therefore, to make a most beautiful cartoon, he drew in it with fine fancy the scene of Peter and Andrew leaving their nets at the call of Christ, in order to follow him, and to be thenceforward not fishers of fishes, but fishers of men. And this cartoon, which proved to be the most beautiful that Giulio had ever made, was afterwards carried into execution by the painter Fermo Ghisoni, a pupil of Giulio, and now an excellent master. Not long afterwards the superintendents of the building of San Petronio at Bologna, being desirous to make a beginning with the façade of that church, succeeded after great difficulty in inducing Giulio to go there, in company with a Milanese architect called Tofano Lombardino, a man in great repute at that time in Lombardy, for the many buildings by his hand that were to be seen in that country. These masters then made many designs, those of Baldassare Peruzzi of Siena having been lost, and one that Giulio made, among others, was so beautiful and so well ordered that he rightly received very great praise for it from that people, and was rewarded with most liberal gifts on his return to Mantua. Meanwhile, Antonio da San Gallo having died at Rome about that time, the superintendents of the building of San Pietro had been thereby left in no little embarrassment, not knowing to whom to turn, or on whom to lay the charge of carrying that great fabric to completion after the plan already begun. But they thought that no one could be more fitted for this than Giulio Romano, for they all knew how great were his worth and excellence. And so, surmising that he would accept such a charge more than willingly in order to repatriate himself in an honourable manner, and with a good salary, they caused some of his friends to approach him, but in vain, for the reason that, although he would have gone with great willingness, 2 things prevented him. The cardinal would in no way consent to his departure, and his wife, with her relatives and friends, used every possible means to dissuade him. Neither of these 2 reasons, perchance, would have prevailed with him if he had not happened to be in somewhat feeble health at that time, for, having considered how much honour and profit he might secure for himself and his children by accepting so handsome a proposal, he was already fully disposed to make every effort not to be hindered in the matter by the cardinal, when his malady began to grow worse. However, since it had been ordained on high that he should go no more to Rome, and that this should be the end and conclusion of his life, in a few days, what with his vexation and his malady, he died at Mantua, which city might well have allowed him, even as he had embellished her, so also to honour and adorn his native city of Rome. Giulio died at the age of 54, leaving only 1 male child, to whom he had given the name of Raffaello out of regard for the memory of his master. This young Raffaello had scarcely learned the first rudiments of art, showing signs of being destined to become an able master, when he also died, not many years after, together with his mother, Giulio's wife. Wherefore there remained no descendant of Giulio, save a daughter called Virginia, who still lives in Mantua, married to Ercole Malatesta. Giulio, whose death was an infinite grief to all who knew him, was given burial in St. Barnaba, where it was proposed that some honourable memorial should be erected to him. but his wife and children, postponing the matter from one day to another, themselves died for the most part without doing anything. It is indeed a sad thing that there has been no one who has treasured in any way the memory of a man who did so much to adorn that city, save only those who availed themselves of his services, who have often remembered him in their necessities. But his own talent, which did him so much honour in his lifetime, has secured for him after death, in the form of his own works, an everlasting monument which time, with all its years, can never destroy. Giulio was neither tall nor short of stature, and rather stout than slight in build. He had black hair, beautiful features, and eyes dark and merry, and he was very loving, regular in all his actions, and frugal in eating, but fond of dressing and living in honourable fashion. He had disciples in plenty, but the best were Giovanni da Lione, Raffaello del Colle of Borgo, Benedetto Pagni of Pescia, Figurino da Faenza, Rinaldo Mantovano, Giovan Battista Mantovano, and Fermo Ghizzoni, who still lives in Mantua and does him honour, being an excellent painter. And the same may be said for Benedetto, who has executed many works in his native city of Pescia, and an altarpiece for the Duomo of Pisa, which is in the Office of Works, and also a picture of Our Lady in which, with a poetical invention full of grace and beauty, he painted a figure of Florence presenting to her the dignities of the House of Medici, which picture is now in the possession of Signor Mondragoni, a Spaniard much in favour with that most illustrious lord, the Prince of Florence. Giulio died on the day of All Saints in the year 1546, and over his tomb was placed the following epitaph: Romanus moriens secum tres Julius artes abstulit, haud mirum, quatuor unas erat. End of section 15.
Section 16 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 6, by Giorgio Vasari. Translated by Gaston de VERE. Section 16. Life of Fra Sebastiano Veneziano del Piombo, painter. The first profession of Sebastiano, so many declare, was not painting, but music, since besides being a singer, he much delighted to play various kinds of instruments, and particularly the lute, because on that instrument all the parts can be played without any accompaniment. This art made him for a time very dear to the gentlemen of Venice, with whom, as a man of talent, he always associated on intimate terms. Then, having been seized while still young with a desire to give his attention to painting, he learned the first rudiments from Giovanni Bellini, at that time an old man, and afterwards, when Giorgione da Castelfranco had established in that city the methods of the modern manner, with its superior harmony and its brilliancy of colouring, Sebastiano left Giovanni and placed himself under Giorgione, with whom he stayed so long that in great measure he acquired his manner. He thus executed in Venice some portraits from life that were very like, among others, that of the Frenchman Verdelotto, a most excellent musician, who was then chapel master in San Marco, and in the same picture that of his companion Uberto, a singer, which picture Verdelotto took with him to Florence, when he became chapel-master in San Giovanni, and at the present day the sculptor Francesco da San Gallo has it in his house. About that time he also painted for San Giovanni Grisostomo at Venice an altarpiece with some figures which incline so much to the manner of Giorgione that they have been sometimes held by people without much knowledge of the matters of art to be by the hand of Giorgione himself. This altarpiece is very beautiful, and executed with such a manner of colouring that it has great relief. The fame of the abilities of Sebastiano thus spreading abroad, Agostino Chigi of Siena, a very rich merchant, who had many affairs in Venice, hearing him much praised in Rome, sought to draw him to that city, being attracted towards him because, besides his painting, he knew so well how to play on the lute, and was sweet and pleasant in his conversation. Nor was it very difficult to draw Sebastiano to Rome, since he knew how much that place had always been the benefactress and common mother city of all beautiful intellects, and he went thither with no ordinary willingness. Having therefore gone to Rome, Agostino set him to work, and the first thing that he caused him to do was to paint the little arches that are over the loggia, which looks into the garden of Agostino's palace in the Trastevere, where Baldassare of Siena had painted all the vaulting, on which little arches Sebastiano painted some poetical compositions in the manner that he had brought from Venice, which was very different from that which was followed in Rome by the able painters of that day. After this work, Raffaello, having executed a story of Galatea in the same place, Sebastiano, at the desire of Agostino, painted beside it a Polyphemus in fresco, in which, spurred by rivalry with Baldassare of Siena, and then with Raffaello, he strove his utmost to surpass himself, whatever may have been the result. He likewise painted some works in oils, for which, from his having learned from Giorgione a method of colouring of no little softness, he was held in vast account at Rome. While Sebastiano was executing these works in Rome, Raffaello da Urbino had risen into such credit as a painter that his friends and adherents said that his pictures were more in accord with the rules of painting than those of Michelangelo, being pleasing in colour, beautiful in invention, and charming in the expressions, with design in keeping with the rest, and that those of Buonarroti had none of those qualities, with the exception of the design. And for such reasons these admirers judged that in the whole field of painting Raffaello was, if not more excellent than Michelangelo, at least his equal. But in colouring they would have it that he surpassed Buonarroti without a doubt. These humours having spread among a number of craftsmen who preferred the grace of Raffaello to the profundity of Michelangelo, had so increased that many, for various reasons of interest, were more favourable in their judgments to Raffaello than to Michelangelo. But Sebastiano was in no way a follower of that faction, since, being a man of exquisite judgment, he knew the value of each of the two to perfection. The mind of Michelangelo, therefore, drew towards Sebastiano, whose colouring and grace pleased him much, and he took him under his protection, thinking that, if he were to assist Sebastiano in design, he would be able by this means, without working himself, to confound those who held such an opinion, remaining under cover of a third person as judge, to decide which of them was the best. While the matter stood thus, and some works that Sebastiano had executed were being much extolled, and even exalted to infinite heights on account of the praise that Michelangelo bestowed on them, besides the fact that they were in themselves beautiful and worthy of praise, a certain person from Viterbo, I know not who, much in favour with the Pope, commissioned Sebastiano to paint a dead Christ with a Madonna who is weeping over him, for a chapel that he had caused to be built in San Francesco at Viterbo. That work was held by all who saw it to be truly most beautiful, for the invention and the cartoon were by Michelangelo, although it was finished with great diligence by Sebastiano, who painted in it a dark landscape that was much extolled, and thereby Sebastiano acquired very great credit, and confirmed the opinions of those who favoured him. Wherefore Pier Francesco Borgherini, a Florentine merchant, who had taken over a chapel in San Pietro in Montorio, which is on the right as one enters the church, allotted it at the suggestion of Michelangelo to Sebastiano, because Borgherini thought that Michelangelo would execute the design of the whole work, as indeed he did. Sebastiano, therefore, having set to work, executed it with such zeal and diligence that it was held to be, as it is, a very beautiful piece of painting. From the small design by Michelangelo, he made some larger ones for his own convenience, and one of these, a very beautiful thing, which he drew with his own hand, is in our book. Thinking that he had discovered the true method of painting in oils on walls, Sebastiano covered the rough cast of that chapel with an incrustation which seemed to him likely to be suitable for this purpose, and the whole of that part in which is Christ being scourged at the column he executed in oils on the wall. Nor must I omit to tell that many believe not only that Michelangelo made the small design for this work, but also that the above-mentioned Christ, who is being scourged at the column, was outlined by him, for there is a vast difference between the excellence of this figure and that of the others. Even if Sebastiano had executed no other work but this, for it alone he would deserve to be praised to all eternity, seeing that, in addition to the heads, which are very well painted, there are in the work some hands and feet of great beauty. And although his manner was a little hard, on account of the labour that he endured in the things that he counterfeited, nevertheless he can be numbered among the good and praiseworthy craftsmen. Above this scene he painted 2 prophets in fresco, and on the vaulting the Transfiguration, and the 2 saints, Saint Peter and Saint Francis, who are on either side of the scene below, are very bold and animated figures. It is true that he laboured for 6 years over this little work, but when works are executed to perfection, one should not consider whether they have been finished quickly or slowly, although more praise is due to him who carries his labors to completion, both quickly and well. And he who pleads haste as an excuse when his works do not give satisfaction, unless he has been forced to it, is accusing rather than excusing himself. When this work was uncovered, it was seen that Sebastiano had done well, although he had toiled much over painting it, so that the evil tongues were silenced, and there were few who found fault with him. After this, when Raffaello painted for Cardinal de' Medici for sending to France that altarpiece containing the Transfiguration of Christ, which was placed after his death on the principal altar of San Pietro a Montorio, Sebastiano also executed at the same time another altarpiece of the same size, as it were in competition with Raffaello, of Lazarus being raised from the dead 4 days after death, which was counterfeited and painted with supreme diligence under the direction of Michelagnolo, and in some parts from his design. These altarpieces, when finished, were publicly exhibited together in the consistory, and were vastly extolled, both the one and the other. And although the works of Raffaello had no equals in their perfect grace and beauty, nevertheless the labors of Sebastiano were also praised by all without exception. One of these pictures was sent by Cardinal Giulio de' Medici to his episcopal palace at Narbonne in France, and the other was placed in the Cancelleria, where it remained until it was taken to San Pietro a Montorio, together with the ornamental frame that Giovanni Barile executed for it. By means of this work, Sebastiano became closely connected with the cardinal, and was therefore honorably rewarded during his pontificate. Not long afterwards, Raffaello having passed away, the first place in the art of painting was unanimously granted by all, thanks to the favour of Michelagnolo to Sebastiano, and Giulio Romano, Giovan Francesco of Florence, Perino del Vaga, Polidoro, Maturino, Baldassari of Siena, and all the others had to give way. Wherefore Agostino Chigi, who had been having a chapel and tomb built for himself under the direction of Raffaello in Santa Maria del Popolo, came to an agreement with Sebastiano that he should paint it all. Whereupon the screen was made, but the chapel remained covered, without ever being seen by anyone, until the year 1554, at which time Luigi, the son of Agostino, resolved that, although his father had not been able to see it finished, he at least would do so. And so, the chapel and the altarpiece being entrusted to Francesco Salviati, he carried the work in a short time to that perfection which it had not received from the dilatory and irresolute Sebastiano, who, so far as one can see, did little work there, although we find that he obtained from the liberality of Agostino and his heirs much more than would have been due to him even if he had finished it completely, which he did not do, either because he was weary of the labours of art, or because he was too much wrapped up in comforts and pleasures. And he did the same to Messer Filippo da Siena, clerk of the chamber, for whom he began a scene in oils on the wall above the high altar of the Pace at Rome, and never finished it. Wherefore the friars, in despair about it, were obliged to take away the staging which obstructed their church, to cover the work with a cloth, and to have patience for as long as the life of Sebastiano lasted. After his death, the friars uncovered the work, and it was found that what he had done was most beautiful painting, for the reason that in the part where he represented Our Lady visiting Saint Elizabeth, there are many women portrayed from life that are very beautiful, and painted with consummate grace. But it may be seen here that this man endured extraordinary labor in all the works that he produced, and that he was not able to execute them with that facility which nature and study are wont at times to give to him who delights in working and exercises his hand continually. And of the truth of this there is also a proof in the same Pace, in the chapel of Agostino Chigi, where Raffaello had executed the Sibyls and Prophets. For Sebastiano, wishing to paint some things on the stone in the niche that remained to be painted below, in order to surpass Raffaello, caused it to be encrusted with peperino stone, the joinings being filled in with fired stucco. But he spent so much time on cogitations that he left the wall bare, for, after it had remained thus for 10 years, he died. It is true that a few portraits from life could be obtained with ease from Sebastiano, because he could finish these with more facility and promptitude. But it was quite otherwise with stories and other figures. To tell the truth, the painting of portraits from life was his proper vocation, as may be seen from the portrait of Marc Antonio Colonna, which is so well executed that it seems to be alive, and also from those of Ferdinando, Marquis of Pescara, and of Signora Vittoria Colonna, which are very beautiful. He likewise made a portrait of Adrian VI when he first arrived in Rome, and one of Cardinal Hincfort. That cardinal desired that Sebastiano should paint for him a chapel in Santa Maria de Anima at Rome, but he kept putting him off from one day to another, and the cardinal finally had it painted by the Fleming Michael, his compatriot, who painted there in fresco stories from the life of Saint Barbara, imitating our Italian manner very well. And in the altarpiece he made a portrait of the same cardinal. But returning to Sebastiano, he also took a portrait of Signor Federigo de Bozzolo, and one of a captain in armour, I know not who, which is in the possession of Giulio de Nobili at Florence. He painted a woman in Roman dress, which is in the house of Luca Torrigiani, and Giovan Battista Cavalcanti has a head by the same master's hand, which is not completely finished. He executed a picture of Our Lady covering the child with a piece of drapery, which was a rare work, and Cardinal Farnese now has it in his guardaroba. And he sketched, but did not carry to completion, a very beautiful altarpiece of Saint Michael standing over a large figure of the devil, which was to be sent to the King of France, who had previously received a picture by the hand of the same master. Then, after Cardinal Giulio de' Medici had been elected supreme pontiff, and had taken the name of Clement VII, he gave Sebastiano to understand, through the Bishop of Verona, that the time to show him favor had come, and that he would become aware of this when the occasion arose. And in the meantime, while living in these high hopes, Sebastiano, who had no equal in portrait painting, executed many from life, and among others one of Pope Clement, who was not then wearing a beard, or rather two of him, one of which came into the possession of the Bishop of Verona, and the other, which is much larger, showing a seated figure from the knees upwards, is in the house of Sebastiano at Rome. He also painted a portrait of the Florentine Antone Francesco degli Albizzi, who happened to be then in Rome on some business, and he made it such that it appeared to be not painted but really alive. Wherefore Antone Francesco sent it to Florence as a pearl of great price. The head and hands of this portrait were things truly marvellous, to say nothing of the beautiful execution of the velvets, the linings, the satins, and all the other parts of the picture. And since Sebastiano was indeed superior to all other men in the perfect delicacy and excellence of his portrait painting, all Florence was amazed at this portrait of Antone Francesco. At this same time he also executed a portrait of Messer Pietro Aretino, and made it such that, besides being a good likeness, it is an astounding piece of painting, for there may be seen in it 5 or 6 different kinds of black in the clothes that he is wearing: velvet, satin, ormuzine, damask, and cloth, and over and above those blacks a beard of the deepest black, painted in such beautiful detail that the real beard could not be more natural. This figure holds in the hand a branch of laurel and a scroll, on which is written the name of Clement VII. And in front are 2 masks, one of virtue, which is beautiful, and another of vice, which is hideous. This picture Messer Pietro presented to his native city, and the people of Arezzo have placed it in their public council chamber, thus doing honor to the memory of their talented fellow citizen, and also receiving no less from him. After this, Sebastiano made a portrait of Andrea Doria, which was in like manner an admirable work, and a head of the Florentine Baccio Valori, which was also beautiful beyond belief. In the meantime, Fra Mariano Fetti, friar of the Piombo, died, and Sebastiano, remembering the promises made to him by the above-mentioned Bishop of Verona, master of the household to His Holiness, asked for the office of the Piombo, whereupon, although Giovanni da Udine, who had also done much in the service of His Holiness in minoribus, and still continued to serve him, asked for the same office, the Pope, moved by the prayers of the bishop, and also thinking that the talents of Sebastiano deserved it, ordained that Sebastiano should have the office, but should pay out of it to Giovanni da Udine an allowance of 300 crowns. Thus Sebastiano assumed the friar's habit, and straightway felt his soul changed thereby, for, perceiving that he now had the means to satisfy his desires, he spent his time in repose without touching a brush, and recompensed himself with his comforts and his revenues for many misspent nights and laborious days. And whenever he happened to have something to do, he would drag himself to the work with such reluctance that he might have been going to his death. From which one may learn how much our reason and the little wisdom of men are deceived, in that very often, nay, almost always, we covet the very opposite to that which we really need. And as the Tuscan proverb has it, in thinking to cross ourselves with a finger, poke it into our own eyes. It is the common opinion of men that rewards and honors spur the minds of mortals to the studies of those arts which they see to be the best remunerated, and that, on the contrary, to see that those who labor at these arts are not recompensed by such men as have the means, causes the same students to grow negligent and to abandon them. And for this reason both ancients and moderns censure, as strongly as they are able, those princes who do not support every kind of man of talent, and who do not give due honor and reward to all who labor valiantly in the arts. But although this rule is for the most part a good one, it may be seen, nevertheless, that at times the liberality of just and magnanimous princes produces the contrary effect, for the reason that many are more useful and helpful to the world in a low or mediocre condition than they are when raised to greatness and to an abundance of all good things. And here we have an example, for the magnificent liberality of Clement VII, bestowing too rich a reward on Sebastiano Veneziano, who had done excellent work as a painter in his service, was the reason that he changed from a zealous and industrious craftsman into one most idle and negligent, and that, whereas he labored continually while he was living in poor circumstances, and the rivalry between him and Raffaello da Urbino lasted, he did quite the opposite when he had enough for his contentment. Be this as it may, let us leave it to the judgment of wise princes to consider how, when, towards whom, in what manner, and by what rule they should exercise their liberality in the case of craftsmen and men of talent. And let us return to Sebastiano. After he had been made friar of the Piombo, he executed for the Patriarch of Aquileia, with great labor, Christ bearing the cross, a half-length figure painted on stone, a work which was much extolled, particularly for the head and the hands, parts in which Sebastiano was truly most excellent. Not long afterwards, the niece of the Pope, who in time became Queen of France, as she still is, having arrived in Rome, Fra Sebastiano began a portrait of her, but this remained unfinished in the guardaroba of the Pope. And a short time after this, Cardinal Ippolito de' Medici, having become enamored of Signora Giulia Gonzaga, who was then living at Fondi, that cardinal sent Sebastiano to that place, accompanied by 4 light horsemen, to take her portrait. And within a month he finished that portrait, which, being taken from the celestial beauty of that lady by a hand so masterly, proved to be a divine picture. Wherefore, after it had been carried to Rome, the labors of that craftsman were richly rewarded by the cardinal, who declared that this portrait surpassed by a great measure all those that Sebastiano had ever executed up to that day, as indeed it did, and the work was afterward sent to King Francis of France, who had it placed in his palace of Fontainebleau. This painter then introduced a new method of painting on stone, which pleased people greatly, for it appeared that by this means pictures could be made eternal, and such that neither fire nor worms could harm them. Wherefore he began to paint many pictures on stone in this manner, surrounding them with ornaments of variegated kinds of stone, which, being polished, formed a very beautiful setting. Although it is true that these pictures, with their ornaments, when finished, could not be transported or even moved, on account of their great weight, save with the greatest difficulty. Many persons, then, attracted by the novelty of the work and by the beauty of his art, gave him earnest money in order that he might execute some for them. But he, delighting more to talk about such pictures than to work at them, always kept delaying everything. Nevertheless, he executed on stone a dead Christ with the Madonna, with an ornament also of stone, for Don Ferrante Gonzaga, who sent it to Spain. The whole work together was held to be very beautiful, and Sebastiano was paid 500 crowns for the painting by Messer Niccolo da Cortona, agent in Rome for the Cardinal of Mantua. In this kind of painting Sebastiano was truly worthy of praise, for the reason that whereas Domenico, his compatriot, who was the first to paint in oils on walls, and after him Andrea dal Castagno, Antonio Polaiuolo, and Piero Polaiuolo, failed to find the means of preventing the figures executed by them in this manner from becoming black and fading away very quickly, Sebastiano did find it. Wherefore the Christ at the column, which he painted in San Pietro in Montorio, has never changed down to our own time, and has the same freshness of colouring as on the first day. For he went about the work with such diligence that he used to make the coarse rough cast of lime with a mixture of mastic and colophony, which, after melting it all together over the fire and applying it to the wall, he would then cause to be smoothed over with a mason's trowel made red hot, or rather white hot, in the fire, and his works have therefore been able to resist the damp, and to preserve their colour very well without suffering any change. With the same mixture he worked on peperino stone, white and variegated marble, porphyry, and slabs of other very hard kinds of stone, materials on which paintings can last a very long time. Not to mention that this has shown how one may paint on silver, copper, tin, and other metals. This man found so much pleasure in cogitating and discoursing that he would spend whole days without working, and when he did force himself to work, it was evident that he was suffering greatly in his mind, which was the chief reason that he was of the opinion that no price was large enough to pay for his works. For Cardinal Rangioni he painted a picture of a nude and very beautiful Saint Agatha being tortured in the breasts, which was an exquisite work, and this picture is now in the guardaroba of Signor Guidobaldo, Duke of Urbino, and is in no way inferior to the many other most beautiful pictures that are there, by the hands of Raffaello da Urbino, Tiziano, and others. He also made a portrait from life of Signor Piero Gonzaga, painted in oils on stone, which was a very fine work, but he toiled for 3 years over finishing it. Now when Michelangelo was in Florence in the time of Pope Clement, engaged in the work of the new sacristy of San Lorenzo, Giuliano Bugiardini wished to paint for Baccio Valori a picture with the head of Pope Clement and that of Baccio himself, and another for Messer Ottaviano de' Medici of the same pontiff and the Archbishop of Capua. Michelangelo therefore sent to Sebastiano to ask him to dispatch from Rome a head of the Pope, painted in oils with his own hand, and Sebastiano painted one, which proved to be very beautiful, and sent it to him. After Giuliano had made use of the head and had finished his pictures, Michelangelo, who was a close companion of the said Messer Ottaviano, made him a present of it, and of a truth, among the many heads that Fra Sebastiano executed, this is the most beautiful of all, and the best likeness, as may be seen in the house of the heirs of Messer Ottaviano. The same master also took the portrait of Pope Paul Farnese as soon as he was elected supreme pontiff, and he began one of the Duke of Castro, his son, but left it unfinished, as he did with many other works with which he had made a beginning. Fra Sebastiano had a passing good house which he had built for himself near the Popolo, and there he lived in the greatest contentment, without troubling to paint or work any more. He used often to say that it was a great fatigue to have to restrain in old age those ardors which in youth craftsmen are wont to welcome out of emulation and a desire for profit and honor, and that it was no less wise for a man to live in peace than to spend his days in restless labor in order to leave a name behind him after death, for all his works and labors had also, in the end, sooner or later, to die. And even as he said these things, so he carried them into practice as well as he was able, for he always sought to have for his table all the best wines and the rarest luxuries that could be found, holding life in more account than art. Being much the friend of all men of talent, he often had Molza and Messer Gandolfo to supper, making right good cheer. He was also the intimate friend of Messer Francesco Berni, the Florentine, who wrote a poem to him, to which Fra Sebastiano answered with another, passing well, for, being very versatile, he was even able to set his hand to writing humorous Tuscan verse. Having been reproached by certain persons, who said that it was shameful that he would no longer work now that he had the means to live, Fra Sebastiano replied in this manner: "Why will I not work now that I have the means to live? Because there are now in the world men of genius who do in 2 months what I used to do in 2 years, and I believe that if I live long enough, and not so long either, I shall find that everything has been painted. And since these stalwarts can do so much, it is well that there should also be one who does nothing, to the end that they may have the more to do. With these and similar pleasantries, Fra Sebastiano was always diverting himself, being a man who was never anything but humorous and amusing, and in truth a better companion never lived. Sebastiano, as has been related, was much beloved by Michelangelo, but it is also true that when the front wall of the Papal Chapel, where there is now the Last Judgment by the same Buonarroti, was to be painted, there did arise some disdain between them, for Fra Sebastiano had persuaded the Pope that he should make Michelangelo paint it in oils, whereas the latter would only do it in fresco. Now Michelangelo, saying neither yea nor nay, the wall was prepared after the fashion of Fra Sebastiano, and Michelangelo stood thus for some months without setting his hand to the work. But at last, after being pressed, he said that he would only do it in fresco, and that painting in oils was an art for women, and for leisurely and idle people like Fra Sebastiano. And so, after the incrustation laid on by order of the friar had been stripped off, and the whole surface had been covered with rough cast in a manner suitable for working in fresco, Michelangelo set his hand to the work, but he never forgot the affront that he considered himself to have received from Fra Sebastiano, against whom he felt hatred almost to the day of the friar's death. Finally, after Fra Sebastiano had come to such a state that he would not work or do any other thing but attend to the duties of his office as Friar of the Piombo, and enjoy the pleasures of life, at the age of 62 he fell sick of a most acute fever, which, being a ruddy person and of a full habit of body, threw him into such a heat that he rendered up his soul to God in a few days, after making a will and directing that his body should be carried to the tomb without any ceremony of priests or friars, or expenditure on lights, and that all that would have been spent thus should be distributed to poor persons for the love of God. And so it was done. He was buried in the church of the Popolo in the month of June of the year 1547. Art suffered no great loss in his death, seeing that, as soon as he assumed the habit of Friar of the Piombo, he might have been numbered among those lost to her, although it is true that he was regretted for his pleasant conversation by many friends as well as craftsmen. Many young men worked under Sebastiano at various times in order to learn art, but they made little proficience, for from his example they learned little but the art of good living, excepting only Tommaso Loretti, a Sicilian, who, besides many other works, has executed a picture full of grace at Bologna, of a very beautiful Venus, with Love embracing and kissing her, which picture is in the house of Messer Francesco Bolognetti. He has also painted a portrait of Signor Bernardino Savelli, which is much extolled, and some other works of which there is no need to make mention. End of section 16.